we are going to look at insurance, agriculture, healthcare, and certainly marketing communications. All of these areas are important because we've looked at how we're able to create an ecosystem where it is all integrated rather than everybody operating in silos. And I believe that Fintech, we hold some of the aces to help us drive a lot of this thought. And so, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I would like to announce one more time, the QR code is going to be coming up on the screen. You want to have details of the program, the agenda, through the QR code, you can get that as a matter of fact. Day 3, which is the final edition of the Nigerian Fintech Week 2023, has also the hashtag NFW2023, NFW23, and the Nigerian Fintech Week. Please, you can also explore the website, nigerianfintechweek.org. As the case is, our Wi-Fi code has been up. The password is at ecosystem. Nigerian Fintech Week is the Wi-Fi name. Like I said, let's all be mindful of our personal items. Because we've agreed to be on time, we are starting up the event immediately. Why I call on my technical guys to please let's have the microphones on the set so that on the stage, pardon me, I thought I was on TV, as the case might be. My name is Stephen Ipalabo Lawson. I host the NTA Business Matters TV program, and I have the singular privilege of being your anchor for the past 2 days, and today the final edition. I'm looking forward to every one of us having a good time. And on that note, I would like us to please put our hands together for ourselves. Please, can we clap for ourselves? The more you clap, the more you stand the chance of winning my phone. I know that is one line that I'm not going to run dry of. As a matter of fact, all of my speakers for the first panel is here. You must understand that the Nigerian Fintech Week 2023 is an hybrid edition. So all of the people joining us virtually want to say a big thank you. I've received all kinds of comments, commentaries, as well as commendation. We can certainly, obviously, do so much with you guys out there. This program is actually a global one with over 10,000 people represented from across the country, as well as over 80 other countries, as the case be. As you've seen, it's an international program in itself, where we are looking at fintech, the role of fintech, and how it's going to help to drive the agenda for economic inclusion, as a matter of fact. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I just want to quickly find out if Mr. Aboyeji is here. If Mr. Aboyeji is not here, I would like to start up with my panel, as well as the hall gets fuller. For the next 45 minutes, we will be looking at leveraging insurtech for inclusion and empowerment. One of the areas about this particular panel is going to look at how we are going to leverage data to drive scale. We're also going to explore education and awareness. And I know that the NCC lady had mentioned that yesterday. How much are we doing in terms of awareness? So I'm hoping that the panelists are going to be able to drive that particular conversation to help us cover a lot of this whole issue. The insurance market in the country still has a huge space in terms of opportunities. Nigerians, so much so to speak, have not embraced insurance as much as we have embraced fintech. Let's hope perhaps that the digital platform can give us that leverage that will help us leapfrog, as a matter of fact. Nevertheless, I would like to start by inviting my moderator for this panel, and I'm talking about the managing partner for Africa InsurTech Lab in the person of Dr. Tunde Salako. Please, can you put your hands together as he comes up? The more you clap, the longer and faster and more agile it's going to come up. Thank you. Please watch your step. I'm not too sure whether we have insurance, but you let us know about that so you can take the seat that works for you. Usually we'll take the moderator at the end so that you can converse with the rest of your panelists. Thank you so very much, Dr. Tunde. I'm looking forward to your moderation. I know that a lot has been going on in your sector. I mean, a lot of times we read you off the pages of the newspaper, but today we are seeing you live. We are not even seeing your AI version. We are seeing your real person in flesh and blood, and we know that you are going to man this particular panel in the way to go, looking at InsurTech. As a matter of fact, the CEO of Cassava is in the house, Bode Pedro. Please, can we put our hands together for Bode Pedro as he comes in to join us on the panel? Is he here? I know I'm told he's around. I think he went to quickly grab the tea. But nevertheless, when he comes in, Mr. Dr. Tunde, we invite him up. Next in line, Mr. Michael Kalu, head of InsurTech of Heirs Life Insurance, is going to be joining us on this panel. Please, can you put your hands together for him? You're welcome, sir. I know Hares Life Insurance is one of the leading insurance companies in Nigeria. And then we are looking forward to have some of the lent experiences, as the case might be. All right, so you just basically joined Dr. Salako. Of course, in the house also is no other person, which for me I'm always excited about. But Kalu, may I ask that, Michael, may I ask that you move to the next seat? Yes, thank you very much, pardon me. And I'm going to be inviting Ungoya Kalango, the regional head of sales for Verify Me, West Africa, to come join us up here. Please, can we put our hands together for her? I would like her to sit beside the moderator so that she balances the gender. It is the way we go, as a matter of fact. You're welcome. The microphone is by your side, and then we will kick off as the case might be. I'll be expecting Dr. Oluwatomi Oromosele, if he's ably represented or not, but I'm going to be expecting him. He's been ready. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Please, can you put your hands together for her? General Manager Efina. Efina has been one of my clients, and it's great to see that we have you here. And Efina has been doing so much in terms of the publication, especially with the concept and the content for financial inclusion. Without Efina's report, oftentimes we don't know how the industry's image is going to be. We know that projection comes in, as the case might be. It's very good to see you, Dr. Oluwatomi. I'm glad. So right now, for the next 45 minutes, Dr. Salako, you are in charge. You know how it's going to work. We have one more person. Is that Kalu? No. Tommy? No. John? John Dada? All right. Mr. John Dada, how could I have omitted you? The COO of Curacell. Please, can you come up? Pardon me. Please, can you put your hands together for him? Thank you very much. It's great that you are here. As a matter of fact, that is going to make my panel well balanced. You know, that is great. So we have 2 ladies, 2 men, excluding my moderator, who actually has both gender, as a matter of fact, male and female to himself. So ladies and gentlemen, over to you, Dr. Salako. Please put your hands together for them for the next 45 minutes, sir. So when I come up here, you know we're going to take the Q&A session as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Over to you, Dr. Tunde.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I don't know the part, just a disclaimer. I'm not sure about the part where he said male and female combined together. So I'm just going to, So it's nice to be here, everyone. Thank you for coming in early. Good morning, esteemed panelists. My name is Tunde. I'm managing partner at Africa InsurTech Lab. And because of time, I'm going to let my esteemed panelists also introduce themselves very quickly. And then we'll delve into the theme, which we believe is very, very critical. And that's why the Nigerian FinTech Week has actually designated this segment to talk about how insurance technology is going to unlock new markets, particularly when it comes to the issue of inclusion and deepening penetration. So without further ado, I'd like to start from next to me, and please introduce yourselves, your designation, and what you do for your organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Noya Kalango. I am the regional head of sales for West Africa at Core ID, a Verify Me company. At Core ID, we pride ourselves in providing trusted identities and consumer analytics for organizations in order to, streamline and make their onboarding, profiling, and compliance efficient. I'm very happy to be on the panel, and I look forward to an engaging conversation.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael. I lead InsurTech for the Hares Insurance businesses. We're proud to see that we're a foremost digital insurance company. I'm super excited to be engaging the InsurTech community because I know that together we can actually deepen penetration. So I'm looking forward to an awesome engagement with my fellow panelists.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oluwatomi Oromosele. I currently head Efina and we're focused on financial inclusion. In the last 15 years, we've championed access to finance for Nigerians, and I'm super excited that on the panel today, and as part of this, awesome event, we are interested in seeing how we can extend financial inclusion to all of Nigerians and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. John Dada. You can also call me Dr. Flash, because that's the only way I know you're referring to me. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Curacell. And at Curacell, we are focused on driving up the insurance inclusion in Africa. And we believe that technology is one way to do this by making sure that insurance processes are efficient, there is no wastage, there is no fraud, and that there is efficient distribution of insurance products across the continent. It's an honor to be here, and I look forward to us having an interesting time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, esteemed panelists. I think, as you can see, it's an A-list of a different combination of people within the insurance space that are doing different things, from the technology startup to the research-driven community, ably represented, to the incumbent who is cross-carpeting to being a tech startup, and of course, to another tech startup. So we'll delve straight into it. And for context, when we're looking at the team, how are we going to leverage insurance technology for inclusion? And how does that create empowerment? Now, when we look at the fundamental problems, we look at affordability, accessibility, availability. Those three things continue to engender the gap to widen. And obviously, everyone on this panel is trying to do something that will close that protection gap, right? And then when we now come into Africa, we look at the penetration rates. We look at Africa being home to about 18% of the global population, still having the penetration insurance-wise less than 3 to 4%. And when we come home into Nigeria, we have the same similar statistics, less than 2.5%, 3%. Now, product relevance is also an issue. And the major problem, trust deficit, right? A lot of people do not believe in insurance, for starters. So I'd like to set this ball rolling by asking, from your organization's perspective and what you're doing, how can you explain how you're using this as a use case, your organization as a use case, to serving underserved markets, reaching out to, the places that are yet to even fathom what insurance is? What are you doing? I'd like to start with Flash. What are you doing in your organization regarding that?
Thanks, Doc. It's actually pretty interesting that myself and Dr. Oluwatomi here were having a short chat earlier this morning about the fact that the way we picture the underserved population is actually inaccurate or maybe not complete, right? And her point, sorry I'm stealing your point, but what she said was that aside the people that we have on the markets, the market women or the guys who are pushing trucks or the conductors who we think are the underserved, think about those of us who already have access to certain kind of services. We already have banking services. We already have access to other financial services, but we still do not have access to insurance. We actually contribute to another section of the underserved, right? And that's a very nice one she raised this morning. And what we are doing at Curacell, for instance, in my organization, is to ensure that distribution is embedded. So imagine you are able to get insurance by carrying out your daily activities. You're going grocery shopping, you're buying something online, you're doing a bank transfer, you're buying airtime, all of these touch points. Insurance being available to you there. That is embedded insurance. And for us in Curacell, we are really passionate about making sure that everyone, irrespective of where they are, can actually get insurance when they are carrying about their daily lives. So embedded insurance is what we're really focused on as one of our strategies to drive availability and, I think, accessibility. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Flash. Dr. Somi, from your perspective, we've seen a lot of phenomenal work that you're doing in the space. And I think I referenced one that was published 2021 that had to do with the reasons why a group of people, I think they were farmers specifically, in the suburbs and the rural area were not taking on insurance, right? So from a research perspective and from all the data that you've been able to gather, what can you chime in regarding why there's such a gap, right? Still talking about this underserved population. What are you seeing from the data?
So I think you've spoken to some of them earlier on. When it comes to insurance, there's a popular saying that insurance is sold, it's not bought, right? And so for it to be sold, it means someone has to clearly communicate to you why you need to buy it and convince you that it's something that you need. What we see is that awareness, and I think someone spoke to that earlier in the conversation, is that over 90% of Nigerians are not aware of insurance, and even more of micro-insurance. Because again, when we talk of the underserved, we're talking about more of micro-insurance because again, we're speaking to small, more frequent payments. But then, these guys are not even aware. How do you take up something that you're not aware of? Number one is, that's the question. The second layer is, if you're not aware of something, how do you trust that something? How do you even get convinced to take up that product? So I think, and I think we're all aware of that fact, that in rural areas where we have less infrastructure to support financial access points, there is a much more less likelihood that people will be aware or even engage with insurance. Interestingly, what I looked through the data just in preparation for this, and I noticed that for health insurance, we have almost the same percentage of people in rural and urban areas that are using health insurance. So over about 55% of people in urban areas have health insurance, about 50% in rural areas have health insurance. And you see that what has happened is the health system have found a way, and because health is something that people need, it's more easy to sell when your health is at stake, right? But also is the fact that there is an ecosystem that has been leveraged to drive that, which I think other ecosystems need to leverage on. But my point being, there's the issue of awareness. I think that's the biggest issue. But again, how do you sell it except you have a product that is useful, that you can demonstrate the value to me? So I think another thing, challenge is actually the value proposition that we have put forward up till now. Why should I pick it up? How am I sure? The trust factor. So I think all of this, in addition to the issues you've mentioned, accessibility and all of that. But again, my point is that technology is good; it can help us get to them. But all of these other things needs to be fixed for us to drive access.
Oh, interesting. Thank you for sharing that. So I think that's something that needs to be updated in my own notes. When we look at the different value chains, you're talking about health insurance, similarities between the urban and the rural areas. Okay, I'm sure we're learning from that as well. Michael, so you representing HERS, you're wearing two hats, right? As the incumbent and as the divergent, if I could use that term. What are your thoughts?
I'd ride on the previous speaker's submission around awareness. I was surprised during the NSAS saga when I was engaging a couple of people and I got to know that they are not aware of the value proposition of insurance. It was quite shocking that in this time and age that we have people. And then it dawned on me that in terms of awareness, those of us who are in this room who are just a small percentage of the Nigerian population. And most times we think that we are large, right? So we could just be like 5% of the over 219 million Nigerian population, right? So that means we have a whopping 180 million people who don't know what we know. But unfortunately, whenever we sit in our glass houses we make models based on who we are, right, without taking into cognizance the larger population. One of the things that I've seen in our space is a struggle to let those in the glass house know that the people we're addressing are not like us, right? They don't wear our suits, they don't wear our hats, they don't think like us, they don't speak like us. So in terms of messaging, right, taking these facts into cognizance, right, and crafting a message that speaks to them, not us, right, to help us drive the awareness that we've been trying to achieve. Thanks.
Thanks for sharing that, Mike. Very interesting. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, so I think in terms of trust, that's where we come in as a KYC provider. Our position really is to enable financial inclusion and trust by powering the insurtechs to provide the services that they do, both to the urban and rural spaces. Is with regards to the adoption rate and the awareness, I think there is also a level of cultural, traditional, and religious belief that comes into play, and that affects the adoption of insurance. With a company like ours who provide KYC for your services, on the one hand, we are enabling you to have visibility on who your customers are by leveraging, government databases to provide you with identity information. We allow you know where your customers are, confirming addressing and locationing information, and then of course what your customers are by providing you with data on, their risk assessment and the likes. So that, on the one hand, provides trust within the insurance ecosystem, allowing, those who engage it to feel more comfortable in engaging the ecosystem. But on the other hand, what we do is we have learned to merge our technology with the traditional ways in which those in the rural or more underserved areas do things. And I'll give an example. With one of our solutions, which is how we vet physical locations, what we have been able to do is work with insurance companies to vet both traditional and non-traditional medical service providers and get them to be a part of the HMO process. So this has made it easier for the underserved to engage in the HMO process, because now they have service providers who are in their local communities and who are affordable and accessible to them. So really that helps them trust the process, because they're engaging something that they're already familiar with. And I think that's kind of where the KYC process comes into play with regards to insurtech and adoption rates.
Thanks for sharing that, Ngoya. I'm going to hold on. I want to ask you to hold on to that thoughts, because the next thing I was going to throw out there is, from your own lenses, right, and this goes to all the panelists as well, what is that main problem? What is that obstacle that you're seeing very clearly, evidence-based, that traditional insurers have when it comes to penetrating, including people within in the rural areas, in the suburbs, and everything? Now, you've mentioned your KYC technology, but from what you've seen in your interfaces with the traditional insurers, what exactly is that number one problem from your own perspective?
I would say ideally it is really their reach. With traditional insurance, their method is typically agent-driven, and that restricts them to their area of operation. So in so saying, bringing in, this KYC engine that we have a logistics engine that is spread across the nation. We have over 40,000 agents in every local government in the country. So in using that kind of service, we have the ability to market and create awareness in different regions and enable those in the traditional insurance sector to reach a wider range of customers. that ideally they would miss out on using their traditional method of engagement. I also think going into the accessibility in terms of affordability and customization, that's another issue that a lot of the traditional insurance providers face. Access to microinsurance is limited, again, just based on their region. So, that's those are the key issues and critical areas that I see when we engage traditional insurance.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Ngoya. Michael, what are you seeing? I mean, like, you are wearing two hats, so you could tell us from this side, this is what is happening, and from the other side, this is exactly what you're seeing.
Okay, thanks again. So I'll say legacy systems is one. All right, so the bulk of us traditional insurance, some of us have been using some core applications for like 20 years, all right? And 20 years ago, we didn't have so much of things like APIs. So right now, we're speaking to ecosystem emergence, we're speaking to interconnectivity, IoTs. So if we have to make that move, there has to be the demise of the old and the emergence of the new, right? And the fact that people are used to a certain thing and that they've been doing this thing for a number of years, just waking up to change these things are not very easy conversations. You have to convince stakeholders because this change will have economic implications. Somebody has to put money down, all right, to drive the creation of this technology. And you know that the return on this investment most times is not even 2 years. Right? So whoever is going to put this money down has to wait for a couple of years. And you know the way insurance is. Nobody wants to wait for that number of years. Folks want, I put my money down, convince me that in 18 months this is what is going to happen. That's not true. So these are the conversations that we need to have, right? Investment in systems that enable us meet the demands of innovation. Good 18, that's one of the places where I've seen hair strive, right, in investment in these systems, knowing fully well that, look, the future is here and you have to build for it. So that is something that we know that by the time we start committing to, we'll see the transitions that enable us have handshakes with even new players. Let's say new players like Curacao. Fortunately, they are our partners, right? So new players like Curacao, having those handshakes that, because there are some capabilities that we don't have, that they have. So if I can handshake Curacao properly, right? Curacao and myself in partnership, we can invade spaces that I can invade alone and he can invade alone. So legacy systems is a major challenge in achieving this mandate.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Tommy, so from your research, I mean, there's a lot of data that Afina has put out there, when it comes to the number one, the top three things that top the chart, what would you say for traditional insurance?
So just to piggyback on what he said earlier on, because we're talking about traditional insurance, and your question is, what has been the challenge for why they've not been able to serve the underserved? And back to the point that the underserved are not people in rural communities, the poor. We are the underserved because we are really, I mean, if I ask people in the room, maybe the highest we have is health insurance and maybe car insurance, but there's more, right? So that's the underserved is literally like 97% of Nigerians. And when you look at the data and you ask, Nigerians, do you think, financial information is provided to you in a way that you understand? Majority of Nigerians say no. So, banking is quite easy because I put my money in there. I can see it every day. I can go take it out when I need it. But insurance, when you are asking them to take a bet, then there is more, that needs to be understood. And to your question, I would say the simplicity of information. So beyond just awareness, it's the messaging, right? The fact that to reach those people, your message has to be simple, it has to be understood, right? I think one of our partners would typically say, all of your messaging should fit into a business card, it should be that simple. It should be that straightforward. So it should be simple. It should be understood. Then I think another area where I think that traditional players have kind of faltered or they have challenged, is around the value proposition, but also beyond the value proposition, also the value that it brings to Nigerians. I think in our ecosystem, we rely really on the fact that we think our value is just in meeting claims. But I think insurance has gone beyond that, and also particularly for the underserved. I mean, that point where you're coming to meet a claim might already be too late, because what it costs them as a poor person, to cope with that, or a disadvantaged person. So preventive, is I think a step higher that I think we need to get to, where you can actually help them to foresee, because a lot of times they don't have the foresight to understand the dynamics of what they are working with, whether it's in their business or their health, So, looking back and hand-holding them through that process. Because again, insurance is about helping them to be resilient, and that should be our role in supporting them in this ecosystem. And the last thing I think is efficiency. Traditional players are really not efficient. They don't have time, the days it will take for you to get a claim, and obviously, insurtechs have stepped in, and there's technology that has stepped in, but traditional players who have refused to adapt to that. And that's something, time to a disadvantaged person, time to a low-income person. You cannot value that, because like we typically say, 5,000 naira could be what would save a life. Just an insurance policy, right, could be what could save a life. And so when you tell them to wait for days, that could be the end of their world. So I think those few things would be, yeah.
Thank you, Toby. Flush, you've done a lot of partnerships with banks, insurers, in Nigeria, outside Nigeria, you're everywhere. So what is that number one challenge?
It's a very interesting question to answer, coming from what we've seen and the trends that happen. But if I just try to summarize everything, I'll take bits and pieces of what all my other panelists have said. I would say, because yes, I'm so focused on technology, right? I would say everything from a technology standpoint, a process standpoint, an efficiency standpoint, the moving needle standpoint. So traditional insurance companies tend to be fixated on doing what they know how to do, what they are comfortable doing, even if it costs them lots of bodies. So, for instance, they have a new problem. How do we solve this problem? Employ more people. Throw more bodies at the problem. Our claims volumes are growing. What do we do? Let's hire more people to bear these claims, right? So, hire more people, throw more bodies at the problem. We want to sell more policies, get more marketers, right? Everything they think about has a pattern. So, they have a pattern of behavior that they are stuck in. And even if they have legacy systems, you upgrade their systems, they still have this pattern of behavior. There's going to be a mismatch, right? Because you're trying to use a modern system to execute your legacy behavior, your old school behavior. It's not really going to be efficient. So there is this unwillingness to change. There is this pattern of behavior. There is this lack of agility that is present in many of these organizations. And part of what we try to do when we deal with them is do some level of reorientation to allow them realize that for you to actually move in these present times, you need to think like a startup. You need to be agile in your thinking. And just let us take care of that for you. You don't need to bother yourself about it. We'll take care of that for you. Just tell us what you want, and we'll help you achieve that. But let go of, they need to let go of their old way of thinking around things, around solving problems, around technology. Because, for instance, an insurance company wants to migrate from what they think is legacy tech to what they think is modern tech. And when we see their RFPs, we are like, bruh, nah, this is not it, right? So we have to take them through a process where we make them realize what is actually going on right now, what tech looks like, what tech can do for them. And they realize that the RFP was like just, a child's play kind of thing. So there is that mental shift that needs to happen. And that is one of the things I would say is a major problem, aside the tech and every other thing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for sharing that, Flash. So all the insurers out there, please, if you're going to come after anyone, I just ask the questions. It should be him. right? So I'll just hold the next question to start from you. Now moving on to the technology stacks, right? When we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, I mean, there's a lot of buzzwords, right, being bandied out there. And, everyone is saying, oh, tech, we're using tech, we're using tech. From your experience, right, embedded insurance, you're making the products disappear, right, in the whole, into the behavioral economics of how the consumer is purchasing his daily, so he wants to buy a car. He's not thinking, oh, I need to go and get insurance separately, because you're embedding your service into the product. And in terms of what you guys are doing, fraud, waste, abuse, curbing that, artificial intelligence, machine learning, these technology stacks, how are they really going to assist, to aid and abet deepening penetration from your own perspective?
Thank you so much. So for penetration, using tech, I wouldn't need to repeat all of them. Think about it this way. We have this thing where we say the chicken and egg problem, right? And I like to think about some things in cycles. So if you have a cycle where point A or fact variable A actually affects what happens when you get to step B, right? So in the entire insurance process, everything actually affects penetration. Why do I say that? For instance, if the insurance company is inefficient at processing claims, they're going to spend lots of money processing claims because they're inefficient at doing that. It's going to take them longer times to process claims, and chances that their renewals are going to increase are low because they've not paid out previous claims. Their costs are rising. They're losing money. Inevitably, they are likely want to increase the prices, increase their premiums, and they will not even be focused on trying to reach more people because they are just trying to play catch up. So that single inefficiency of claims processing alone is actually going to affect every single thing that happens in the business. And it goes the same way. They're trying to underwrite new policies, highly inefficient. It's a mess. Paperwork, all this, trying to gather data about your customers, which is where our KYC players come in, by the way. And it's slow, takes time, they don't have accurate data or they get wrong data. And it costs them at the same time. Right? It's like it just keeps going on and on and on. So what we've seen is you solve one problem. For instance, we use AI and machine learning to detect fraudulent claims for health insurers and car insurers, etc. The efficiency gain from that step actually drives down because now they have more resources they can dedicate to put people or put into spreading out the reach, right? So it's like our goal is now let's find out all these bottlenecks that exist in the ecosystem and start fixing them using tech. So eliminating fraudulent claims using AI, and now we're trying to make sure that distribution is possible using APIs and SDKs. For instance, the likes of Alerts, the likes of Piggyverse, they're embedded insurance products using cross-sales APIs, right? And an insurance company doesn't need to do the stress of trying to access the 500,000 users or 1 million users that are present on these platforms simply because we've provided that embedded facility to them and to the technology company that has done that embedding. So I feel like I've said so many things. So to summarize my answer, right? Taking bits and pieces of technology to attack specific problems in the chain of the entire insurance value proposition is how we are actually driving towards the accessibility because every single step contributes towards accessibility at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Nice. Thank you, Flash. Tommy, to layer on that question, when you look at your own research, your data, there's sometimes from the end user's perspective, you hear, well, they said there's an app, right? But we find out that in Nigeria, if it's not a loan-based app or if it's not something that has to do with something that can better my life, I'm not going to download it, right? And to your point on clearly defining who the underserved market is, even for those of us in this room, when you talk about web applications, mobile applications, some insurance companies or even insurtech companies will say, oh, you need to download this so that you can do this, do that. But what we've seen in reality is you find out that the end users are saying, I'm not going to download it because, you see, I just need a simple way, that is going to make me connect to this. Your downloading is going to it's going to destroy my data. And people are very, very, data is, So from your own, what are you seeing, particularly when it comes to mobile apps, web apps, the adoption, right? Before we even get into all the fancy things that Flash has explained on AI, machine learning, on those simple, low-hanging, tech-driven things that can aid and abet penetration. What are you seeing in terms of the data?
So I think what we saw is that post-COVID, we saw an acceleration of digitization, right, across the continent, not just in Africa. And so we did see that adoption of digital financial services increased from about 16% in 2018, and in 2020 we had 28% of adult Nigerians that had, used digital financial services. Majority of that payments, right? So again, back to my point earlier, the reason why payment has scaled significantly in Nigeria is because they, like he said, a lot of the integration with banks, right? So and we sometimes, we spank them for that to say, you're 70 banked. We want you to go further. But in insurance, where we're not even there yet, we can't be spanking you because we really want you to deepen inclusion, right? So my point is, banked individuals already have apps. They don't have problem with downloading an app, right? So they are not the ones that will be complaining. I will come to the underserved. And I think because I said, digitization has increased, use of DFS has increased, we need to think about how do we partner, collaborate, ensure that there is, that linkage, and we can ride on people who are already banked. I looked at the data, and just 4% of banked individuals have insurance. So you need to ask yourself, these people are financially included. They have a financial transaction account. Why is it then difficult to sell insurance even to a banked person? And back to some of the challenges I mentioned earlier. But again, we know that technology kind of helps us address almost all of those challenges we have all talked about in one way or the other. So on one hand, when we're looking at the banked Nigerians, I do think that the apps and those things can still be, it's the way to go for the underserved and the people that we actually call underserved. I would say what we've seen work is texts. You can't run from that because a lot of them don't even have smartphones. We say mobile phone penetration in Nigeria is at about 80%. Well, probably less than 20% of that is smartphone ownership. So if you want to serve people who are in rural communities who are quite disadvantaged and don't even have the money to buy data for all of this, and this has worked very well in agriculture. So where you see farmers having insurance, it's not because they're using apps. It's because there's a text message and there is, there is USSD, or it's also intentional about how, you walk them through the process, right? You give them what text message helps you to this day. It helps you to simplify your information. You have to send few, letters, and so you have to be very, very intentional and targeted. So for that community and segment, I think text message will be the way to go. But again, there is still a market that we need to serve within the banked and the financially included population that are equally as important as the underserved that we're talking about.
Thank you, Toby. Michael, what are your thoughts?
One of the questions I usually ask whenever I engage around technology adoption is to ask people, have you ever seen a WhatsApp advert before? And I don't know, but I've not seen. I don't know if you've seen any WhatsApp adverts anywhere in Nigeria. I have not seen. Well, guess what? If I do a survey, almost 90% of everyone here has a WhatsApp. In fact, once I lose my phone and I want to reset, one of the first apps I reinstalled is WhatsApp. So, and yet these guys don't have any advert anywhere in this country. So that means value sells itself, right? So, and then I'm asking, why would I want to download an app, right, just to pay for insurance? It leads me to, what are the other ways that we could use to move this agenda? WhatsApp is there. Everyone has it. Why not sell it on WhatsApp? Right? USS is there. Why not sell it? Because we have more people with these kind of phones than the smartphones. So, but one of the challenges which I'm also throwing into this forum is that we've been on the lookout for a credible partner for helping us collect on USSD and WhatsApp. We've had solutions that came and promised plenty things, but delivered just a handful. So if there is anyone here who you have that solution, please let's talk once we're done, right? There is business for you right after this engagement. That is where we have the bulk of our market. I don't need to take you through the stress of downloading anything. You already have the WhatsApp that you've downloaded, not because of me. So I will invade that space and deliver my service to you. So that, for me, I think is one of the ways that we could drive this adoption message and this penetration message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll start rounding up. Just a quick response from everyone. I'd like to start with you, Ngonya. How do you envision the future of insurance in Nigeria, in Africa at large, right? With the advent of technology stacks, right? Now that we have, InsurTech, we have, Fintech, there's a lot of stuff going. The question to round up this panel is, what do you see? What's the future looking like from your own lenses?
Okay, that's a very good question. And I think I've touched on this a little already. As much as we are seeing adoption with technology, just because of the market that we play in, I still do very much believe that there will always be a need to merge the traditional with the technological aspect. The accessibility and just availability, you're talking about data and things of that nature for the underserved. And even, those among us, we still have those issues of connectivity. There will always be the need for the human touch in a market like ours. As adoption grows, quite all right, it may reduce, but just with the widespread of the nation and how rural some places are for reach and adoption, as much as we take on technology, the peculiarities of our market will always require a physical and human interaction. So I still see the need for embracing technology, but without eliminating that human touch.
Thank you, Ngoya. Michael, Tommy, Flash, just quick comments. What do you see?
Okay, so technology is there. Of course, omni-channel is another thing. So why not have humans that are empowered by technology? Someone has mentioned trust. Trust is because people don't trust technology alone. But if there's a human to back the technology, the adoption will be better. And then lastly, legacy insurance is sitting on a huge amount of data. Huge. If you enter some insurance company and see their warehouse of files, right, it's enough, some of them, to cover this room. There's a lot that we could do with that, right? So around getting those things and getting those facts embedded in our product creation and in our delivery, it will help us drive our penetrations.
So in terms of future of insurance and InsurTech, I think that insurance would help, technology would help us to have build more resilience for Nigerians. So rather than the traditional way where we are just trying to accelerate change, which the traditional providers are trying to do. So I'm trying to just enhance my claim mechanism. For technology, it will reinvent that process so that beyond just helping you to cope with a shock, it helps people to actually prevent and be more resilient, because that's the end of what we want to see. At the end of the day, in Nigeria, across Africa, the poverty rate, the frequency of economic challenges, the frequency of conflicts, we need to see that happen. And I think that's where I see insurance going. Technology that enables and reinvents resilience, not just helps you to cope, but helps you to prevent going forward.
Amazing. The way I see the future, my vision of what I see in the next few years is similar to what has happened over the last decade. I remember back in the early 2000s, for you to access the internet, you needed to have like a landline in your house, and you had like a 56K connection. God, those days were frustrating because I'm trying to download Java and C++, and I have to wait forever. But now the mobile phones, the telecom industry has actually revolutionized that. It has changed the way internet is accessed today. That is the way I see in technology changing the landscape of insurance in the next few years. It's going to get to a point where every single person here has insurance without even thinking about it as a big deal, and they're actually enjoying it the same way they're enjoying internet data today because of the mobile phones. And by the way, Chief Michael, we've actually launched a WhatsApp bot, so we can show you. All right, thank you so much.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Round of applause for our esteemed panelists. This is a conversation that can go on and on, so I'd implore us to please, there's the hashtag NFW23, so you can ask your questions. We can continue the conversations online. I'll pause there and hand over to the MC. Thank you.
Technological issues. We need to make sure the microphones are insured. But the thing is this, Dr. Tunde has done a wonderful job. Please, can you put your hands together for him? However, I'm going to take one or two questions or comments. Please let me have Madam Horizon Pay, the CEO herself, is going to make a comment or question. Over to you, ma. And then second one.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the session. I just want...
All right.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, I don't know whether, I think comments and probably questions, Efina, and to the players. You know, yesterday we talked about financial inclusion. We spent quite a lot of time. It was a very good session involving people. And one of the things that we were able to establish is the fact that payments, fintechs in payments have done quite a lot of work. Today, working with the banks, working with SANEF, we have data telling us that we have 1.6 million agent network spread across 774 local governments in Nigeria. And we are here talking insurance today. We are talking about insurance penetration at 1%, 3%, bulk of which are health insurance. We are talking about the lack of awareness. Where is the collaboration between the structure that has been laid all over Nigeria? The objective and the plan of financial inclusion then was for us to have a structure that we could layer different financial services, to penetrate the hinterland. But we have done that successfully with payments. Everybody can pay. You can use your app. You can use USSD. You can go to the agents who can do the selling. But we are not seeing that collaboration. There are 8 micro insurance companies in Nigeria. Let's forget about the big boys who are probably not ready to come down. They are there. What have they done? So I hear APIs, I hear technology, but the guys out there, I'm not sure we are speaking their language. So we probably need to look at the target market versus the value propositions. What kind of insurance is the market woman going to buy aside from health insurance? We have a lot of people dying on the roads. How come we are not talking to the bus companies? For us to embed insurance into transportation. We need to go deeper. We need to do more work. But that is not happening with insurance. I think we need to declare a state of emergency on insurance. That's, then on awareness, I've never seen, except on social media where people are talking about embedded insurance these days, I've never seen an insurance ad. Maybe old one of ICO with the umbrella. You know, that one resonates. But now, I have never seen. But we have Nollywood, popular theater, that we can layer, you know, information. They do, you will see them, they carry POS terminals on me. So what is being done by the players, you know, today for us to be able to achieve the purpose of financial inclusion as far as insurance is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. Funshaw. She's the CEO of Horizon Pay. And then we have the other guy there. Please quickly, Patrick. And it's interesting because a lot of what we talk about, I think it was yourself, Mawu, mentioned that there are just about 30 million Nigerians that have access to smartphones. Am I correct? In 200 and something million population, just 30 million. And all of these 30 million are within the urban setting. So I agree with what she's saying. A lot of times, insurance companies don't like to sponsor events or programs. She's talking about Nollywood. If Nollywood comes to you guys with proposals for awareness and creation, you will say you don't have the budget. So please, let us have some of those issues addressed, because these are part of the things in marketing communications that can help to drive this campaign. All right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Arinze. I'm responsible for brand marketing and customer experience at Veritas Capital. I'd like to first of all say a big thank you to the panelists. There's no gainsaying insurance penetration is low. It's less than 10%. Less than 1% penetration. However, if we collaborate sincerely and genuinely, we can take it further. Recently, there's a WhatsApp platform from Veritas where you can start, finish insurance, buy and sell, and get your certificate. Where is popularity? Nobody knows about it. We must learn and collectively agree that we need to drive insurance penetration by creating meaningful awareness. I won't go on the radio and be telling an insurance person who wants to buy insurance and be telling them about single article limits. Speak the language of your targeted audience so that they can understand what you're saying and be able to see value in what you're giving. What we do, like she said, ICO carrying umbrella or Veritas doing something, we must speak the language of the market we are looking for. Otherwise, we won't go anywhere. There's a huge market, like you said, Carlo. The data for insurance is huge. We can sell, we can drive that penetration, but we must collaborate as providers. Thank you.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, that umbrella advert was in the 70s or 80s. You can imagine. Some people were not born in this hall here. All right. So over to you, panelists. We can only take 2 questions or comments.
So, you know, the SANEF use case that you gave, you know how SANEF was funded? It was well funded. Fortunately, I used to work in an organization that was a beneficiary of that fund. It was good money, right? You know how much? I wouldn't say. That money is not available in insurance. So I knew how we went to almost the nooks and crannies of Nigeria on the strength of that money to talk to people about banking service. The organization that I worked for then, that money was a very big push and motivation for us, because it was almost 4 times our annual budget. So imagine that. So it was enough for us to, in fact, that money made me, I toured all the 17 states in southern Nigeria, that money. So imagine the push that that gave to us. Just like the second speaker said, it will take the collaboration of the players. Maybe NIA putting funds together. That money came from CBN, right? And you know that the money also came from the banks, because that's how CBN gets their money. So maybe the NIA will find a way to have the insurance companies contribute something small, right? So that we can put together a pool of funds to drive insurance education. So once we have more awareness, we have more markets, because there's someone that knows about you that is part of your markets. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if I may ask, who has more money, insurance companies or banks? Banks or insurance companies? So, no, insurance companies do have more money. They don't. No. Yes, I'm trying to put them on the spot because they're looking for money from NIA. this is something that needs to be done. I know there was an advert roll campaign in the papers. Buy insurance, buy insurance. That was in the papers. And like you rightly said, in terms of WhatsApp platform, somebody also mentioned that in awareness. And I think the lady from Awa from NCC yesterday also hammered on awareness. It looks as if the past have anchored events even within the insurance space, which the awareness matter came up. And I think the insurance industry should take up what Mrs. Funsho actually mentioned with regards to using the entertainment platforms. In America, oftentimes when you watch movies, you will see either Pepsi or Coca-Cola fridge or whatever it is. Those are some of those inserts that can actually create mind share. So it's important because the insurance penetration in the country is very, very poor. Even auto insurance, some people don't want to even take that up. Third party with regards to whatever it is, all right? So we need to be able to do this because we need our systems, our services to be insured. All right, I don't want to get too passionate because this is not my panel. Dr. Salako is always looking at me because he's saying to himself, Stephen, you are MC, not moderator. So at this point in time, over to you, Dr. Salako, to wrap up this panel so that we can have a picture and then invite our next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, esteemed guests. Wonderful contribution and comments. Thank you, esteemed panelists. I think the homework, the takeaways, the assignments is very clear-cut, right? There's the low-hanging fruits, right? I think that's what we need to look at. How do we move into the next frontier? How do we create these mind shifts? Awareness is a big thing. Education is a big thing. And when we look at the end user, who is at the center of it all, right? Trust, relevance, time to value, something very critical that Tommy brought up, right? Those are things that are pertinent to everyone. Before you start talking about, okay, can I even afford it? Do I have access to it? Is it available, right? And then does it fit my need? Is it relevant to me as an individual? I think those are the clear-cut steps that we need to look into. We need to start deep diving into this. And obviously, have these conversations continuously, offline and online, in all matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Tunde Salako. Please, can you come up for us to have an insurance snapshot, even if we might not insure the picture, but let's just... COO, please, can we come up to have okay, and of course our keynote speaker to come up as well to have this moment that we want to capture. Please, you want to move forward to the middle? So please, make sure you have your insurance smile put on. Because this is one of the ways we can penetrate the market with your smiles. Are they smiling insurancely? No, they say you're not smiling with insurance. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so very much. Please, can you put your hands together for Dr. Salako and his team that has done a wonderful job in helping us explore this subject matter of insurance. There is a need for us to make sure that we are able to address the marketing communication angle of all of this conversation. Awareness, education, it demands also budget, and that is part of the reason why we say a big thank you to all of the sponsors that have made this particular event possible. If the sponsors didn't identify with this program, I'm very sure most of us might not be here. And I can imagine the kind of awareness that has created for everybody. So sponsorship is one of the major channel, strategic channel, by the way, that can help us not just put up your brand, but also engender the conversation within any industry that we might be exploring. So thank you very much, Dr. Tunde Salako. Thank you, Mr. Bode Pedro. Thank you, Mr. John Dada. Thank you, Michael Kalu. Thank you, Dr. Oluwatomi. And of course, thank you, Kalango, for this particular session. Quickly, we are going to move in to have our keynote address. And our speaker is the founder and general partner of Future Africa, Ian Aboyeji. Please, can you put your hands together for him as he speaks on scaling digital talent for global competition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Fantastic. Thank you very much for having me here. All protocol duly observed, but in particular, I would like to recognize our Dr. Obrima, who has been holding up this organization as well as our president, Mr. Bajomo, and all the other members of the Governing Council and members of Fintech Nigeria. This morning, I just want to speak very briefly about the need for us to raise our sights as an industry when it comes to the investment in talent. And the reason why I thought it was an important topic for us to take today is my general mindset has always been that as a country, Nigeria's greatest challenges often turn out to also be its biggest opportunities. And I believe that if you sit down with any fintech company and ask them, what are your biggest problems? You will probably hear two things come up repeatedly, right? One would be dollar. Is somebody, I mean, it's not a problem for you people. It's 1-3 today now, so, huh? And the second will be talent, Jackpa, right? And for me, I think that those are incredible opportunities for our country. Incredible opportunities for our country. And so in the next 5 to 10 minutes, a very short speech, I don't have much to say, because I have to leave here a little shortly. I have another commitment. I just want to share a few thoughts about investing in talent so that we can build a truly global fintech hub here in Nigeria. Now, for you to fully understand where we are coming from, and I think for me, I always look at our industry with a lot of gratitude because of where we are coming from and because of all the sacrifices that many people have made to get our industry to this point. Now, where are we really? When you look at our country, right? You know, over the last 3 to 5 years, the fintech sector has attracted close to $3 billion in investment. And I'm not talking about fintech across Africa. I'm talking about fintech in Nigeria. And it's been able to attract that investment, not because we have juju in our mouths, or because the fintech people are selling a dream, but because a market was intentionally created by the regulator. Now, I know we like to rag on our regulator, the CBN, a lot, but any observant individual with a sense of history will recognize that Payments Vision 2010 was implemented to the fullest and actually delivered on the results that were projected. In fact, over-delivered, if you can ask me, in every respect. Whether you're talking about financial inclusion targets, we're not where we want to be, but we are far ahead of where we were. Right? Whether you're talking about the businesses that have been built on the payment system, whether we're talking about the level of talent, you can tell that the foresight of a lot of the originators of Payments Vision 2010, they got the industry far. And that's why today we are celebrating a $3 billion fintech industry in this our country. However, there was only one item on Payments Vision 2010 that was not achieved. And that was the establishment of an international financial center. And many attempts have been made, but for many policy and other political reasons, that has not been achieved. And when I talk to my friends and say, what would it take to truly make Nigeria an international finance center? You know, a lot of my finance friends will say, oh, you have to remove the taxes, you have to remove this, you have to remove that. And it's true. You need all of that. But when I talk to my friends globally, they say, well, what would make me move any part of my operations as a financial institution to Nigeria? And I've talked to all the CIOs in all the top financial institutions in the world, JP Morgan, BAML, all of them. And you know what they tell me? There's only one reason they would move operations to Nigeria, and that is talent. If you walk in the halls of global financial institutions and you see the amount of our talent that is in those halls, you self go shock. The amount of Nigerians that are working in cyber fraud, in just MasterCard, in international operations, you will shock. And this has happened organically, just by virtue of the banks meeting their own needs. We have managed to inorganically build this crop of talent. So I often imagine, what will happen if we actually intentionally double down on creating a crop of fintech talent that could serve the world? Now, we are in the middle of an incredible shift. I just got on a plane this morning from San Francisco. I went there to meet with a few of our partner funds and our businesses. And obviously, I'm sure as many of you know, the only thing that is on everybody's mind is AI, artificial intelligence. Now, the story they tell you in the press is artificial intelligence is coming to take all your jobs. But what they don't tell you about is that there's this small thing about artificial intelligence called the human in the loop or the human on the loop, which means that every time you see any artifact of intelligence, right, there is usually a human being that has trained the model to deliver. And this is a concept that goes as far back as 1973 with a very interesting book written by a guy called Lick Leader called Man-Machine Symbiosis, where he said, what's going to happen with artificial intelligence at the end of the day is that it becomes a superpower for human beings, where essentially you don't repeat yourself. Those of us that are programmers, I'm not one, but those of us that understand programming know that this is one of the fundamental principles of programming, right? This idea that you can build loops and you don't have to repeat yourself consistently. And that is what these artificial intelligence AI models are leading us to. So there would be a need for human beings. And we have an opportunity, particularly given the very strategic focus that the Honorable Minister of Communications is placing on artificial intelligence, to be the country that delivers those humans in the loop. Those human beings that can combine with artificial intelligence and machines to make sure that we can catch fraud, right? To make sure that we can enhance the relationship management, to make sure that we can design new products based on data, to make sure that we can engage new audiences and adapt products to fit their needs. But it will all start with this sort of intention that our originators of Payments Vision 2010 had all those many years. That if we start that work today and say, look, in another 10 years or 20 years from now, we want Nigeria to be a leading international finance center predicated on the availability of human-in-the-loop, AI-friendly talent. And we start to work towards that. I think it would be incredible to imagine what we could deliver on. Because the world is moving. While we are worried about dollar and all this stuff, Fintech is moving to delivery. People are asking themselves, banks are saying, you know what? Do I need more than my treasury department to run a global bank? Can I outsource all the other functions and pay on the basis of outcomes? And there's an opportunity for us to do that. And in doing that, we can solve our own problem of JACPA. Because like I say, JACPA is not a problem if you have 100 million young people. You can always make more. You have the raw material to make more. So I said I was only going to speak for a few minutes and I'm over my time, but I just wanted to share a bit to spark our imagination about where next we can go as an industry. So that, we don't allow the current challenges to go, to waste. The current challenges are incredible opportunities. And if we allow them to go to waste, I don't think the future will forgive us. Thank you.
Please, I'd like to invite the COO to please come up to have a snapshot with keynote speaker. Interestingly enough, for some of you who may not know, Aboyeji is the founder of Andala and the Flutterwave. So when you hear about those brands, this is a great mind behind it, along with his team. The way they're hugging themselves, you know that they want to start up another company. That's to tell you the fact that we're not wasting any challenge that we are facing today in this country. And so that itself is a major, major focus. I want to say a big thank you. Please. Okay, Oreme Yakam. Please, can you come in? Committee chair. NFW 23, is he here or she here? Okay. Oreme, please come up. Okay, you heard your name twice. Be careful, careful, careful. Is this a Nigerian material, man? Now, the good thing is this. If we don't buy Nigeria, we don't make Nigeria, okay, we will not improve on our currency, all right? Sorry about that. Cyprian, you come up. Sorry about that. If we don't do Nigeria or buy Nigeria, we are not obviously doing what we have to do. As you can see, even the COO has a made in Nigeria Akara. As a matter of fact, please put your hands together for him. Oh, Emma Binusa, Asho okay. Is Asho okay? Asho okay. Asho okay. And the madam has a, madam, I don't know what material that is before I get into trouble. Adire anyone pay here? Okay. And then, just pretend we didn't see that, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, it's the case might be. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for that before I run faster than my mouth. Are we done? Photographers, are we done? All right, thank you very much. This is great to see. Just like Enyas actually said, it's important for us to do buy in Nigeria. The more we do buy in Nigeria, the more our currency actually improves. As a matter of fact, the jacket that I'm wearing is actually made in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, so that we need to understand how that goes. At this point in time, I would like to quickly introduce and call to the podium Mr. Olufemi Davis, who is going to be making a pitch, and is from InterSwitch, is the divisional head, product and innovation. Please, can you put your hands together for Olufemi Davis? You're welcome, sir. He's speaking for just 10 minutes, and we are looking at InterSwitch, what exactly InterSwitch has for us.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed. And maybe I should also say that I'm also wearing a Made in Nigeria jacket. Yeah. Okay. All right, so I have just 10 minutes. And what I'll be speaking about is one of our products that we call Card Fusion, which enables institutions to issue cards instantly. So for banks and players in the payment ecosystem, one of the major key tokens that we have is cards. This creates a differentiator for them and also increases revenue. However, the process of getting these cards in the hands of customers can be quite cumbersome, with a high degree of manual intervention and a lot of players in between, thereby making it look like rocket science to fintechs and other players that want to innovate in this space. Our focus at InterSwitch is to demystify this the way we demystified payments and make it look like pure water for everybody to issue cards in their location. In 1950, the first card was issued in the world. It was a Diners Club card. And in the 80s, Nigeria issued its first card. Today, when you walk into your bank or you want to get a card from a fintech, what you see on the screen is the process that it takes and the many hubs involved. You walk into a branch, and then you request for the card, and the card request goes through a card request server that goes to a production server, and then another process happens where it is sent for what we call data prep. Data prep is the instance where your card data is written on the chip of your card and the mark stripe behind the card. It flows to a personalization company that now embeds this data on the card and then send it to the head office, who now send it to the branch you made the request for distribution to you. This process will take a minimum of about 3 days. In some cases, where your request is made very far, maybe far in the far north, it could take as much as a week. So here we have just listed some of the challenges of the current way of doing things, which also includes waste. Some of the institutions have tried to break these jinx by doing what we call pre-personalization, where you have cards that this data have been written on the chip and on the mark stripe. You walk in, and then they simply print your name on it, link it to your account, and issue it to you. The challenge with this is that it can also cause waste to the bank, because you might have instances where a branch might not exhaust the cards that have been pre-personalized until they expire. One of the other issues is that a customer might be given a card that would expire be in 2 years or a year, rather than the specified 3 years by the central bank. So what have we done to solve this? That is what we want to talk about today. We have come up with what we call the Card Fusion, which is the instant card issuance system. What this would do is that it will embed the process of the request, the linking of the accounts, and the generation of the required data that is embedded on the chip. The slide that is missing is to show us the architecture of what we are doing now. It's very simple. From where you walk into the location, and walk away with your card fully personalized, expiring in the defined duration by the central bank, which is 3 years as at now. And then you can start enjoying your card. These are the features of what we've done. Worldwide today. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I guess I'll just speak. I was trying to go to the next slide that tells us the benefits, which is to improve your customer experience. The customer will be delighted because they can open your account or wallet and be issued a card. Closed loop is probably not the way to go. That's why you see even the Oyster cards, are no longer the in thing out there. People the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas coming are not the generation. We've moved from the baby boomers from tally number to the millennials, that do instant transfer, and Gen Zs that also do instant transfer. Now we are moving to instant everything. Card issuance should not be out of it. With this solution, we are creating a platform that fintechs can build on. You can build your own innovation on it to ensure that cards can be issued instantly in any location and to your customers to make them happy, to make you today ready for the Gen Zs and future ready for the Gen Alphas. Thank you. Questions?
Hello? Okay, thank you very much. That's great to know. InterSwitch. That'll be all, yes, for now. Thank you, Femi. Femi wanted extra minutes, but we know that InterSwitch is working with us as a wonderful partner. Ladies and gentlemen, at that spot, we will quickly go to the next item on our agenda, which is the impact of effective marketing on business growth and expansion. I'm very particularly interested in this session because I operate also in the media as well as PR and marketing communication space. And we've been talking so much about awareness. I want to believe that the panelists will help to do justice to this topic. The moderator for this panel is no other person than Madam Nneka Eneli, Director Workforce Group. Please can we put our hands together for her as she comes up to take up her seat so that we can start up the session, which is going to run for 30 minutes only, which also includes questions and answer. And then this particular panel will look at the concept to market ideology. We'll also look at what you have to do to win, and then with marketing. I'm very sure this is not conclusive without a discussion on artificial intelligence. Yesterday we had an AI model or image that was singing, so we can imagine what AI also can do in terms of marketing communications, and of course driving awareness as the case is. And so we want to say a big thank you to Madam Nneka Eneli, Director Workforce Group, that will be moderating this session. As the case might be, you might choose whatever part you want, whether in the edge or in the middle. You know, it's all in your own purview, madam. And of course, Mr. Tokumbo Omonubi, Head of Products for Remita. Please put your hands together for him. Mr. Tokumbo, it looks like, are those your Remita people? Yeah, no wonder, I can imagine. These ones, they are just like in the sports stadium, and they are giving their whole people, you know, the kind of embracement. Thank you. Tokumbo, please, I will need you to sit close to the moderator because it looks like you are going to be the only man standing on this panel. And then we'll have next to join Madam and Tokumbo, we have Ms. Buki Oshunkeye, Senior Product Leader and Marketing Strategist, who will be also be speaking on this panel. And certainly, Mrs. Oremeyi Aka, Chief Customer Experience Officer for InterSwitch. She's here, as a matter of fact. Please, can you put your hands together for all of our panelists? Great. So, well, you know, the women have a different way of doing it. Tokuma, did she greet you that way? Or it was just a handshake? But you're your own, as a matter of fact. All right? I wish you all the best. Over to you, madam, for the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, my wonderful panelists, good morning again.
True.
I'm looking forward to this interesting discussion. So yes, we're talking about the impact of effective marketing on business growth and expansion. I was listening to Yehuda when he was giving his keynote address, and it was so interesting, you know, when he talked about the amount that has been raised by the tech sector. He said about how many people can remember? Say close to $3 billion, right? And I know there's a startup week coming up soon, right? So people are looking for more funds, grants, yes? So really, the sector, what are we talking about? One major thing, yeah, he mentioned talent and growth, yeah? So one thing that I know that tech companies, tech organizations are looking forward to is constant growth, continuous growth, and expansion. And that's why I want to discuss, you know, factors around that growth and expansion. And, you know, we have experienced, you know, experienced panelists here who have been there, done that. I want to, you know, to hear some of that, how they've done that in their different organizations. And I know they're still doing that. So that a lot of us can pick, you know, one or two things that will help us in this. So where do I start from? I don't want to, because my dear MC was saying we are doing women empowerment. So let me start from Tokumbo, yes? That is not like we're doing women. Okay. Thank you, Tokumbo. Now, let me ask you this. In the context of Nigeria's evolving digital landscape, what factors do you think contribute to the development of successful and impactful digital products and services? And we know that there's a lot of evolution going on. So what do you think, what factors do you see is, you know, contributing to?
Okay, so when we're talking about impactful products and services, developing impactful products and services, we have to ask ourselves the meaning of what we mean by impactful product and services. And essentially what we mean is kind of like products and services that impact the actual consumers or stakeholders involved. I want to make a very important distinction here. We talk a lot about the customer, right? But it's important to think about it like the stakeholders, and I'll tell you why. So essentially, we have different kind of businesses, right? We have, businesses that sell business to consumer, business to consumer. Sometimes when you think about the customer, you tend to think about your customer, right? But, understanding how it impacts the actual product is appreciating how it impacts the final consumer, how it impacts other stakeholders like the regulators, the people the regulators are protecting, right? Fraud, you have to factor that in because that's a negative impact, So it's actually understanding the kind of the customer base here, actually, the customer segment you're talking about, right? Appreciating that customer segment, which is where marketing comes into play. So essentially, you find that a lot of the times you have a scenario where it's like build a product now and then market later, right? Which is a big problem. There is a synergy to be achieved within marketing and products that helps you to actually get that kind of like impactful products. It starts with understanding your customer and then, working your way towards actually meeting that customer's needs.
Okay, thank you very much. That was interesting. A round of applause for him, please. So yes, I hear, really, he talked about stakeholders, not customers, yes, stakeholders. And it has changed. Back in the day, you would hear people who build products, so it's like a push effect. So it's whatever we offer you, you have to buy or you have to take. But now, Tokumbo is telling us that, no, it has changed. You build products with the customer's need in mind, if I'm right? That's what you said. So what is it? You're trying to achieve that synergy, and you're making sure that you understand the needs of your stakeholders, your customers, the users, as the case may be. And then when you are building your products, you're making sure that the product actually meets the needs of the customers. So marketing will have to help to, achieve that synergy. Thank you so much. So let me go to my women. I will jump. I'm a non-conventional person, don't worry, so I won't go that way. I'm sure Book is expecting my question. No. Oreme, I know you are, the my interswitch people.
We are trying.
You are trying. I was telling her that I said interswitch, you have taken everybody.
Never stop. Never stop. Never stop. That's our motto.
So yes, this is what you do best and what you've been doing. Let's talk about product leadership. Okay? So for you, and maybe for InterSwitch, what does product leadership mean? To you, to the business, what is product leadership? Because I know that you've been around for a while. InterSwitch has been around for a while. So what does product leadership mean to you? And then how do you think it contributes to business growth? You guys have gotten to where you are now, and you're still growing. You've almost bought the whole of Okwawu. So what does product leadership mean to you? Let's hear from you.
All right. Product leadership is a strategic pillar. Product leadership is a strategic concept that you can actually win in the marketplace by deploying products that consumers will crave for, and that will give you a leadership position in your industry. That's the concept of product leadership. But breaking it down, how does a company achieve that? Like we said before, you build anything, you deploy in the marketplace, and consumers must take it. But things have changed. Now, what has made things change? First of all, technology. The fact that the consumer of today, when my colleague was speaking, we talked of the different generations, baby boomers. The consumers of today have a different orientation. They are digital natives. So therefore, for you to even try to win with any form of product, and we're not just talking technology product, across any industry, including automobiles, but since we're talking fintech, we can stay here. You must leverage, you must appreciate that the appetite of your consumer in this generation has changed. And so for you to lead with products, you must come from that customer perspective. It must be inborn. You must embed it in your DNA. Now, I will say, to make it easy, there are 3 things that you consider for a leading product. You consider the functionality. You consider the accessibility, and you consider the emotional impact or emotional experience. The functionality is, how does it work? You just enter and do this. If it's an app, or if it's a car, or even if it's whatever product it is, what is the functionality? Now that is the base. That is what gives you a foot into the door. You must have the basic functions. But to go the next level, you talk of accessibility. How easy is it for your customers to access that product? So if you look at, again, the School of Product Leadership, they will tell you a product must be easy to use, easy to reach, easy to access. Of course, technology has driven that. The patience of customers is short, it's quick everything. This is a microwave generation. Everything must be quick. Accessibility is critical. Then the last layer is the emotional. What emotional experience does that product deliver? So when you see people, again, we can use the one we know, Apple. People will buy an Apple phone. Why? Because there's an emotional connection. It's not a money issue. Phone is phone. But there's something this does for you on the emotional level. And if you cannot crack that, what you will have is a functional product. And any competition, anybody can come and knock you out of the market if you are only competing on the functional level. So you must be able to combine the functionality, the accessibility layer, the emotional connection layers. Is this flipping? The emotional connection layer for you to deliver a sustainable product that will drive business value. Because what gives a business value is that your customers came today and they will come tomorrow. So customer advocacy is actually the lifeblood of a long-term business. And in fintech, it's very important. In technology, it's very important because you can easily be thrown out of the market. So that's what I'll say. Those three are very important. Combined with marketing gives you gives you a complete picture that will enable you to win sustainably in the long term.
Awesome, awesome. A round of applause for her. That was really very insightful. I like that. And in fact, I like the fact that she started with, it's a strategic concept. You know, we've moved from analog, yes? We're in the digital age, or super digital. So it is a strategic concept. And those three key areas, three levers, functionality, accessibility, and that emotional impact. I know it's that emotional impact that keeps people, wanting to come back and come back, Yeah, so someone like me, I'm very big on user experience. And, like you said, in this tech age, you have all sorts of platforms, software. Once it's too difficult to navigate, please, I guess that's where the emotional, because functionality is there and all that, but in terms of that emotional, the user experience really matters. I guess that's where the emotional impact comes from. And I like the fact that I said for sustainable business growth. Because we are not here for, the short term. We are here for the long haul. And that's why, how many years counting InterSwitch?
This is our 21st year.
Wow, 21st. Round of applause for InterSwitch. 21st year. I like something she said. I know, sorry, I'm not an InterSwitch, but I don't know why I'm repping InterSwitch like this. But your colleague was, when he talked something about card fusion, it was so interesting, because I was remembering back in the day when we started collecting cards, and you apply for your card, the bank would tell you, come back in, they will call you or something, they will send you a message, yes, and you probably get a message like, maybe 2 weeks after, your card is ready, pick up at this branch, and then you will go. And then he said that you can walk into, am I right, Mr. Davis? He said you can walk into any location, and he said not branch, he said location, meaning that you're trying to also drive financial inclusion. Yes, so you can walk into any location, and on the spot, they give you your card, and that's awesome. So we can see that we are really evolving. Thank you very much for that, Orime. Yes, Buki, we are here. Okay? Now, let me come to you. I'm really enjoying this. I hope you all are enjoying this. I'm really getting a lot from, this interaction. So, Buki, the digital age has started. So, and he was talking about some people saying AI will take over our jobs, take over everything. I'm happy to hear that that's not the case. So, in today's digital age, how can businesses effectively integrate both online and offline marketing channels for optimal results? So we know that marketing has also moved and is still moving. So how do we integrate both channels, online, offline? At the end of it, we want results, sustainable results. So how do you think we integrate that?
Okay. One of the things that, so first of all, I'm looking at the audience, right? And I believe that the audience is filled with a lot of young founders people who want to start their own technology business, right? And from what I've seen in the industry is that a lot of people are so focused on product, right? They're focused on the actual, building the technology. What I'm seeing more and more is that a lot of people are not thinking marketing. So I'm going to speak as a marketing professional. That one thing I want to beg you is think marketing first. Think sales first before you even start building. Because you could spend like a whole year. Some people, most of their products, it takes about 6 months to go to market. Some people 1 year. And then you now get to the end of building the product and find out there's no one out there, you understand, who wants to buy what you have been building. So how do you integrate online and offline? For me, put technology aside. You need foot soldiers. You need a team of people who are out there speaking to customers and onboarding them directly. And I'll tell you why. In Nigeria, the way we work is that there's quite a few products, or the way we work in shopping is that most people have a long lead to decision making. So you can't just plan a digital marketing campaign today, put it online, put it on Google or Facebook, and think that somebody's going to see it 2 times, click on it, and immediately you have a customer. It doesn't kind of work that way. So you need to build your offline team first, because customers, people in general in Nigeria, need a one-on-one contact. They need you to be able to explain your product, right? And they need that as a sort of proof of concept. If they see your adverts online and they don't actually see foot soldiers in the marketplace, and when I say foot soldiers, people wearing your t-shirts, giving out your free branded pen and branded key holder. I've gotten quite a few branded key holders today, and which is why I even like conferences like this, because it puts a face to the names of the companies that we've been seeing online. When we come here and we meet them face to face, we know that, oh, these companies actually exist. They actually want to grow. So if I see a company here and I know that you want to grow, then I'm more likely to do business with you, because I know that you plan on being around next year, 5 years' time, 10 years' time. So integrating online and offline, I would say, believe you me, it may be a technological product, but you need your offline marketing first. What I call foot soldiers, field sales representatives, treat that team like gold. They are the ones who have the contact and the touch points with your customer, right? And one key thing that I always even share is that you need to actually have meetings with those guys on a weekly basis. They're bringing you feedback. You could be in the office, in the, your remote team, building and building and building. Those guys will tell you, this feature ABC is what your customers are going to value. This feature XYZ you're building, I beg, ditch it. Because I've spoken to the customers and what they're really after is this. So if I were you, put more of your marketing budget towards the field sales, towards the one-on-one contact, customer experience guys, customer success guys. I onboarded one of the technological products recently, and I was so impressed that they have customer success operators assigned to certain, and it wasn't even a VIP package. They're assigned to certain regions. I tell you, that girl hounded me every day on WhatsApp till I gave her audience to train me how to use the product. So that you see that app that you downloaded, we want you to be using it. Don't abandon it. And trust me, I'm now using the product. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. If I booking, I don't know, do you work with workforce? She just touched me on my soft spots when she mentioned that you still need the food soldiers, because that's what we do in my business. We merge, we integrate both deployed the food soldiers, we call them DSs, and then she says that you integrate that with the online marketing. So some people, she says, think marketing first, think sales first. Don't just build your product and then leave that product hanging in the cloud or where you've hosted it, and there is nobody to buy it. So I like that, Buki. Thank you so much. Thank you. So because of time, I'll just ask one more set of questions, and then we'll take questions from the floor. I would like you to just give me 2 minutes in answering these questions. Let's try. I'm enjoying myself. I could be here forever. MC, can we stay here? Okay, Oreme, let's come to you. Yeah? Let's talk about AI. AI, because if we don't talk about AI, this conference is not over. We can't finish. So how is artificial intelligence transforming the landscape of digital marketing?
All right, great. So I was happy again that he said AI, and he said, but however, at the back of AI, there's the human intelligence. So AI is really just a tool. It's a tool that you can leverage, and so to bring it into the context of digital marketing. AI can help in digital marketing from several aspects. One, content creation, and you can say content fine-tuning. So like she mentioned, you send your foot soldiers out there critical. But as you start to scale, what AI will do for you is that it can take that massive pool of customer feedback and it can help you to run predictive analytics and say, oh, based on feedback coming, these are the kind of, you can position these new features. These are the features that should be prioritized. It can help you do that analysis faster. So really, technology is just something that helps us be more effective. It's not taking away your thinking. It's not taking away your job, as long as you are bringing your humanity into that role. So AI helps digital marketing to be effective. But first you must always start with data. Predictive analytics can help us, as I said. You can predict customer behavior. You can predict customer next move. And so you can therefore know which product should I position for this class or this group of customers. Another thing that it can help you do is personalization with customers. Customers love to know that I am not just a number. Even, we always like it. You download your app, and then the next day it says, hello, Remy, these are the kind of movies you like to watch. I'm recommending these ones. How did Netflix know the kind of movie? It's analytics. It's using data, to predict and to personalize my experience. And I love that as a person. I love that you know me as Oreme, and I will stay with you likely. I mentioned content fine-tuning for digital marketing. It will help you as a digital marketer. You're not just throwing adverts out there on Google Ads, but you're able to actually maybe what words. AI can tell you how to fine-tune your content, buzzwords that will, connect with your customers. So you have a higher return on your marketing investment. And I think that's very, very, very important. Of course, AI will help you, as I said, feedback comes, fine-tune that feedback that can go back into product development. What Buki was saying, your foot soldiers are hearing. They are telling, and you can take that loop goes back into reiterative product development. AI can help you fast-track that from a massive pool of customers, different scenarios, customers in different phases of life, different countries, different areas. So AI just makes you more effective through those various means. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Predictive analytics, yes. And using the example of Netflix, that's very interesting because you watch something on Netflix. I'm not an action movie, and then if they throw up action, I'll be wondering where did this come from. So yes, and then content creation, it helps you to scale. So we know that there is a lot to benefit from AI when we talk of marketing and building our businesses. And that's why it's interesting when we merge that with Buki's response on how we can integrate both that and then what we can benefit from AI to achieve sustainable business growth. Thank you. I'm just trying to rush this. Tokumbo. Yes. Let's see. How do you think businesses adapt and stay competitive in a market where AI is increasingly prevalent in the global marketing strategies? Now we're looking at, staying competitive, still leveraging AI.
Yeah, so essentially, first of all, I think we need to appreciate the fact that AI has been around for a while, right? ChatGPT and stuff like that has just brought it to the fore, which is good. As Ore rightly said, these things we use it on a day-to-day basis, Netflix and whatnot, right? Modern businesses now, particularly marketing departments, have a lot of tools. Most of the tools marketing departments use are embedding AI to the front. There's such a thing as a product that the market is not ready for, right? So this thing has been around for a while. The good thing is that ChatGPT brought it forward, OpenAI and all that. So you have tools like HubSpot now, right? SurveyMonkey and all these kind of tools that people normally use for marketing have brought AI to the front now, to the point that it's clear that, look, for capturing your customers' information, right? Email, chat, whatever, right? I'm helping you refine that information. I'm allowing you to write blogs, right? And, giving you clear kind of like, I'm letting you know that, look, I'm going to help you to fine-tune this content, right, to meet this particular customer's needs. So now, loads of the tools out there is now readily available to people. People understand what it means now. You know that you're doing this email. This email is kind of fine-tuned specifically for that customer, right? This blog is fine-tuned specifically. You don't maybe need to employ somebody to work with some SEO expert now, right? Loads of the tools that you use for your site and all that, right? Will help you kind of like sort out the SEO so that it's actually the search engine optimization. Sorry, I have to make sure I'm not using acronyms. So it's actually clear that it's actually, helping you to actually meet your customers specifically. As time goes on, these things become more affordable, right? Tools like Amazon and our local ones like Konga and Jumia, they use tools like this that actually predict what customers want to buy and suggest it to them, right? So that information, that technology is readily available to loads of marketing companies. Just any tool that a marketing company uses, right, has given them a level of how do I put it now? Connection to use AI in one way or the other. And the great thing is that it's available on a beginner level and it's available at an expert level as well, so that people can actually benefit from it in either way.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ChatGPT, the famous ChatGPT, it's made things easier. And there's so many platforms, so many tools. I know for marketing agencies, I'm sure, like from what Tokumbo says, in those days, marketing agencies, you see the creative people have to go through, think creatively. Now, designs can come out. I will not know they've used AI to achieve those, the content, the designs, and and he said a lot of things have been brought to the fore. These things have always been in place. SurveyMonkey has been around for a while, but just a few people, were aware of that. But now we are aware that we can use these things to achieve most of the things. And he mentioned, every year they say some jobs will be extinct, right? In the next, I'm sure by the end of this year, we'll see another list of jobs that will go extinct. And Tokumo is saying that, I don't want to say so, might be some SEO, SCM experts in here. But some of these things now, people can just pay. And the prices go down, as time goes on. You just probably pay $10 or less than that, and you will get that. So watch that space. Mind that gap. My last question now, and then take questions. Let me go back to Buki. Buki, you're a marketing guru. I know, and you're a marketing expert, okay? So let's talk about just a few of the challenges. What challenges do businesses typically face when transitioning from a concept to a market-ready product? I know you've had experience in this area. What are some of the challenges, and how did you overcome them?
I shared some of the challenges unknowingly when I answered the last question, which is they don't look at the customer, talk to the customer, right? The biggest challenge that I find is not knowing your numbers. So again, I want to really, really appeal directly to the people we have in the audience. Young tech founders, young or senior product managers, senior marketing leaders, senior product leaders. Know your numbers, know your metrics. The biggest challenge is either not knowing what you can sell in the marketplace, not knowing the number or the amount of profit or revenue you can make from your product. Meanwhile, you're spending billions building a product. And also not being realistic about how much money. So some people either don't predict how much money they can make from their product, or they overestimate. So I'm going to just share with you my favorite all-time metric, so that when you're building, you consider this and know that let this not be a challenge to you. CLV. Can we all say CLV? Customer lifetime value. Please calculate that metric before you build any product. It's as simple as, you know what, I charge maybe 50 naira per transaction on my app, and I know my customer will make maybe 12 transactions a week or 100 transactions a month, and my customer is likely to stay with me for up to 5 years. Do those numbers. 50 times 100 times 12 months times 5 years or whatever. And know realistically how much you can make per customer, how many customers you can you can onboard and how many customers stay with you in the long run, so that we don't go spending a product and at the end of the day, we end up in the, what they call it, in the graveyard of technology products, in the graveyard of startups. I want every single person that's come here to be successful with their product when they go away from Nigeria Fintech Week 2023. That's why we're all here learning. So please keep those 3 letters in mind. CLV. Please. Thank you very much.
Awesome. A round of applause for Buki, please. We've learned that. Please, can we repeat it again? CLV. Yeah, that's customer lifetime value. So, I mean, you've been calculating that on... That's a really insightful, very insightful thing she's taught us now. CLV. Please, everybody, just go back and make sure you do those numbers. You know, numbers, that's the language of business, as we say in consulting. Numbers, if you don't know your numbers. So there's no point spending so much money from what Buki is saying in, building that product, the concept and all that. And then there's, it ends up, as she says, in the graveyard of tech products and startups. That won't be our portion, in Jesus' name, as you say. Okay, thank you very much. That has been a very interesting discussion. A round of applause for all my panelists, please. A round of applause. Help me, please. Can we encourage them, please? A round of applause. Didn't you learn something? I've learned a lot just by moderating this session. I've learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much, Oreme. Thank you, Buki. Thank you, Tokumbo. I've really enjoyed this. Let's see there are a few questions.
All right, certainly, Nika, this is a... fact, I stood here all through and just couldn't imagine that it felt like I was back in a business school, because you have to be dealing with very practical things as the case might be. As a matter of fact, I was so very much envious of Tokumbo, because I know he was feeling all of the energy. You could hear how Buki was going, and then Oremi was actually even supporting her. Tokumbo, don't worry. Understand you're being realistic with terms. You don't want to chew more than what you can digest. All right, madam?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janet Kaite, and I represent the Securities and Exchange Commission. I like what Mrs. Buki said about the marketing strategy. So mine is just a comment. I want to, in addition to the aggressive marketing with the foot soldiers, I want to encourage that you have another team that will engage the regulator, because it's one thing for you to develop your product and put it out there, and at the end of the day, the regulator clamps it down. So we encourage that you have a team that will engage the regulator to understand the regulatory requirements, so that while you design your product, you build the regulation into it. Us at the Securities and Exchange Commission, we actually encourage that while you conceive the idea, while you're thinking about it, engage the regulator to understand the regulatory requirements, so that when you develop your product, you build it into it. Thank you.
That's great to know. We also know that I think SEC has some of those guidelines for regulatory sandbox. It's important that we mention that. If SEC has another question, please give her, let her ask. Any other question, ma? None at all. Okay. Just realize that we are giving the due honor. It's important. You can be friends with SEC and shut your mind. There's one more question behind. See why? Quickly. I'm excited about this panel, and it's something that as a result of that, I'm extending the time by maybe about 10 more minutes, more or less. If you're in agreement, can I hear a hi? All right. I know they are talking about money. That's why you're interested. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your question or comment?
My name is Olorun Toba Ognaike. I represent iBrand TV, a broadcasting television station in Nigeria. One of the funny things that I've seen in Nigeria is that we have various individuals coming to develop app, but we barely have innovations that get to solve our problems. And we tend to build apps in connection or trying to emulate what we have in the Western world. How can we get or tell individuals or motivate young coming app developers to tend to build apps that will solve the real problem we have? Right now we have so many apps, softwares that tend to finance problems in the financial sector. But at the end of the day, we still generate more problems in the fintech sector.
Okay. It looks like the buzzword there is problems. There's somebody behind. I don't want peace, I want problems always. That obviously will help us to look for solutions. Wrong. Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Omeza and I am with L Bank. My question is, in Nigeria, we've seen that there are a lot of fintech apps.
Please use the mic.
Okay, there are a lot of apps, fintechs. Most of these apps are kind of technical for a lot of users in Nigeria to use. Like when I was working with the bank, I have a lot of customers complain that I don't know where to do this, I don't know where to do this. Is there a way that the fintech companies can actually set up a system that will educate people about their product before they actually use it? Like if there is instead of the videos that we put on YouTube or people to watch, most of all these people like the agent bank, people that do agent banking, they don't go to YouTube. But is there a way that they can actually set up a system that actually teach people on how to use, like these people that are at the marketplace, using your app, using your POS? Is there a way that you teach them how to use?
Agree.
Thank you very much.
Marketing responsibility. Also, you know, thank you. These things happen. Please pardon us. Part of the questions I would like to also ask, Nick, and maybe as you might respond to, which in New York we have over 600 foundations that young startups can actually go in, and those who are going as a matter of fact have access to. Okay, that is not me. That must. Hello? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. In other developed climes, we have all of those agencies or institutions or companies, organizations that actually can support small businesses like that for them to access grants. But in Nigeria, we hardly have, for the whole country, I do not even think we have organizations that are up to 50 or 100 that give grants to young businesses. So it's a culture over in some climes, and that is why you see a higher rate of success as against the kinds of failures that we have registered here. Because without that awareness and marketing, most of the products don't definitely get to the market. And some of these things take a lot of research. Some of these things takes a lot of even testing for you to have use cases which you will use as models in order for you to be able to adopt as success factors that can be implemented. So how do we merge all of this within the marketing department? Because I know that you guys are majorly marketing, customer experience. If the money does not come in, the investors don't know how to calculate their return on investment. And that is why marketing is very key. So where does all of this fit? It's a way of responding and concluding the session. Thank you.
Are we taking answers to the questions? No?
Answers to the questions, and then we wrap up the session.
So I want to address the young gentleman tech founder, who is looking forward to the fintech industry here. And I want to address Ebube, my darling new tech founder. Welcome to the world of profitability and beyond your imagination. So first of all, how do you measure your foot soldiers, the results on the field? I'll give you an example of what I did, when I was in the field doing this a lot for clients before going on to be a tech founder myself. So you've got a few foot soldiers and you want to send them out and you need results to feed back into the office, right? Before you put them into the streets, make sure that it's not just people who just want to appear to be busy, who want to go out sharing your flyers, and that the metrics that you're checking is that at the end of the day, the flyers are finished, the pens are finished, and the key holder is finished. That's not a metric for me. That's not something I can give to my clients. What you do is you train them in the office space. You have a few hours or even days in training them rigorously in how to do the marketing spiel on the field. Now, once I've trained a marketing operative, I'm going to test you. Within the office environment, go out to the next floor, the next building, and sell my product to them, right? Now, for every one person that they sell my product to, I'm going to ask you, how long did it take to introduce yourself? How long did it take to sell? How long did it take to convince them? You've got 1 hour, right? or I'm just giving an example. That's 1 hour, 1 sale. If I send you out into the marketplace for 8 hours, you're going to do me 8 sales. Better still, I'm going to give you a target of 12, right? So a target of 12 gives you, something to work hard for. So for each person that you send out into the field, you've tested how long it takes to introduce yourself, do your spiel, do your sales, and get a conversion. I'm not kidding. Marketing is real. It's real. People think that marketing is just putting up a billboard on Ozumba, by the way, and saying that your event is happening next month. It's not. Marketing is real numbers. It's your profit. You understand? So you need to take it seriously and give each and every one of your field officers a solid target to meet every day, every hour, every week, every month, because it all counts to your bottom line. So for every time that you measure how much sale each marketing operative can do, then it gives you an amount of marketing operatives to hire, and then it gives you a target amount for what you can, get feedback from at the end of the month. I hope I've given you some kind of numbers, right? But they have to have solid metrics beyond sharing flyers and pens and, we're in the world today where fintech has become so cutthroat. You cannot afford to just build a product and just send people out wearing t-shirts. That is not enough for me. If I'm building a product, I'm building a legacy. I'm building something to finance my family and to feed my children for 5 years, for 30 years. So we need to take it seriously, and we need to know that the marketing operatives are also taking it very seriously. Sorry, I'm a marketing strategist by profession, so I take these things very seriously. Ebube, you don't have a budget for marketing. You have friends, you have family. The friends and family that are going to eat from the profit of this business you're building. Put them in t-shirts. Train them like I just said about these marketing operatives. Get them on the road. Get them selling for you. Because, honey, this money is for your entire family. We need to take our tech businesses seriously. It's not a hobby. We're not hobbyists. I'm not selling clothes here. I'm not sewing or cooking jollof rice. We're building a business that's a legacy that's going to last a lifetime. You understand? So tell them to take it just as seriously. But that's you. You also need to have that passion. They need to see you getting up and going into the streets. I can bet that maybe you finished university, maybe, in the past 1 year, 5 years, go back to school. Your entire alumni, your entire WhatsApp group, put them to work with t-shirts and tell them they need to help you to build these businesses and give them a target, give them a stake in your business, tell them to go out to sell for you. Thank you.
Thank you for those practical tips. I'll speak to the question you asked, where you said there are a lot of apps, and sometimes you see some fintechs fail after a few years. Why did they fail? Is it that they only had the functionality, they didn't have the emotional experience? That was your question. And I'm going to tie to the question the young man asked at the back. He said we have tons of apps, but are they really solving problem? So I'll talk of that, and I'm going to use my experience with InterSwitch. When we started InterSwitch, the first thing I want to say is, for sustainability, you must solve real problems. Africa's problems are real. And it will take only Africans, that we are the only ones that can solve our own problem. You cannot copy and paste. But the question is, when you see your problem, do you have the guts and the courage to do what it takes? A lot of people want the shortcuts. Somebody has a logo, they just go build an app, slap on a nice looking logo, throw it into the app store. They, as she said, wear t-shirts and they think they are good. Now, somebody may download that app, but when they see that it's a Me Too app, what that app is doing, other apps are doing, or even you are not even as good, why will you be sustained? So we are talking today of resilience. Resilience is standing on the ground and being there for the long haul, being able to survive the long haul. Not many African businesses can. Why? Because a lot of people are not ready to roll up their sleeves, do the unfunky work, and solve real problem. People want to be posting picture, taking founder picture with black t-shirt and boning founder. Raised money. You can raise money, raise dollars. We've seen it. A lot of fintechs, some fintechs raise money, but in a year, 2 years, it's gone. Why? Because they were not really solving problems. They were focused more on their fizzy. So again, going to InterSwitch, when we started 21 years ago, we realized that the only way payments can work in Nigeria, because Nigerians don't trust, is you must do online real time. But there was a problem. The banks were not connected. Do you know we were running cable to connect banks? We were running cable. We were going to the ISP saying, please give us dedicated network to connect bank A to bank B. We were running cable. I was a network engineer. We were piping RJ45 to make it happen. But today, everybody's online, everybody's connected. But then, that was the hard work. Are you ready to sweat it? Are you ready to solve real problems? If you solve real problem, you will be sustainable. We go to Silicon Valley. Do you know what the foundation that they are building on? People's blood and sweat. And besides, the whole GDP of California and Silicon Valley is more than that of Nigeria. So if you are comparing yourself to people that can say, I'll run 10 years, I don't have to be profitable. My dear, profit is important in Africa. How more you need money? Call a spade, and not a big spoon. So if you are not solving real problems and bending down, listen, Efizi will come, Shakara will come. Do the work now. Today we have a challenge with education. Build a real app that can connect educators to students with real content, not copy and paste. Real content, my dear, your app will stand. The reason they fall, why they are not resilient, is because they are not ready to solve real problems. If you solve real problems, you will last. Thank you.
Well, this is interesting. Madam, you don't look like somebody who carried cable now. These ones are two different imageries. So some of the responses also.
So I just wanted to say something to the young tech founder down there, leveraging on something that Buki earlier said that will help you. Because fundamentally, it's important for you to realize that the times when marketing was just about pushing stuff to your customers past, right? Seeing as the customer is the person that is bringing that money, you have to understand that customer, right? Buki mentioned that earlier on. It's important to emphasize that, right? When you are sending people out there, make it an emphasis to understand what your customers actually want. That is the key feedback you're trying to get from them, right? Before you even start hitting them. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to understand what exactly they want. You have to keep that connection going because it's a continual thing, which is what we just said about AI and all that kind of thing, right? But, you have to, don't try and focus on that your product too heavily just yet. Understand your customer first and, take it from there. I wish you all the best.
All right. Okay. Are we done with all of the responses, Madam Ineka? You still have one more comment so that we can wrap up the session. Are we good? All right. So I'm leaving it to you. You have to officially end the session and then you hand over to me.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, my wonderful panelists. I said it was going to be a nice, interesting session. I hope you all enjoy the session. My key takeaways from this. My key takeaways, I don't know if it aligns with yours, but if it does, please note. I hope you're all noting these things down. I like the fact that we said we have to do the hard work. We like microwave results. But really, most of these people that we see that have been around 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, there was a period where there was a hard work. The founder did the hard work with his two. There's no company that doesn't have a story. Yeah? Same thing applies to tech. So please, let's all get ready. Do the hard work. Our dear MC said, where there is no money, and I think Buki addressed that. Where there is no money, use what you have first. Yourself. Now, you don't value what you have not put some money in. It's like starting a business. If you go to get tell somebody to fund your business 100%, you might, opt out at the slightest challenge. But if you have a stake in that thing, and when I say stake, I'm talking of financial stake, you will be committed to see that business succeed. The same thing applies to tech startup founders. Please, whatever you're doing, put something. They say, they tell us for women that, you can forgo that wig for, a while, forgo that handbag. Invest that money in your business. That is what is going to grow sustainably. And as we've said, in marketing, integrate your online and your offline marketing. Have your foot soldiers. And don't forget to do that calculation. As Buki told us, have your numbers. Sit down, work those numbers, and I'm sure we'll all succeed. Thank you very much for listening to us. I enjoyed myself, and thank you
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like to invite the president, and then, of course, I also have a member of council here who is going to be joining them as well. And of course, COO, to please come up for us to quickly have this particular Doctors BC and now, please, can you join them as well? Please put your hands together for them. I also want to say a big thank you to every one of us who have been here. This has been a very heated panel. As a matter of fact, one of my madam was beefing me that I'm giving them extra time. But this was on popular demand, as the case might be. You and I will understand that it was indeed a very interactive session. And I also want to recognize the present here from the Digital Economic Department of the NCC. Their team are here. Olatokumbo Oyeleye, Head of the Digital Economic Department, you're welcome. Awa Buba Wakili, Head of Digital Skills and Services of Digital Economic Department, as well as Ella, Principal Manager, Digital Economic Department, and certainly Victor Oyenuga, Manager, Digital Economic Department of the NCC. We recognize you all. We say a big thank you. I know the madam from SEC has actually helped us to know that your presence are obviously registered here. NCC as well. Some of the questions we are looking at. We thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, put your hands together for them. Well done, Buki. This is even your handshakes is very passionate. You know, thank you very much. This is quite a passionate. Remy, you want to shake too? Look at the handshake, very passionate. COO, I've been shaking you all the while. Thank you very much. And Ineka, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. I have a short message I want to speak, but I'm going to speak through the voice of my COO. Please, can you put your hands together for Dr. Babatunde? It's important you mention this fact.
Yeah, I was just going to make a contribution to what the panel had just said. As startups, we should have the principle of delayed gratification. Once you have that, you succeed. I mean, don't try to get everything now. Are you building a company or you're building a legacy? Once you can solve that in your mind, it changes your perspective completely. MC, I'm done.
I'm actually delaying my gratification as well. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Babatunde Obraiman, the CEO of Fintech Nigeria, the association. It's important that we recognize that this is an event, and I'm very, very pleased. And I want to say a big thank you, CEO, of course, to the president as well, and the members of the Governing Council and the Board of Trustees, as well as the management, for the opportunity you've given me to anchor this event. My eyes have opened, as a matter of fact. I've never seen so much passion as the passion exuded by this lady here. And I know we want to take that passion into something else. Which of you know how to sing song here? If you know how to sing, can I see your hands up? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you know how to sing, raise your hands up. Oh, may I announce that there is a Lamborghini to be won? I'm not telling you with regards to the song. Oh. All right, let us hear a wonderful voice by one of our new talents. Earlier when we've been talking about talent, and let's hear her sing and see who is going to be able to, along with her, do some kind of karaoke today here at the NFW 2023. Please, can I have my sound right now? Who can do this move? Okay, they say we should move on.
The mission is to get as much as you can, achieve as much as you can, be as much as you can, because why not? Why would you settle for less?
To all our fans, thank you so much for listening and for showing just how much our music moves you. So let's keep pushing each other, and I promise you I will try to keep up. See you soon.
All right, for some of you who weren't here yesterday, we had a wonderful entertainment section. And then,
music has always been an important part of Nigerian culture.
no, it's not
when
coming from
artificial
CNN.
intelligence
The one we
apps
had
started
was a
spreading through the
Nigerian
country's
lady
music
who
industry,
obviously looked like
an
one of
Afrobeats
my friends
producer
that I
thought
met
his
some time
days
ago.
were numbered.
And then we're going to
Until
hear
we
her
figure
sing.
out a way to blend the artificial world with the real world and make beautiful music.
Maya Blue is an artificially generated personality with a synthesized voice. She's a creation of Eclipse and Cassie, a Nigerian Afrobeats producer who's blending artificial intelligence with music.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Maya Blue, your favorite AI singer, and this is my cover of Conte by Davido.
Okay, do you know Maya Blue?
When doubt and fear surround me, I turn my face to you to find the strength and courage to help me through. With faith and love unending, you hold me in your grace, and in the stillness of night I feel your embrace.
Who knows that song?
The way you hold my waist, I like as the day go. Can't dance to save myself, but see as I day roll low. Go deep, play shores, I take that in those. Disconnect the internet, cause I'm feeling intellectual. I can't tell you're feeling the pressure. I can't tell you're feeling the tension. Move your leg like this and that. You can't drive away the pleasure.
All right, I'm waiting for the song we're all going to sing along.
Obim de re du atulu Georgimo. Obim de re du chukumari hi or magame rege. Obim de re du. Obim de
Are there
re
Igbos
du
here?
atulu George.
Do you know what she's saying?
Is
Is she wishing us well?
Okay.
There's one song that's quite popular that she's going to sing. Is it Lele? I mean Lily.
Yesterday I asked my mama, Mama, could you tell me the road from here?
Sorry?
I could take. She said,
You know this song? Do you know this song? Do you know this song? Oh yeah, sing along. Please watch them. Let me see the person who is singing and who is not singing for my special award. No, I'm not meant to sing. I'm just supposed to watch. Is that the last one? Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please can you put your hands together for Maya Blue? And it looks like some of us did even get that particular drift. That is AI in action, singing some songs. Yesterday, during that presentation, I'm very sure Chuku actually did that. So we wanted you who were not here to also have another feel of what it felt like. I'm told that she's also Nigerian. So I guess perhaps in the future, we're going to have somebody that is as dark as me, that is going to be singing through the AI, both as the case is. So nevertheless, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you. You've made my day so ecstatic, so fantastic. As a matter of fact, somebody even dashed me a phone here. I don't know. I want to say the person who gave me this phone to thank her very much. Is it Madam Ineka? Madam, who is that? Okay, thank you so very much, ma'am, for the phone. I didn't know I was going to win the phone. All right. Can I take it home? The raffle draw is coming. Okay, give the madam a phone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you. Quickly, can we all be upstanding? Can we all be upstanding? This is kind of very cold in here. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether somebody set me up and placed the podium directly under the AC. And even upon the coat I wore, my brothers and sisters, I'm not feeling my blood anymore flowing. So can we quickly do this? To the right, 1, to the left, 2, to the right, 1, to the left, 2. All right, that is okay. I don't want you guys jumping. You can have your seat right now. So that obviously will help the blood to circulate. Okay, so at this point in time, we'll just quickly go into our next presentation, and that is titled Championing the Future of Mobile First Payments for Businesses. And this is going to be presented by Henry Umba, CEO of Swipe Financial Limited. Please, can you put your hands together for him?
Yeah, really cold. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henry Umba, like that's shown on the screen. I'm here from Swipe Financial Services, and I'm here to present to you basically what our startup has been up to in the past couple of months, basically. So I'll just go right into it. It's really cold here. Right. As in, I should have worn a jacket or something. Okay, let's move around. No, I'm good. Thank you. All right, so maybe we should sing some songs then while we wait for the screen to come up. All right, so I'll just run right through to it. Basically, we're Swipe. We've built a payment solution that enables businesses to receive payments from their customers seamlessly. Now, what Swipe does is that it turns your phone into a POS terminal. So basically, you don't have to worry about the stress of getting POS terminals from the banks or purchasing POS terminals or having those issues that come up with, receipt printing, declined transactions, chargebacks, and all that. So we're targeting, sorry. Okay, so basically, we all know that Nigeria is the largest, economy in Africa, 250 million plus citizens. And then if you see that screen, if you see the image right now, you can see different businesses who are, pop and shop stores. And a bank will typically not go to these stores to say, okay, I want to give you a POS terminal. Why? Because one, POS terminals are expensive. Two, the return on investment on one terminal can take you up to 3 years. Now, if I start a mobile phone selling business, how in the world am I supposed to expect to pay for a terminal that will give me return on investment in 3 years? So what we're doing in Swipe is that we're building an easy solution that allows merchants to turn their phones into a POS terminal. And how do we do that? Now, you download the app from the Play Store, you install the app, you sign up in 3 minutes, and then your phone automatically becomes a POS. Now, what we've done at Swipe is we've also built in several payment channels or several payment methods. So basically, you can tap to pay with your phone, you can also pay with your debit card, you can also have transfers done to your wallet, and also use the USSD option. So again, to give some facts, addressable market size is about 38. I don't know why this thing keeps, okay. Addressable market size about 38.4 small, medium businesses. 38.4 small, medium businesses, million in Nigeria, right? Now, the large untapped market is saying POS terminals that have been deployed is about 1.8 million terminals. NIBS provided the source, right? So that means 5% of SMEs in Nigeria are likely to have POS terminals for their businesses. Now, we know that POS terminals cannot bridge the gap, right? Because one, they're high purchasing cost. The cost of maintaining POS terminals, you have to send somebody to physically go to a location to troubleshoot the device, to reinstall or whatever, or do whatever, change paper roll and all that stuff. It costs money. Now, we also know that these POS terminals cannot give you proper reconciliation. So if I have a business and people pay me through different payment methods, maybe transfer, debit card, and all that, I have to go and, check my bank statements, look for the paper receipts to reconcile my transactions. Now, what we've done with Swipe is that all this is a thing of the past. On Swipe, all your transactions are done in one place and at the same time. Now, like I mentioned, low wait time for return on investments. You buy a POS terminal of 150K. How long will it take for you to recover that cost? Okay? Now, we also know that there's been cases of chargebacks what we've done on Swipe is that we've built a dispute resolution process whereby on the app you can dispute your transactions. Wherever transactions, issues occur, you dispute them on the app. All right, so basically, like I mentioned, what we're trying to do is we're starting Swipe with a mobile-first approach. That means bring your own smartphone. We convert your smartphone can be converted into a POS terminal, right? And then you have different payment options which your customers can pay you with. And then we make it super easy for SMEs to run their business anytime, anywhere. So I don't have to worry about, calling the banks. The bank will tell me I have to at least have a transaction count of maybe 5 million a month before they can give me a terminal. That's gone. All right, so what are the barriers to entry for SMEs that make it easier for them to receive electronic payments? One, businesses can sign up on the Swipe app in less than 3 minutes. So there's providing affordable transaction charges and competitive rates. We have one-on-one customer support with seamless accounting and reconciliation tool for SMEs, and optimized processes, systems, and engineering, and strong infrastructure management. So basically, we're riding on a very robust infrastructure powered by Parkway, right? Now, also, there's ease and speed of transacting, and also, like I mentioned, eliminating the cost associated with purchasing POS hardware. The one solution we're trying to solve is we're trying to reduce the cost of people, of businesses, being able to purchase terminals or devices for receiving payments. Now, what would enable Swipe drive is, obviously, we know the CBN cashless policy drive is going on. The reduced cash withdrawal limits, the policy enforcement, the quality standards, and fraud prevention. These are the regulatory shifts that are creating a very conducive environment for e-payments and inevitably for Swipe as well. All right, so in an emerging market, our product superiority will set us apart. Now, what is this product? Our unique selling point is basically converting your smartphone into a POS terminal, and then you have multiple payment options. So if I go to a store and maybe I try to do a transfer and that fails, I can use my bank card or I can use the USSD option. That's all available on Swipe. And then business intelligence and reporting. So basically on the portal, you can see all your transactions. You can see the trend of how much has been paid to you and what your returns are. So Swipe is a spin-off of Parkway. Parkway is Nigeria's leading fintech infrastructure as a service provider, and then we're building on a solid foundation. Parkway started in 2004. I'll leave the Parkway team to speak on this. All right, so we're telling businesses, choose how you want to get paid, both online and in person. You can either sell your business with a phone or sell your business online, because Swipe also has a payment gateway, similar to Flutterwave on Paystack. And then you can sell with a small PIN pad, very low cost. What this does is that you can connect your phone with the Bluetooth, connected to a PIN pad that also has an NFC option, and then your customers can either tap on that device. So basically we launched last month, and in that month we've aggregated about 1,000 businesses. Thank you. Thank you. You can clap now. All right, so as a closing remark, what we're trying to do at Swipe is we're on a mission to transform the payment experience for businesses across the continent, one merchant at a time. Thank you.
Henry, it looks like you had hit on a very wonderful chord. Yes, it's a code. All right, please put your hands together for Mr. Alumba, CEO of Swipe Financial Limited. All right, this is, as a matter of fact, is quite interesting. Without too much of our time, the next section, thank you. Okay, we will manage this as a matter of fact. This is part of the reason why some of us are not jackbarring to Canada. Because I don't know how we are going to be able to put off those winter jackets and all that. And then somebody just freezes, Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Henry. And as a matter of fact, some of the challenges comes up with also new innovations. And I think that's always what life is about. One step ahead, after the sweats and the tears and the bloods, we still have another step to go in. So life is more like the different layers of an onion. And you obviously have to keep peeling until we're able to conclude our pilgrimage here on earth. But we must be able to leave impact, which is what matters most. At this point in time, it gives me great joy because this is one panel that I'm very excited about. I'm excited because it's important. If we get the agricultural sector right, we will be able to feed ourselves, and perhaps, who knows, 1 naira will be equal to $1. And that is sort of the aim we are all looking forward to. Digitizing agricultural value chain, the way forward, is the topic or the focus of this particular panel. And to help me moderate this session is no other person than our COO of the Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Obrima. Please, can you put your hands together for him? The more you clap, the more you might win the phone. Aha. And of course, to join him on the podium, I would like to introduce Ms. Ruskiyat Titilola Badmons, Technical Advisor of GIZ Global Projects, promotion of agricultural finance for agri-based enterprises in rural areas. Is she here right now? I want to believe. Okay, she's joining online. This is impressive. I was looking forward to meeting her physically, but nevertheless, we are in a digital age. And we have Dr. Farmer Samson Ogole, team lead of Farm Lab. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Okay, you don't look like a farmer. So are you sure that you are not an IT man? All right. You're welcome very much, Farmer Samson. This is quite impressive. PhD holder, as a matter of fact. And of course, to join them is Mr. Adeni Adenuga, Commercial Manager of Afex. Please, can you put your hands together for him? We need to know exactly how those commodities actually work and what we need to do in terms of those transactions. And this, as a matter of fact, will be the individuals who obviously will make up this panel. And I'll be handing over to Dr. Obrima, who understands that within the next 45 minutes we'll wrap up the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Is it afternoon? So good afternoon, everybody. Who had smartphone for breakfast? Who had a tablet for breakfast? Maybe they are too small. Who had a laptop for breakfast? Who had InterSwitch for breakfast? If you don't eat, you can't innovate. You can't even think. So this is the most important discussion we're going to have today. So 60% of our population are engaged in agricultural production, right? But we can't feed ourselves. So there's something fundamentally wrong. Netherlands has about 46,000 square kilometers. That's smaller than Oyo State. And they're the second largest exporter of food in the world. Nigeria has 931,000 square kilometers, but we can't feed ourselves. So it's not about land. It's technology. So we need a complete paradigm shift in how we solve our food problem, because population is growing faster than food production. So we need to start looking at things from a different perspective. And some people will come and say GMO. It's because they have no knowledge. The rice we eat today or the maize we eat today was not the same that was produced 100 years ago. There's been a lot of work in terms of breeding that has gone into it. But then at a point in time, technology is taking over that. When it takes you 10 years to breed, you can do it in 1 year because technology can change it. So the fact that it's done in the lab doesn't remove the fact that it's still rice or it's still maize or it's still potato or it's still tomato or whatever it is. So today we'll be looking at how can we use technology to drive food production. And I think I have the best people to talk about it today. Farmer Samson. So you say it doesn't look like a farmer. Yes, farming has to be sexy, right? we give the wrong impression about the agricultural sector by when you go to school, the agricultural textbook has a man with a hoe and a cutlass. It's a wrong perspective. We need to start changing that perspective. They should introduce him. Well, I will introduce him. He has trained over 10,000 young people on, let's clap for him. It's called Learn, Work, and Earn. You learn how to grow soilless. While working, you also earn, I think, $50 a month. While there, and there's free accommodation, there's everything, you know. And I think right now there are 240 greenhouses. 240 greenhouses. They're turning a village into a city. You need to go there and see what they're doing in Ogun State. It's awesome. It's unbelievable. So he's going to talk more about what he's doing, you know. And Holly's from Apex. Interesting enough, there's a partnership going on secretly between Apex and Soil. So maybe we'll hear the secret today. And Apex is helping farmers, working with farmers, building greenhouse warehouses, helping them to work. And now they have Apex, they have ComEx, which is the first commodity exchange in Nigeria. So you can sit in your room and invest in cocoa, in sorghum, in rice, in maize, and what have you. And farmers are getting good value for their produce. So what's it called? They are helping to solve post-harvest losses for farmers. And production also. So we'll talk a lot more about what they're doing. So we're trying to do, how do we, a lot of us want to, everybody's starting up. Everyone wants to get into payment, or into lending. But guess what? Insurance is just 3% from what they told us. We can't feed ourselves. There are property issues. There are transport issues. And we're going to talk more about it. So let's look at the trans tech and the prop tech and the agri tech and the insure tech. How do we solve problems? Because they have space for growth than what you have in payments or in lending. So I'll start with Samson. We can't feed. So, and then, before I forget this, Ruskiat at the other end, she works for GIZ. GIZ is an NGO of the German government, which is like DFID or USAID, and they support a lot of activities in African countries, agriculture being one of them. So she'll talk more about what they do, and of course I'll start by posing a question to her. So maybe I should actually even start with her, really. So GIZ has been around and USAID and all these NGOs, but then we still can't feed ourselves, and I do a lot of interventions. And I want you to look at it from a policy perspective, because I know you do a lot of advocacy stuff. Why is it that we are not growing as fast as we should? A lot of money has been poured into agriculture, Anchor Borrower program, CACs, all sorts of money that have gone into it. As a matter of fact, I think last count was about 3 or 4 trillion naira that has gone into those projects, and we still can't feed ourselves. So from a policy perspective, do you think that the roles that you guys play, GIZ, USAID, DFID, and all the IDs are really, really working? Or what do we need to change?
Thank you, Dr. Obima. I think that, yes, the roles that the development sector that we're playing is having an impact, whether we like it or not. The numbers are out there for everybody to see. In terms of policy, yes, we play a lot of advocacy roles in terms of driving policy directions and policy support. But yes, we are still not able to feed ourselves. We're still not able to feed ourselves because there's still a lot of unbottling that needs to go on within the agricultural sector. For instance, we have a lot of smallholder farmers. You did speak about Netherlands now. If you look at them, if you look at their environment, if you look at India, all these nations thrive on mechanization, mechanized agriculture, large-scale farming. So Nigeria needs to move away from smallholding farming of less than, a bulk of our farming is from smallholder farmers, which constitute about, I think, 80%, over 80% of Nigerian farmers are smallholder farmers. So there's a need for us to move away from smallholding farmings. We need to look at contiguous lands and see how we start looking at agriculture as large scale and mechanization. Then we'll be able to see how we can feed ourselves as a nation.
Okay, thanks. So let me go to FX because you deal with farmers. I've read that the food we eat in the market, the food you and I buy in the market, are actually what these smallholder farmers produce. The big farmers are producing for industries. So they still play a significant role. In your experience, how can we scale all of this? Maybe I'll give you some interesting data. Nigeria produces about 63 million tons of cassava every year. We are the largest producer of cassava. But guess what? Only 1.8 million tons gets to industries. Because what? We eat everything. So that means that what the industrial people are producing must still not even be enough if we are consuming 90% of the cassava that is produced. And guess what? Cassava is a crop that can drastically change a whole lot of stuff. You can get syrup from it. You can get starch from it. You can get alcohol from it. So it's a crop that can save a lot of foreign exchange. So maybe I should go to, I know you don't, cassava is one of the crops you work on, but in your experience with farmers, I mean, so just look at it from a holistic point of view. How can we work with these farmers to increase production?
So thank you very much, sir. So firstly, we appreciate that we are here. And it's very interesting to see the potentials that is there for agriculture and technology. Here in FX, this year we were recognized as the fastest growing company in Africa, and one of those things is the potential in agriculture. At FX, there is the joke that the SI unit is the small scale farmer, and we can attribute that to even the journey in FX. When we started in 2014, we started initially as a warehouse aggregating company. We worked with the Federal Ministry of Agri to issue the first e-warehouse receipts. And the idea behind that was that we discovered that even in our data, the small-scale farmers are the ones feeding the country. About 85 or 80% of them cumulatively produce higher than all of the commercial farmers that you can think of in the country. So by default, they are the ones feeding us. And that informed why at FX we started up a strategy that the challenge with the small scaleholder farmer is that when they plow the ground, plant, most of the time, that is where their resources stops. And when it's harvest, they just harvest and probably take to their house because that's where their resources stop. As a Yoruba guy, I don't know if I'm allowed, you will not hear the term word alamole. Somebody else who has the resources to go and meet the farmer will pay the farmer the worst price, not the best price. Take the goods from them and take it to the market. And it makes the profit that the farmer didn't make, who had toiled the ground for 6-9 months, depending on the commodity that they had planted. So what we did at FX is, across the country, we situated our warehouses closer to the farmer through our field extension officers. We identify, map them, put a warehouse very close to them. The idea is that with a bike, they are able to get their goods from the farm to the warehouse. And when they get to the warehouse, they issue a warehouse receipt where they can keep with us or sell directly to us. Furthermore into this conversation, I'll talk about our exchange platform. Thank God the Security and Exchange Commission is here. We are the first private sector company to be licensed to trade commodities as an exchange. And what that does is that the prices that the farmers would never see, they have access to it. They know a farmer can simply just go into the COMEX platform, look at the trading price of commodities, and is empowered with that price. So whether they are selling to us or selling to anybody in the market, they have a price gap. And that significantly had helped them to improve their production. That had helped them to even incentivize them. Some of the services that we are also been able to render to them is our input financing programs, where now that they know that where they will sell their goods is not the problem. Since market access is no more a challenge, they can focus directly and say, I can expand the size of my land and increase my production. And that's one of the ways we have been supporting the small-scale farmers in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So one of the challenges with farmers is that they don't get value for their produce. And Apex has been able to solve that problem by making sure that farmers get fair value for what they produce. One of the biggest challenges we've had is post-harvest losses. You'll be amazed that 60% of what farmers produce are destroyed. Or they can't get them to the market on time. The cassava we're talking about, cassava has a 48-hour lifespan. Once you harvest it, if you don't process within 48 hours, it's gone. And cassava rots because infrastructure is bad. There are some communities that the vehicles come only once a week to load. And once your produce can't get on that vehicle, it's gone. Let me give you a bad one. Eggs from poultry farms go bad that the farmers can't sell eggs and they have to bury the eggs. So there are a lot of issues that face agriculture, and those are problems that we need to solve. But guess what? What do you make mayonnaise from? Eggs. So why can't we start looking at how our poultry farmers who have small processing units to convert their eggs into powder and sell to the Nestle's and co who want to do mayonnaise. So there are a lot of things, so let me interesting, what's it called? In 1989, I did a study on biogenetics of sorghum. And I can use in vitro culture to grow sorghum and increase production. Nigeria then was the third largest producer of sorghum in the world. This is 1989. Now, it was successful in the lab. It wasn't successful on the field because it was a first trial. So, you start, you fail, and then you start again. But then my mind had grown beyond that. Sorghum and soybean suffer from a problem called striga. Striga is a weed that kills them. So how do we solve the striga problem? Can we use genetic engineering to make some alterations so that the sorghum and soybeans will not produce strigol? Striga seeds are dormant seeds. They don't grow in any soil unless there's strigol in the soil. Sorghum and soybeans produce strigol. So when you plant them in the soil where striga is sitting, it destroys everything. I never got to do that study. I ended up in banking because when I told everybody what I wanted to do, they thought I was mad. So that's why Samson is laughing because he understands what I'm talking about. So Samson, tell us, what are you doing at Soilless Lab? Soilless Lab. That means that it grows without soil.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm a farmer. My daddy that was asking if he's a farmer, full-time farmer. I have no other occupation. Now, what we are doing at Soilless Farm Lab is first and foremost, we want to remove the seasonality in food production. One of the reasons why food is expensive is seasonality. There is a time when everybody can afford tomatoes. There is a time everybody can buy maize. then there will be a time in the year everybody cannot buy maize. What changed? Weather changed. So the farmer says it is rainy season, everybody runs to the farm. It is dry season, everybody runs away from the farm. And the issue with that is because we all run to the farm at the same time, we will produce at the same time, there will now be glut, a lot of waste. There will enter a period of hunger where poverty grows because the little money you save, you will use it to buy what is non-nutritious. It becomes an unending cycle. So first, that is what we want to solve. Number two, I think when Doctor was talking earlier, he asked the first question around why is it that it looks as though the many interventions are not working? The reason, as far as I'm concerned, is it is focused on people that are not ready to change. The older farmers have ways they have done things. For them, it's agricultural inheritance. My grandpa did this way, my father did it, I must do it this way. You are coming to tell them to use new tools. They are not listening. So our focus is, can we raise the next generation of farmers, young individuals aged between 18 and 29, give them the new tools. Now, what that also means is we needed to change the tools. How do I mean? I'm sure some of us have seen people with hoes and cutlass and they are called farmers. Now, this is the equivalent of going into the bank and the bank gives you a feather and ink to write. And you ask what is happening, they're like, oh, now that's how we write in this bank. I'm sure you will turn back. But we have people, let me not call names, still doing interventions with hoes and cutlass. The problem with hoes and cutlass is the yield from hoes and cutlass has a cap. So you are trying to compete in production with people using AI. There is no prayer that would work because the tools are wrong. And that is why young people don't want to come into agric. Worse off, when most of us, when we were in school, agriculture was punishment. You know what I mean? Every time you committed a crime, go and clear. Now we are saying graduate to go and take cutlass. Meaning graduate and continue punishment for life. No. So there is a need, or there was a need for us to intentionally change the tools. Hence we went with first soilless farming. Now let me put a caveat. Our goal is not to use soilless farming to replace soil, but rather to complement soil. Right now we are doing the Fintech week. Once this is very successful, a lot of people would invest in fintech, invest in other technologies and all of that. The problem with all of these successes is agriculture will suffer. Because everywhere civilization gets to, agriculture is pushed out. Because agric is meant to be in the rural areas. Quick question, how many young people want to live in rural areas? Nobody. So if we need the young people to step into agric, we need to find a way for agric to come back to the city. Hence soilless farming, where I can practice my farming in the city and the farm is not disgusting to those in the city. Two, it has to be sexy. If you come to the farm right now, on the farm I have about 8,400 people on the farm. This is not in spirit, on the farm. All young people. 1,000 of them are on, thank you, 1,000 of them are undergoing training at the moment. Because when we want to do intervention, it's important we understand where the shoe pinches. So I am telling those who have graduated, come to the farm and learn how to farm for free. Majority of those that are coming are almost giving up in life. So it means feeding is an issue. It means shelter is an issue. If I say come and learn and pay, if they had money to pay, they would have used it to start something. So we say come for free. We give you free accommodation. We know that is not enough. At the end of every month, we pay them a stipend, about $50 every month. We train them for 3 months. When we are done, to piggyback on what my brother said, we then set up greenhouses for them and say, manage these greenhouses. We will offtake and sell. Yes, they are smallholder farmer, but what makes them different from the norm? Because they are using technology, their yield per square meter is more. Now, this is what it means. Let me put it in simple terms. A traditional farmer in Nigeria gets 5 tons of tomatoes per hectare. 5 tons, 5,000 kilograms. A farmer in just South Africa gets 60 tons, 60,000 kilograms. How will you compete? In Netherlands, they are getting over 120 tons. Yet we say we are in the same world. No, we are not. So we need to ensure that the smallholder farmer must be able to increase yield. And that takes me to the other part you talked about a lot, because I know when doctor said GMO, a lot of faces went like that cannot be said here. And the reason for that is a lot of us do not even understand the science of GMO. Because somebody has told you that once you use GMO, you will die. So we have accepted it that GMO is bad. I am not trying to say it's yes or no. I'm just trying to say we need to understand that our seeds need to change. We cannot use the seeds our forefathers used. I know most of us here have telephones. When we are done with our panel, when you're on break, try and Google banana. Google the original banana. The banana that nature created, the seeds were bigger than the seeds inside orange. It took somebody to remove those seeds. Those tiny, tiny things you see at the middle are the seeds that they have shrunk. That was not what nature created. Go and check the original oranges. These things were worked on. So in simple terms, what is GMO? Let me explain in simple terms. GMO in simple terms is, I hope I'm not taking too much time. Let me use analogy so it will make sense. If I want to get married now, I cannot marry somebody that is my sister, a taboo, right? I have to go to another family to get somebody that I like. The person must be compatible with me. The person must have something I don't have so that it complements and we can grow together. Yes? That makes sense, right? Now, will I just go there and pick the woman and say, you are my wife? No. There is a process I will follow, Abi. So I go with my family members. I'm not Yoruba, but let's take his culture. We go and lie down, carry yam, do all of that. One day the father agrees, we do traditional marriage, she now becomes a wife, right? Key thing, I am from one family, she is from another family. There is something I wanted in her that I do not have. So I went with my family to pick her, do all the whole agreement, and now she has accepted and she followed. Let's bring that to GMO. There is a plant that you have, but this plant, let's use a simple example. I want to grow it in Kaduna, and I realized that in Kaduna there is no rain, but this plant likes water. So I am thinking, how can I convert this, let's say tomato plant, to a plant that can survive in a place without water? Then I remember, there is cactus. Cactus can do well in a desert. So cactus have something that I like, the woman. But it is not everything in cactus that I want. There is a specific gene responsible for helping that cactus to survive in the desert. So I go and get the cactus. Am I confusing us so far? We are still good, right? So I go and get the cactus. Now, I cannot just go and take the cactus and take it out. So I get something we call a plasmid. Plasmid is a bacteria with a virus RNA. Why that virus? Virus is the only living thing that outside its host, it can exist as a non-living thing. That is why I take it. So I use that to cut out the exact gene that I need from the cactus to impute into my tomatoes. If my tomatoes is able to accept it, we call that recombinant DNA. Then I will now test, can these tomatoes replicate the character? If it does, I have a seed that can do well in that desert environment. Then we say now there is a GMO because it was genetically modified. Now, this is the question. Most of the seeds that we use in Nigeria are imported. Are the problems abroad the same problem in our environment? how will their seeds do well for us? Does that make any sense? So now let me put it this way. I am a vegetable farmer. All hybrid vegetable seeds in Nigeria are imported. Let me put that in Naira and Kobo. There is a particular pepper we call sweet Palermo pepper. A single seed of sweet Palermo costs 675 Naira for a seed. I need 20,000 of that to plant 1 hectare. So when we are saying Naira is falling, why won't it fall? Because every time you buy bell pepper, money went out of the country. Anytime you buy beef stick tomatoes, lettuce, pak choy, celery, parsley, money is going out of the country. Can we start providing these seeds locally? This cannot be done if we don't apply technology. I will pause here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going back to Riskat. And before I do that, I'll just give an example. I'll start from where he stopped. Our yams are rejected when they're exported. Do you know why? Our farmers plant yam sets. Yam sets carry diseases from one generation to the other. I mean, since after my kids went to school, we decided not to take in anybody. So my wife and I, we did the cooking. And in the last 2 years or 3 years, for every tuber of yam I've caught, they are diseased. And that's because our farmers use yam sets. But you can use yam seedlings. Yam seedlings go through aeroponics, and they are disease-free. And when you plant that, they are, what's it called? The quality is better. They're better for export. With technology, you can layer a blockchain on it so that they can trace its origin from the seedling to production process to harvest and to export. Moisture content and things like that can be traced. So coming back to you, is she still on? Yes. So GIZ and the others, how can you help with education, of farmers? I think that's a big challenge that we have in terms of farmers accepting new technologies. I will tell you, it was a huge challenge to get farmers to accept yellow maize in Nigeria. Pap is white. How can you drink yellow pap? It was a huge challenge. But when they saw that those who are growing the yellow ones are making more money, they adjusted. So how can we deal with that problem? Because I know that you people do a lot when it comes to training farmers and things like that. How can we change the perspective? Because we can't feed ourselves with this level of production. There has to be a complete paradigm shift. How can we solve that problem?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Once again, my name is Ruskiat. I work with GIZ. GIZ Nigeria and ECOWAS has been in Nigeria since 1974. We are basically the development agency commissioned by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMC. And currently in Nigeria, we have over 25 projects in Nigeria and ECOWAS that is being implemented, covering different spheres. Within the agricultural space, I like what Farmer Sampson said, speaking about seedlings. And, it's quite right. One of our intervention of focus has been on, we've been working with in Plateau State on potato, and we have new 4 varieties of seedlings that have been approved and that have been certified by the Nigeria Agricultural Seeds Council that has been launched in Plateau State. So yes, these are the type of supports that development agencies try to do, that GIZ is doing. We try to look at how can we improve innovations, research, pilot testing new things, all aimed at increasing productivity and efficiency of smallholder farmers. And to what Dr. Obima said now, in terms of education, we do a lot in terms of empowerment through education. We have training programs both on the financial space and on good agricultural practices via various projects of GIZ. For instance, we have the Green Innovation Center that does a lot of training on good agricultural practices. We have such training programs are like the Farmer Business School, the Contract Farming School, and the SME Loop. These are innovations that have been in existence for over 10 years, and we have large numbers of farmers that have been trained. On this financial space also, we have programs like AgFin that will really build farmers' digital literacy and financial literacy to understand how access to finance can really improve their productivity and efficiency, not making them bankrupt. So we're doing a lot in terms of empowerment through education and building capacity of smallholder farmers. I also wanted to speak out on seedlings also. You also spoke about vitamin A maize, and we also work with other programs trying to improve acceptance of vitamin A maize. We look at cassava, we also look at rice. So behavioral change takes a lot, and we recognize that for us to be self-sustainable, like Farmer Samson also said, there's this ideology of old farmers wanting to retain in their knowledge, but we still think that, yes, behavioral change takes time, but we need to continue with it. So we do lots of capacity building, both on good agricultural practices and also finance, whilst also focusing on innovation. So when we see opportunities where there are new things, for instance, new innovation, new concept, new technologies, we have matching grant opportunities, we have that you can make a proposition, we look at it and see how we can test that new innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are a lot of opportunities within the agri-tech space. So how do we solve literacy issues using technology, for the farmers? How do we provide funding for them using technology? I mean, I know that when Dr. Adeshina was the Minister of Agriculture, farmers were able to get phones and they were able to activate it when they got fertilizers, and they got discounts for their fertilizers. So they are not as illiterate as you think that you think. So it's just for us to reach out to them. So maybe I'll go back to FX, since you deal with farmers across board. How can we solve this, use technology to solve some of the literacy issues and reaching out to farmers? And how do we set up, I don't know if it's demonstration plots we're going to call, to let them see the potentials of using new technology compared to what they use. I mean, they think they are doing well with what they are doing, but the potentials are just huge in terms of what you can do using technology.
So what we are trying to build at AFEX is to build an ecosystem that has the capital, that's the finance, infrastructure, and the farmers and the processor. So the idea of the exchange is that there will be the utilizer of the commodities that we trade in, maize, cocoa, cashew nut, and the likes, majority cash crops. And then there is the farmers who farm them. At the back of that exchange, there is also the investors who are not farmers, who are not processors. They don't need the physical commodities. They just want to edge on the price dynamics in the exchange. And those are the guys that provide the liquidity that is required in the agricultural chain, just like Samson said. For us, when we use this finance to unlock the potentials of the farmers, again, remember, when market is guaranteed, business is interesting. I mean, when you go out and talk to farmers, they will tell you, oh, we don't have where to sell, we don't have. But as the concept of the exchange increases, as we have our processors, all of the top processors in Nigeria right now are beginning to understand the concept of the commodity exchange, that they can go there and their raw materials are guaranteed, because for them, it also covers a significant part of their cost of operation. And once farmers know that they won't have that challenge, it stimulates production, it increases productions, it even helps them to diversify. And what now happens is that it transfers value. One of the things that we have discovered recently is the potential of knowledge in terms of data that we've been able to get in our interactions with farmers. It will be interesting to see that he mentioned something that was key. At harvest, all of the Nigerian farmers plant, which drives commodity price to be low. So all of the processors know that come October, November, December, prices of key commodities, maize, soya beans are low. And everybody goes into the market to buy. What drives the price up? The moment these volumes start to leave the market, prices start to go up. Interestingly, processors also are limited because they only have finances for a limited, for maybe at best 4 or 5 months of production. So they themselves cannot buy everything that they need at that point in time. And that's one of the solutions that we have taken into the ecosystem by creating warehouses that at the end of the day they can buy, store when they need, they now come back to the warehouse, pay the necessary charges, and then they don't have that scarcity that now happens later in the year. We all know what happened to the prices of maize this year, not just maize, across every other commodity. But it's when we start to have infrastructures that helps the ecosystem, we will always have the challenges that we have. But once those infrastructure, people start to buy into it, the mentalities of the farmers are changing, the policies within the Nigerian sector is supporting these infrastructures, we'll be in a better place with our small-scale farmers and agriculture generally.
Thank you. So we need to start rounding up. A lot of our problems can be solved. You know, one of the biggest problems in Nigeria some years ago, and it's still on, is the issue of herdsmen. But you know that if greenhouses are set up in all the states in the north, we employ young people using hydroponics, they can produce enough pasture for all the cattle. And with GPS and drones, pasture can be delivered to the herdsmen wherever they are located. So the mantra for the Soles farm is, if hunger is not seasonal, food production should not be seasonal. So we can predict they don't have to move from the north to the south. And the animals will gain better weight. They'll produce more milk because they are not moving around. You know, there's a World Bank study, it's called Momo versus Leather. Why are the tanning companies and the shoe factories dying? Because we are eating everything. And you know, when I was in university, a professor always said he went on a study, he was on sabbatical, and they asked him, do you have the data on the number of fishes caught in Nigerian water? And he's like, how will you get such data? And they said, from the fish heads. He said he laughed, and they wondered, he said, the fish head? The head of the fish is the sweetest part of the fish. Nobody. But really, look at the amount of effort you go through to eat the head of the fish. If there was enough, you probably would get rid of it, which is what happens in the Western world. They use them for fish feed mills. So there's a lot to be done in terms of food production. But one thing, as we round up, I want something to talk about vertical farming, city farming. How can you turn your house into food production? Produce your own vegetables, your own tomatoes, using vertical agriculture. Because we're talking about technology here today.
Thank you, sir. So yes, how can you turn your house into a vertical farm? First, you can use your wall. Your wall can be a farm. Now, let me say that vertical farming does not necessarily have to be soilless. It can be soil. You can just use your wall. And somebody's thinking, how will I use my wall? Some of us, I don't know what they call it now, but PVC pipes. That pipe that they use for toilet, whatever thingy. If you have access to that PVC pipe, follow me. It's very simple. If I take the PVC pipe and I stand it upwards, it means there is a hole at the middle that is facing up, Abi, and one is facing down. Now, you know I can pour soil inside the middle, right? If I decide to put holes by the side, big holes by the side of the pipe, I can plant my vegetables by that side of those holes. Will it grow? That's all. You've already done vertical farming. It's that simple. Another thing you can do is, a lot of us use take bottled water, all these PET bottles. If I take a PET bottle like this, let's say I have a sort of a fence that I am probably not trying to save. Take your water bottle, cut the base, just a little. Use a nail to attach your PET bottle to the wall. Fill this up with soil or any substrate. It can grow your plants. Can this grow tomatoes? Yes. The only difference is because this container is small, the root will be small. If the root is small, the shoot will be small. If the shoot is small, the number of tomato fruits will be few. Now, I can decide to have this lined up on the wall on each other, such that there is another one on top, another one on top, another one on top. That becomes my vertical farm. Another example is for those of us that like to take herbs. Excuse me. I remember those days, we used to have a shoe rack, those ones that you hang on wall and put your shoes. How many of us remember them? Those fine shoe racks. I can still buy the same shoe racks, hang them on wall, put your vegetable seeds inside. They will all grow. That is still vertical farming. If you don't want to do that, if you don't want to go vertical, a lot of us have flowers in our houses, I don't know why, and you are hungry. Those flower pots can be converted to vegetable pots, and you are still doing something in your house. Hope that makes sense. Quickly, Dr. Jimmy, good afternoon, sir. That was one of my lecturers in my days in Lautech years ago. Pleasure to see you, sir. Thank you, Daddy.
Okay, and he's going to be moderating the next panel session, which is about to start right about now, sir. But COO, you know you are the one that is signing my check. So I have to let you know that we have 5 minutes, sir, to conclude all of this section. Over to you.
Okay, can we take any questions from the audience?
We're going to take one question. Please, give that the mic.
No, we have to take more than one. People have to eat too.
COO, you have 5 minutes. You gave me authority. So I have the right to... so what we're going to do is this. We don't have too much time. We have to... Okay, quickly get to... Somebody said food security here. Okay, you have a question of food security. All right, quickly, please, quickly.
Good afternoon. My name is Eno Bonsambo. Sir, you hinted on the issue of terrorism. And then I would like to know what measures are being put in place to protect farmers and farmlands from terrorism.
Thank you very much.
And, sir, the next
Thank you.
one.
Quickly. But you're my friend, but you know I don't have time. All right?
The next one has to do, it might also serve as a suggestion. Is there an advocacy for a dedicated system of transportation to move produce? Because the processing industries you talked about, I don't believe they are everywhere in Nigeria. So there are farmers that are adversely affected by lack of access to this processing industry.
All
so
right.
is there any form of dedicated transportation aside from the trucks and given the issues of the bad roads?
Okay, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for her. She's an amazing participant. Take it back there quickly. Let's take another question. She's actually made my job so much exciting. Quickly, your name, and if not, we'll take the mic from you. All right?
All right. My name is Bolaji Olayinka. I represent 10 Times Better Institution. Now, my question is this. Turning the city to a farm. Now, from what you've just said, I just have some things coming to my mind, like converting building to farm within the city.
All right.
So I want to know what are the mechanisms I need to put in place within my jurisdiction that will not affect my neighbors.
Thank you. The next man behind us, the last question, quickly, and then the panels have 2 minutes to respond, and we close this session.
Okay. Let me
My name is Shei Shodeko, Abafilis Investment. Please, is GMO foods, are they really poisonous?
Can you hear him?
Is GMO foods, are they really poisonous? Because that's one of the biggest problems we have.
Okay, the GMO thing, are that actually real poisonous? So over to you, Sam.
Okay.
Any other question, we would take that offline.
Let me take your question. In terms of, we didn't use the word terrorism, we just say herdsmen problem. So that's a really complicated issue, and that's a leadership issue, which needs to be addressed by the president, the National Assembly, and what have you to do with that. So maybe, I'm not sure we can provide a solution for you here. But in terms of transportation, so one thing you must know that for fruits and vegetables, once you can drop the temperature at harvest, they have a longer lifespan. So how can we start using refrigerated vehicles to move, what's it called, fruits and vegetables? That's also a policy thing. Lagos State has tried it. They've met a lot of resistance. They've not been able to, what's it called? Even what you use to move the fruits and vegetables, not baskets. Baskets destroy them. Crates are better. So there are a lot of things that need to come into, that we need to take as policy and implement to make things to happen. So the problem is that at leadership level, we're not taking the food issue seriously because we think that we can import everything.
All right.
Now we're suffering for it. Okay, so please go ahead on the...
All right, thank you. Are GMO foods poisonous? That is not the right question because it's like asking, are knives dangerous? Knife is about who uses it, right? GMO is a technology. From what I explained, I can use GMO to package poison. I can also use GMO to do good. GMO is a technology, so we must differentiate technology from ethics. GMO as a technology is just a technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You have any comments? Briefly, 30 seconds.
So my comment will just go to the logistics that one of the things we have been able to do is that due to the strength in storage, at logistics, we have been able to partner with logistic companies that now can work with us or have an idea of the kind of business or movement they will do throughout the year. So instead of when during harvest, everybody's looking for logistics, other companies know that out of harvest, since their goods are already in a warehouse, there is no pressure for logistics and their trucks can move. But unfortunately, the road network is a Nigerian problem, but we hope that it gets better.
Okay, we hear from Miss Badmos. Yes. Please, briefly, Miss Badmos.
Thank you. I'll also say that, yes, as Jai said, we would continue supporting policy innovations, supporting collaborations. We're open to collaborating to improve food production in Nigeria. So, yes, you can reach out to us.
Thank you very much. We need the money. We need the money. We need the money. All right, please, ladies and gentlemen, can we put your hands together for them while I invite President to come up quickly, as well as Dr. Bisia, for us to have a group picture. Why Miss Leila Ragasana, who is the Fintech lead of Kigali International Finance Company, to be getting ready to speak for the next 10 minutes. She's going to be speaking on connecting people with opportunities across Africa and beyond. Fintech in Rwanda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please smile like farmers that perhaps use GMO for good. All right, that is the whole sense of it all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen, you can kindly go back to your seat while my next speaker, Ms. Ragasana, comes forth to make this presentation for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much. My name is Leila. I'm not going to talk about agriculture and technology. I will talk to you about fintech in Rwanda. I hope most of you have visited Rwanda in East Africa. You are coming, yes. Thank you so much. If the team can help me put up the slides very quickly. I'm going to talk to you about how to structure investments in Rwanda, more specifically within fintech, and how you can actually grow your fintechs in the East African community through Rwanda. Waiting for the slides. So in the meantime, maybe I'm going to ask a question to the audience. Who do you want to guess which unicorn fintech is Rwanda? I'm going to take you up to the lady who's almost visiting Kigali. Which unicorn? Which unicorn, fintech unicorn, do you think is in Rwanda? Anyone want to try?
You mean founded in Rwanda or operates in Rwanda?
No, that expanded to Rwanda.
Flutterwave?
Done. Well done. Who wants to guess on the second one? Wave, yes. Which other one? No. Unicorn.
Cheaper cash?
Yes, you're making my presentation easier. Good one. You need to switch. No. Oh, maybe. I'm hoping you make the presentation easier. Yeah. So, my question was related to these slides. I was going to ask you, what do they have in common? And some of you have answered. Some of the unicorns you've seen basically are in Rwanda. And why Rwanda? You may ask yourself, why are these unicorns in Rwanda? And one first reason is setting up a business in Rwanda is very easy. You can set up your business while being here in Nigeria, sitting in this conference. It's going to take you 6 hours and online. Another thing is setting up a business in Rwanda is actually free. So you can register online within 6 hours, have your documents set up, and you do it for free. And these unicorns have done it. And most of these unicorns are already working in Rwanda. And another thing that is actually relevant to fintech is that obtaining a license between 1 month to 3 months, sometimes 1 month if you have all the documents. So just to tell you how everything is very fast if you're investing in Rwanda or investing through Rwanda, but in Africa. And beyond that, Rwanda is also one of the fastest economic that's growing very fast, with an average GDP growth of 8%. And of course, in addition to that, I'm sure some of you have heard, it's the second safest country in Africa, on the continent. It's also a Pan-African connectivity, as what we were showing to you. And what does it mean as a Pan-African connectivity? So one is that Rwanda is part of the Commonwealth, as well as the AU and the Francophonie, which means you tap into the market. If you invest through Rwanda, you tap into not only the Commonwealth, but also the French company, French countries as well. So which gives you about, a majority of the continent that you're going to have market access on. And in addition to that, you've always heard Rwanda being the small country that is landlocked. Being landlocked is also an opportunity. We see it as a small market, but we see it as a Pan-African connectivity as an opportunity. And how is that? Being landlocked gives us the access to the East African community as well as the COMESA. So you have all the surroundings of countries such as Kenya, Uganda, DRC, and Burundi as a market access, and as well as the COMESA that touches now the sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you. And of course, I've taken you through safest and economy that's growing. Another thing is it's the 7th recognized globally as gender parity. My colleagues in the Nigerian FinTech Week have been showing you how women also matter in FinTech. So Rwanda is an advocate country for women. And in addition to that, in the politics as well, we have majority leaders, and in the government are women. And now looking at the Kigali International Financial Center is basically an ecosystem, building an ecosystem that is a financial hub. And one of the most priorities that we have at the Kigali International Financial Center is the Fintech. And what you're seeing here is most financial centers in the world, and some of the Fintechs and the unicorns that I've mentioned have structured the investment either in the UK and in the US. So why not bring them in Africa? Why not focus on the African continent and the African market? And this is what some of these unicorns have done. Come into Rwanda, registered and structured the investment in Rwanda, now tapping into the market of Africa. And the Kigali International Financial Center now focuses on Africa, not just Rwanda, but in Africa, whereas UK, US, Mauritius, they focus on everywhere else. But we now need to think of us, Africa. And in addition to that, what do we offer you? So for fintechs, we give you a very strong, robust legal framework. And that comes with common and civil law. It comes with structuring of investments, whether it's a holding or SPV if you're raising money or looking for specific investments. And that comes with tax incentives and competitive incentives. And in addition to that, we have DTAs as well, where you can be working in Nigeria, structuring in Rwanda, and we have an agreement on tax. That means there is a double taxation avoidance there. And of course, I've started with that, ease of operations. 6 hours to register, no restriction on foreign currency or repatriation of your capital gains as well. So what do we offer for fintech? We have a lot of incentives, of course, ease of operations, ease of setting up, but we also have tax incentives as well, 3 to 15% compared to regular corporate income tax, that's about 30% in Rwanda, and I'm assuming average in Africa as well. And also tax exemption on dividends or withholding taxes. So those are usually exempted. But in order to get those incentives, of course, you have to be licensed. Like I've mentioned, licensing is very easy and can take you 1 to 3 months. And to be licensed, you don't need to partner with a bank. You can come in within the market, partner with a bank, or as an entity, a fintech can go directly to get licensed. And not only that, you find an established ecosystem. Whether you're looking at licensing, whether you're looking at testing idea, we have a regulatory sandbox. We have 2 at the moment. We also have a fintech strategy that puts you in an ecosystem where you have access to skills and capacity. We have partnered with world-recognized schools and incubators that gives you access to upskilling talent within fintech and technology, but also looking at initiatives that are enabling fintech, such as open finance, open banking. We've been talking about it in the last couple of days. And in addition to that, we have hubs and incubators that you can actually be part of to actually start working from there. These are some of examples of the hubs. Like, for example, you take the Qatar FinTech Hub, where a fintech startup could actually be part of, and once they have done the incubation program, the Qatar FinTech Hub, for instance, can actually finance you. So these are some of the hubs and strategic partnerships we have, and we give to fintech structure the investment in Rwanda. And of course, this is basically some of the successes of foreign investments we've had in Rwanda. But not only bringing fintech, we also have funds. If you're looking at raising money, KIFC is also giving you an opportunity and platform to raise capital. You take an example, FEDA, for example. This is a fund that invests into some of the startups. We have Chansen as well. So basically, a fintech in Rwanda comes and finding an ecosystem for Rwanda, but also for Africa. So please, come visit Rwanda soon and invest in Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. It's great to know that the government is obviously working with the women. It's the spirit of diversity. And imagine that today's focus is on diversification. All right, quickly, we are going to have our next. Okay, please, we'd like some pictures. Please, can you come up back up? I think this is Kenya picture. Let's have the COO and the president to please come up to join them. Uganda. Oh, pardon me. Why was I? Rwanda. You people should speak clearly. What did you say? Rwanda. Okay, Rwanda, please come up. Please put your hands together for Rwanda. Where did I think of Kenya and Uganda? All right. Please come up. Quickly. All right. We want to make sure that we have this digital footprint. Let them know that all the way from Rwanda, we took very good care of them. As a matter of fact, we gave them extra time. All right. President, you need to smile the Rwandan smile. All right. Thank you very much. COO, thank you so very much. Rakasana, this was a wonderful presentation. To speak on building for the future of African financial and banking financial services is no other person than the CEO of Parkway, Mr. Julius Amako. Please, can you put your hands up for him? I'm very sure his slide is up, and then he's going to present for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julius Amako. I'm the CEO at Parkway. Okay. So, who are we? We are one of the leaders in the financial technology sector. We have been around since 2004, so we have been around from the beginning. But here it's cold, though. So we have been around from the beginning of the industry, all right? And we started at the infancy and decided to channel all our experiences and all our know-how into making it easier for innovators and for people who want to leverage on technology to make it easier within this convoluted industry. Now, what do I mean? In terms of payment processing, different nodes of settlement, treasury management, and some other challenges that startups are facing, because they do not have the proper foundation, they become like a flash in the pan, and then they fizzle out. So what we want to do here is to make it easy by offering a platform that these kinds of innovations can build on. Our vision, our mission, and our objective speaks to this. So we want to enable inclusion. We want to solve uniquely African problems, and we want to shorten the route to market. Now, I'm not going to bore you with all these market analysis. All of us here crunch numbers, so we know most of all these things. But what I'm going to say here is that the African market is the future, all right? And Nigeria is at the epicenter of all of this. So essentially, e-payments, fintechs, cut across different sectors. And it is increasingly becoming a utility. Hence, the pressure has never been greater for us to innovate. Innovation is key now. And this innovation takes place at different verticals, whether it's at insurance level, whether it's in health, or whether it's in education. So we haven't even scratched the surface at all. We have to keep innovating. And that's why we realize that the potentials are enormous, and we recognize that we are going to play a role as an enabler for all these innovators. And that is where our Parkway Rails comes in. What is Parkway Rails? Parkway Rails is an infrastructure. We are able to connect to all banks, all debit networks, all card companies. We're able to run settlements, transaction finality, and also run it through the fastest route. Now, we have evidence of our infrastructure. We have the wallet system that allows us to store value for innovators in a secure and compliant manner that is compliant with CBN regulations, that allows faster transaction processing. even faster than the traditional accounts as we know today, while still being compliant with the CBN regulation. We have also layered developer-friendly APIs that shorten the route to market. Because we are developers also, we know what you need. So we make things a lot easier. So ease of use, and then short time to market. And then also, we have broken down all the complicated steps and made it very, very easy to use for developers. Some other reference implementations that we have also, are our virtual accounts, our card services, e-payment also, and agency banking. These are all reference implementations of our Parkway Rails. And recently, we launched a new product, which is on our Parkway Rails, called the Parkway Wallet. Now, this Parkway Wallet allows you to transfer money free forever. Now, when we say free forever, people now start asking us questions, that there must be a clause somewhere and all that. But actually, it is free. It's leveraging on our Rails infrastructure that allows you to send and receive money instantly. In fact, there was a particular customer yesterday that said it was almost at the speed of light. It's actually that fast. And it simplifies the entire process of sending and receiving money instantly. So these are one of the things that we have used to show the robustness of our infrastructure and allowing people to come on board our systems. The sectors that we are servicing include all of this. It includes the health, the banking, education, agriculture, entertainment, hospitality, gaming, transportation, e-commerce, and much more. We are not just staying within the financial space. We know that a lot needs to be done, and we are doing a lot. Within our platform, we have onboarded a lot of innovators, a lot of people who want to provide financial inclusion within these spaces. We have reference innovators, Swipe, Shutler, Schoolable, Red Cloud, Little. We're in over 26 African countries where we've had innovators on board our system, and then use our infrastructure, and they are very excited about it. Now, what does the future hold for us? We are focusing very, very particularly on providing an enabling environment that will allow people, allow innovators, allow partners to provide solutions across different verticals. So we have built this infrastructure. We have partnered with banks. We have implemented sector-leading solutions, whether it is in taxation, in internally generated revenue, whether it's with the custom excise duties, whether it's with the police, in the health sectors, and this is across 26 African countries. So these are incorporated into our Rails infrastructure, and we are striking the right partnership that enables us to expand into the African continent. So what are we asking? We are calling out and we are reaching out to innovators, to partners, and also to investors to come on board and join us as we expand our infrastructure into the African market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julius. Now you know what I'm going through. That is Parkway for you. I mean, an organization that is a key player in the industry, of course, in terms of impact as well. They have done so well. I want to say a big thank you so very much to Mr. Julius Amako, the CEO of Parkway. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we will go into our final session before we go for lunch. And after lunch, we are back to have the last aspect of the program that is going to wrap up the 2023 edition of the Nigerian Fintech Week. And so to help me as a matter, we have the moderator of this session, who is Dr. Jimmy Shayo Awokola the COO of MotoPay, a subsidiary of Sujimoto Group. Please, can you put your hands together for him? He's going to be moderating this particular session. The more you clap for him, the faster he's going to come, and then we'll go for lunch quicker. Great, that always works. Next, let's have Ms. Siku Mugambi, of the CEO of Kobo 360, as she comes up to join us. Next to the moderator, please put your hands together for her. Mr. Akachuku Okafo, the co-founder and CTO of Shotters, is also in the house, I believe. I know earlier on I must have cited him, as the case might be. So as soon as he comes in, Mr. Akachuku, you join them up. And of course, I have Mr. Taiwo Ajibola, the managing director for Nigeria Move. He's going to join us because he has to get into a quick meeting. Apparently, we had one or two challenges or issues, so to speak. So bear with us. He's going to join us on the panel. And next, we have Yemi Joshua, the chief operating officer of SID Digital, a subsidiary of Secure ID, as he comes up to join us on this panel. Also, I imagine that they have quickly gone out to conclude some deals with some of our friends all the way from the other part of the world. And as soon as they're coming, we will continue with that. So right now, I'm going to be handing over to Dr. Awokola. You know how this works. As soon as you see me standing up here, you know that it's a time for us to do the question and answer, and then we wrap up the session. I'll let the audience know that you are the one that is keeping us between this moment and lunch, so that if there's any other thing, they will direct it to you. Over to you, Dr. Awokola.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. How has the day been? All right, it's good to be here. So like Dr. Brima said in the last session, and he was trying to hammer on the importance of food. And I would also say that how many of you used local technology to get here today? Maybe you just stood somewhere at the corner of your room and then you found yourself here. Anybody? Okay, how many people maybe stood on their laptop and then they found themselves here? All right, so I'm saying that to say that transportation and logistics is very important. It is one of the major needs. People need to move from point A to point B. They need to move themselves. They need to move their goods and services from one point to another. So the subject of transportation logistics is key, and that is what we're trying to look at in this panel session. Now, you will agree with me that in recent times, the number of vehicles on the roads, is about 60% less what it used to be. How many of you agree with me? Ever since the subsidy was removed, we have less cars on the road. Okay, so in this session, we want to take a look at some of those things that Fintech can do to improve transportation, logistics, and make it easier for people to move around. Okay, so obviously, I only have Siku here with me, so I'm going to start with you, and we're going to have some engagement. All right, so let me tell you that. Can you provide for us some real-world examples of how Fintech has leveraged to improve operational efficiency? Now, that's the word. Operational efficiency or reduce cost, because what we are having right now is that the cost of transportation has increased for obvious reasons. So, can you tell us, has there been any example, a real-life example, where Fintech has been applied in increasing and improving operational efficiency and reducing cost of transportation and logistics in Nigeria? Over to you, Siku.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shiko Mogambi, the CEO of Kobo 360. We're a digital logistics platform where we aggregate transporters who primarily comprise micro fleet owners and connect them directly to enterprises so that they can get access to trips. And then we also provide different forms of financing to support them in fulfilling those trips, whether it's working capital financing to cater for their road expenses or to get payments on their invoices as soon as, or faster than, how they would get payment if they were working directly with the enterprise, or potentially even asset financing to enable them to buy more trucks. So coming to your question, so I mean, maybe let me just paint a picture of how, an enterprise would source for trucks today, and then give an example of how fintech has come to create efficiency in how that process works. So today, if you're a shipper, so if you have cargo that you're trying to move from point A to point B, and I'm a truck owner, especially the larger enterprises, so think of like your flour mills, your Unilever, and those types of companies, I would be vetted as a vendor of this company, and if I comply with their specifications, then I would avail my trucks to move cargo on their behalf, and then I would go through their payment cycle, which typically can be anything from 30 days, it can even go all the way up to 60 days that would have to wait to get paid. You find that most transporters in Nigeria are informal, so they are locked out of mainstream financial institutions, so they don't have access to working capital financing that will help them to bridge that gap. While they're waiting for that payment, they can still continue to utilize their trucks to run more trips, because they'll ultimately be able to get paid by the customer and repay that financing. So because of the profile of most transporters in this part of the world, delaying that payment works against them and doesn't help them to continue to use their trucks to run more trips. And so any kind of solution, especially around fintech, that shortens that cycle is very, very helpful for them. Because to compensate for that gap, what they would do is they would increase the transport rate so that they can kind of compensate themselves for that time gap. And if they're increasing their prices, then that means that the customer will ultimately increase their prices, because 60% of their cost is logistics. And that ultimately means that the commodities they are selling are way more expensive for the buyers. So efficiency in that working capital cycle, which is a fintech problem, is very, very useful in reducing the ultimate cost of the commodity. There are different solutions that have been championed to solve that problem. One of them is, I'll give an example, a real-world example that we're actually exploring today, is establishing virtual bank accounts that are domiciled by traditional banks, and that enable companies like ourselves to do direct debits from our customers' accounts into our virtual accounts as soon as an invoice is raised, properly verified and approved by the customer. So that means you're reducing that payment cycle from 30 days to literally 0, because as soon as the invoice is raised and it's been confirmed by the customer, a direct debit can be passed and the payment is received immediately. So if I'm a transporter and I know I can be getting my payments as quickly as I raise the invoice, and I'm now looking at it from a volume perspective, then I can reduce my rates and help to make the cost of my customers' goods lower. So that's one solution. Just simply being able to move away from physical forms of cash and different forms of virtual payments is also another real-world example of how making the process of payments much more efficient and much faster helps to also shorten that working capital cycle. And the solutions around different payment platforms or payment infrastructure platforms that help to aggregate different forms of payments, whether it's mobile money, whether it's bank transfers, and then availing all of these on a single platform through an API, and make it easy for us to pay a broad range of transporters who have different bank accounts, different mobile money accounts, but these solutions make it easy for us to programmatically pay them, right, versus having to do manual payments periodically, which is very inefficient for us.
Excellent, excellent, that's great. Please, round of applause for Shiku. That was prompt. So you're letting us know that with what you do at Kobo 360, it is easier for transport operators to be able to get their payment faster, and that because it reduces the turnaround time, it helps them to be more efficient, and in the long run, assists them to work on their costs so as to make it easier for their clients to transport. That's amazing. You know, I began to think about something recently, that with what is happening in transportation after the subsidy was removed, is it not possible for, instead of 5 of us who have cars and we take our cars to work every day, it's not possible that there is a way whereby one person moving from Ikeja to Lekki can pick up 3 other people, and there's a way they can digitally pair and they can share, you know, the costs. You know, this is just me thinking out loud. Because right now, what is happening, we need a lot of innovations around cost so as to make it easier for individuals, organizations, and businesses to continue to remain in business. All right. So let me ask you another question here. So we're talking about how fintech can revolutionize, improve, and make transportation and logistics better. So what do you see as some exciting future trends in fintech for transportation and logistics in Nigeria and Africa? Are there some emerging technologies or strategies that we should keep our eye on? Don't forget, you mentioned quite a number of things. So I want you to specify what are some technologies that you think we should look out for. Maybe it is being in use now, but it's not yet so pronounced. Maybe it is just still around the corner. What are some of those technologies that we should look out for in fintech that can help us drive transportation logistics? Over to you.
Thanks. That's a good question. I think innovation really is very, very fundamental to us being able to advance the transportation sector, which really is the backbone for every other sector, because goods and people have to move every day, right? So, and they have to move efficiently and at a low cost. I just think innovations around financing solutions that are relevant to the profile of transporters we have in Africa really is the way, is really where we need to spend a lot more time thinking about innovation. So, as I mentioned earlier, many transporters in Africa, most transporters in Africa, probably about 80%, are informal, right? So you need to think about how you can finance this sector that is relevant to the...
It's even referred to as an informal sector. Yeah, in the economy.
Exactly. So I think the innovation here definitely comes from the data that you're able to gather through technology platforms, and that's really the way to do it. So for us, for example, the customers that we're servicing are established creditworthy businesses, and we're seeking financing for services that have already been delivered to them, right? So, or they are about to be delivered to them, sorry. They either have been, so it's invoice discounting, or it's purchase order financing. So you have an order from a customer, evacuate this cargo from point A to point B, and then I will pay you. And so a platform like ours that has aggregated multiple of these transporters, and we have their transaction history, we can leverage that data to think creatively around how to design financing solutions that are relevant to them, whether it's from a working capital perspective, and technology can facilitate that, or even from an asset financing perspective. And the idea here is to offer relevant financial services that are bite-sized. And by bite-sized, I mean it's manageable within the cash inflows that this transporter receives. And you know that because of the history of transactions that you have gathered on their platform. So whether it's a transporter, for example, a truck has 18 tires. You know, let's say 6 of them are damaged. It's a significant financial outlay for the transporter for him to be able to avail his truck for you to use. But I'm controlling the payments to this transporter, and I can be able to assess the level of credit that he can take up based on the data that I have on the history of trips that he has run on my platform. So I can extend a working capital loan to him to enable him to buy tires, and I can work out the payments based on the repayments based on the forecasted number of trips that I think this transporter will run on my platform, and then I can deduct that payment. And you can extend that type of financing beyond things like tires and other spare parts to even the cost of the truck itself. You can actually finance this transporter to buy a truck and work out the repayments against contracts that you have with your customers. Beyond just financing solutions, there's also different types of technologies that we've also been testing around the logistics space, particularly around blockchain. And the idea here is to create what we call like an operating software for the technology space that gives visibility to every single stakeholder that is transacting in this space on the blockchain. So whether it's the two main parties, so the enterprises or the transporter, whether it's the bank that is extending financing to the transporter, whether it's an OEM that wants to provide the truck, the spare parts to these transporters, whether it's government agencies that want to track the movement of goods from point A to point B or country to country and calculate the relevant taxes that are associated with that. So blockchain can provide that singular visible layer that all of these transactions
Okay, so we should look out for blockchain.
Yes.
Okay, we should look out for blockchain. We should look out for big data and all that. And we should consider creating the different platforms. Exactly. Platforms, infrastructures, data, and then blockchain technology. Right, that is great. Please, a round of applause for Shiku. That was very insightful. Okay, let me take you a little bit out of your, for obvious reasons.
This is the price I have to pay for showing up.
For showing up, okay, don't worry. Please, where's Shil? Please give her double lunch, when it's time for lunch, because she's going to have to do an additional work. So double lunch for her, and you can collect the money from her when you're done. Okay, now let's look at the subject of asset financing. Because from all that you have said, that you did Kobo 360, I've been hearing a lot about asset financing. So I have a simple question. Is that asset financing is definitely very crucial for fleet management. All right? So what innovative fintech solutions are available for seamless asset financing for fleets, particularly in the context of now, because you said something the other time. You said you deal more with a lot of established credit-worthy companies. But for you to be inclusive, you have to also consider companies that are coming up who might not have the track record that a PZ or a Nestle or a Nigerian breweries might have built, but they also need to access logistics services, and they also need to be included. So, asset financing, very important, but what technologies do you think would make asset financing seamless? How will it work when you give somebody asset financing to buy trucks? Would you not drive that truck and take it to Cotonou and they are off the radar? What exactly, how can we make that work in the context of Nigeria? That is for you.
Yeah, so, I know that question was supposed to be for the Move guys.
Yes, Move.
And I was actually looking forward to hearing from them on that. However, ultimately when it comes to logistics, there's a shortage of the supply of fleets. Whether it's cars, which in the case is what the problem that Move is trying to solve, or whether it's trucks in our case. We have the average age of a truck in Nigeria is 20 years old, right? So we import them secondhand, and then when they're exposed to the infrastructure here, they're easily damaged. So you find that first we don't have the volume of trucks that are needed to fulfill the logistics needs of enterprises here, and even the existing assets are dilapidated because of the age of those. So if I'm a company that needs, just give an example, an enterprise might need, an FMCG enterprise might have 5 different loading sites in Nigeria, and each of those loading sites might require an average of 50 trucks per day. So the volume of trucks that they need is quite high. And even if they were to mop up all the existing assets in Nigeria, it's difficult to be able to get
the number and the consistency of that supply. So there is a great need to buy and inject more trucks into the market. But the challenge with that is that it always boils down to financing, right? So how do you finance transporters to buy more trucks that can then be committed to these customers that need the trucks? And the solution around that really is making that financing contract airtight. In the sense, making it airtight.
Airtight, okay. Explain that.
In the sense that you backstop the demand. So there has to be someone who is guaranteeing the transporter that I will take your trucks. If you buy the trucks, I will take them, right? Because I need the trucks. And if it's not just that I take them, but I'm also guaranteeing you a certain amount of payment every month that covers your operating expenses, so the cost of your driver, the cost of your fuel, the cost of your other expenses, maintenance and everything, your fixed costs around your admin, your general and admin expenses, and then the financing costs. And then in the environment that we're operating in, you also need a component of the FX exposure because you're buying these trucks in foreign currency, but you're earning the revenue in local currency. So
that is serious.
It's very serious,
just
as
touch
you know.
on something.
Exactly.
When an establishment is earning local revenue, but is operating in a space where they have to deal, with forex, it's
very
huge.
challenging.
It's challenging.
It's very challenging, and ultimately, honestly, it's the consumer that winds up bearing that cost because it's a cost that's passed through. So that's how asset financing contracts are structured today. Those contracts also have to be long-term, typically 5 years. So I would go to my customer and tell my customer, I need this kind of a contract that backstops the demand. So I'm very sure that if I go to a bank, the bank is comfortable financing it because they know that there's cash flows, very predictive cash flows, that take into consideration my entire cost base, that guarantees that the truck will remain operational and it can cover the cost of the financing as well. And then once the trucks are in, and it's the same thing I know with the Uber trucks, the Uber cars, there's all kinds of controls that you can put in place on the truck to make sure it's not, as you said, taken to a different location from where it's intended. So when you're working out the asset financing contract, you've actually specifically designated that truck for a very specific route. You've worked out what the cost of operating that route is, and that's what you've used to secure the financing. You install things like trackers in the truck. There's all kinds of interesting technologies around driver cameras that check that the driver is actually driving that truck as he should be, and so on and so forth.
Excellent. Please, a round of applause for Siku. That was amazing. So we're saying that in making sure that asset financing works in the logistics industry, you have to make the contract airtight. That's the word you used. Airtight. That is, there must be a level of accountability. That is, you get somebody who needs a truck, then you get somebody who needs the services of a truck and is ready to take the truck, the trucker and the truckee. All right. So, and then you connect them together, and then you also use technology to ensure that there is real-time monitoring. I was amazed. When I started working full in Lagos and I was born in Lagos, there was a day I entered. My driver for one reason was not available, and I said, "Hey, I have a boat app," so I tried to order Uber. Then I saw that the car was a very compact and very small Suzuki car, and then I was curious because I could see a camera. Then I had to ask the guy, "Please, this is Uber, right? But I'm seeing these cars around." He said, "Oh, that is Move." Then we began to engage in a conversation, and I began to ask him questions. Okay, so talking about Move, please put your hands together as we have on the panel, all the way from Move, we have Mr. Ajibola. Mr. Ajibola is the country director of Move. Please put your hands together for him as he joins us. He had to be in a meeting. You're welcome on board. So you met us well. You're welcome. In my where I come from, if you walked into my house, maybe I'm eating, I'll tell you met me well. So you met us well as you walked in now.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I have to take this question back to you. We've been talking about how fintech can change, revolutionize, make transportation and logistics more efficient. So let me start with you this way. Tell us your name, the company you represent, and in like 2-3 minutes, tell us what you do in your company. So we're going to take it off from there.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here. My name is Taiwo Ajibola. I represent Move Nigeria. I'm the managing director for Move Nigeria. Our business is involved in vehicle financing. What we do is we are a fintech business, and we're involved in providing less privileged with opportunities and solutions towards being able to own a vehicle, as well as have a source of income and a business for themselves.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I was just sharing before you walked in that when I moved to Lagos, I started being in Lagos more. I noticed, because for some reasons there was a day my driver was delaying. So I said, I have Uber on my phone. I don't need to wait for you to come pick me. So I ordered, and then I saw this car that I felt like putting in my pocket. It looked so compact. And then I entered, but it was okay. The AC was working well. But I was curious because I could see a camera. At some point, I hear driver distraction, driver distraction. And I began to hear, I had to ask the guy, hey, which company is behind this? He said, it's Move. Then we began to talk more and more. So the guy began to tell me that, we get to pay this amount, we pay for maintenance, we pay for this. At the end of the day, when you work, all the money and all of that. So I became more curious, and I'm happy I'm meeting with the MD of Move, up close and personal. So let's go back to asset financing. Asset financing is important and key in the logistics business. But how does it work in practical terms, considering the Nigerian unique context? How does it work? What has been your experience, the success story, the challenges, the pain points about asset financing? Have you given a car to some guys and then the next thing the car is in Cotonou or is in Benin Republic? I'd like us to tell us from your experience at Move, how has asset financing worked in the Nigerian space? Over to you, Mr. Ajibola.
Thank you very much. The first thing I'd like to say is that Move started out in Nigeria. The founders are Nigerians, and their objective was because they saw a gap inside the market. There was a gap in the ride-hailing market where they saw there that there were not enough vehicles to actually meet up with customer demand. Then there's also the other end, which is what your question points to, in the sense that the gap in the market is as a result of people not having the assets. So people have the intention, they would like to go on to Uber or go on to any of the ride-hailing platforms, but there are no assets, and that's where we come in. Our objective is to provide vehicle financing for them at a rate at which they can afford based on riding, what they do by riding on the same app. So the story started out with us looking at the economy, looking at the factors that are involved, what kind of vehicles can come in, at what price can it come to, and how does it fit into the average fare that a rider will pay for, and all the iterations of the number of trips that you can make. And that's what came up with the products that we have. We actually have two main products that we run. We have a drive to own. So that means that the drivers actually receive the vehicle and run the vehicle with a projected plan towards owning the vehicle in a certain number of months. We have the plan for 18 months. We have the plan for 30 months. The main product we have is for 48 months, which represents the Suzukis that you've seen there. And you notice that the Suzukis are higher off the ground, and so that's to address the particular challenges you have with floods and the type of roads. And it's also it's a low consumption vehicle. It's a 0.8 liter engine vehicle. So what that does is that it's fuel efficient. So all these were tailored towards trying to find a product that fits into the Nigerian market.
Excellent, excellent. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Ajibola. Now, I must say this because I enjoy taking Uber, Bolt, and this around Lagos because opportunity for me to engage. I like to connect. Okay, I'm a teacher, so I still have it. I like to connect with people. I like to interview them. So I've had two sides of the coin. Another person that I spoke with about your cars actually told me how rugged those cars are. It was letting me know that if there's a flood now, if this car enters, it's going to stop. He said, but if there's a flood, with this is small car, it can enter and drive past it and move on and no issues as it were. Then I also observed that on Uber, I don't know how you guys did that, the fares on your Suzuki cars are usually cheaper than the regular ones. So you find out that you don't get, they are more in demand, and you don't get to have them. It's not easy to get them, to get a ride on them after some time, because it's just that they are all busy, as it were. So are you thinking of expansion into other regions? What is your expansion and your growth plan and strategy? How do you wait until maybe cycles of payment are done before you release new cars into the market? Or how does it work for you? Is it that the moment anybody comes and they apply for it, what is the procedure? Do they have to wait until the people that took the last tranche maybe are 60%, 70%, 80% done with their payment before you can service them? Or what informs your expansion program? Because if the truth be told, there is need for more affordable transportation. And that is like what your solution is providing. So I'd like to know, I'm interested in that, and I know others might be interested into what is your growth plan? How do you intend to ensure that we have more vehicles like that that can give people affordable transport costs from point A to point B in lieu of the economic realities?
The economic realities are facing just about every one of us. What we are doing is every wave in which we roll out and we scale up our product, we are actually looking at those ones as an object, as a financial object in itself. So one rollout would not hold up on the other. So what you see there in the sense where you mentioned that they are not enough, you are trying to get one of those vehicles and you can't, is showing the gap between demand and supply.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are definitely going to scale up and fill up that demand. The only thing is I'm sorry, I can't disclose our scale-up plans right now.
It's okay. There's NDA involved in that. All right, no problem. Okay, so let me push this to you. So we have been seeing a lot happening in the fintech land space. Okay, you mentioned earlier on that you are a fintech company primarily, but you are providing asset financing for the logistics industry, cars as it were. Okay, so let's look at the fintech landscape. We all know that when you are working in fintech, when you are operating in the fintech land space, there are a lot of regulatory frameworks. We have a lot of regulators. Regulation is key. In fact, I was having a discussion with somebody and he told me that in fintech, there are two things, law and order, because this has to do with people's money. And in information security, I could remember that financial data and medical data are classified as sensitive data, all right? So my question is this. The fintech land space often intersects with regulatory frameworks. So how are regulatory challenges being mitigated in the transport and logistics sector? And what can policymakers do to encourage innovation? Because as well as good as regulation is, sometimes we can regulate too much that will stifle innovation. So I'd like to push that to you, that how can policymakers ensure that innovation is not stifled, especially when it comes to how fintech adoption is regulated in transport and logistics?
Yes, thank you. As you rightly mentioned, you need to have control. So the vehicles that come onto the road, are they of the right standards? Are they of the right safety standards? Are they properly licensed? Now, the challenge we've had with it is how many agencies do you have to deal with to be able to have a vehicle on the road that meets all the requirements? In some cases, are you not having a situation of multiplicity of some charges or tariffs? So what would help us in such a situation like that is, can we have a forum where there's an ease of business of which we are engaging with them so that you can have a single point of contact or at least a platform in which you can integrate with them? So what fintech would do is all of these sessions we've had and all the solutions that we're talking about, how does it integrate with the government? Can you have it in such a way that there's a seamless handshake, all these APIs speaking to each other in such a way that from your office, you can bring in a vehicle and have it fully licensed and meet all the regulatory frameworks, and then you can be on your way. You don't have to go through so many different things.
Go here, you go to this office,
Yes.
go to local government will come, LCDA will come.
Yes. In fact, one of the things we've done is we are working closely with some of the one of the major agencies we're working with is Vehicle Inspection Office, VIO,
okay.
and is to sit down with them, and they've given us some concessions to make sure that you don't bring in all those vehicles at the same time, and then it starves the market of those vehicles being available, and it also starves those drivers of their source of income. So we've had some sort of we have a framework that we're working with them, and we want to improve on that in such a way that it's a seamless thing, and the ease of business in terms of bringing in a new car and putting it on the road, the time lag between that is minimal.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay.
All right, Doctor.
I'd like to add just one point to that.
It's okay. We're wrapping up now.
Yeah. So it's spot on in terms of kind of condensing all the different agencies and making it easy for us to deal with one. But I think also one important point I think this also may affect Uber, not Move, and us as well, because we're a gig economy. So we don't own any of the assets. The drivers are not our employees. The transporters are not our employees. So there's a great need for, especially tax authorities, to think through how to tax platforms like ours, especially when you think about the fact that in our case, a lot of our transporters are informal. So these are people who are locked out of the banking system. They don't really file tax returns or anything like that. And governments now, given all the macro challenges, are trying to expand the tax base to include people like this to start paying taxes. And the easiest way to do that is not to go for them, but to go for platforms like ours. But we can't pay taxes on behalf of our users, right? So there's a level of engagement and discussion, I think, that needs to happen with different tax authorities that makes it easy for gig workers and platforms like ours that are bringing together these gig workers to be able to continue to earn a livelihood and contribute towards what they need to contribute from a tax perspective, but not stifle business and platforms like ours.
Excellent. A round of applause for her. That's a very good contribution. Okay, so I would hand over to my guy at the top with face cap.
None at all.
So let's open up. Let's take a few
we'll
questions.
just take perhaps one or two questions or comments.
And then
we can wrap up the session, so we quickly go for lunch, and then we're back here for the final part of the program.
Please don't
and then
forget,
we can call it a day.
two lunch tickets for her.
2 lunch tickets for her.
Because she has filled
that is guaranteed. That is guaranteed.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any comments or questions out here? Anyone? None at all. I imagine these guys just want to fast track time for lunch. All right, so Dr. Wakala, what we're going to do, just wrap up in the next 2 minutes, each
All right.
concluding thoughts, and then we can call it a day.
All right, thank you so much. So it's been a wonderful time speaking on how fintech can improve transportation logistics. So I'd like to take a closing thought from you, Shiku, just 1 or 2 minutes. So just as we wrap up the session, what are your closing thoughts to everybody on this matter? And then Mr. Ajibola.
Thank you. I think for me, there's no understating how important logistics is, especially as we think about us rebuilding the African economy. And my personal conviction is that startups can play a significant role in making this sector efficient and add a lot of value to the different stakeholders in the ecosystem. So, I'm excited about what we can do, and I'd like to see more support and more attention and more capital definitely being poured into the sector.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ajibola?
Yes. Nigeria represents a very unique market, and we are very excited at what we are going to do. Move is currently in about 8 countries, and Nigeria is the only one that has 80% of the transactions are cash-based and 20% of them are card-based. So we had to formulate solutions. We even have an app that actually helps the drivers to manage their finances for the business that they're running, because that vehicle with them is a business. So we are we are really interested in seeing how much different our own market is and how we are formulating more solutions to meet the Nigerian markets, because our market is quite different from what you find out there. In fact, one of the things that we are doing, to your question, is we are actually ramping up, and we are giving out vehicles along that same drive to own products right now as we are speaking, and we'll continue to run it. And I believe that with our fellow compatriots, we should be able to make our country a better place. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you so much for listening. Have a wonderful time at lunch.
Thank you. Can I invite Dr. Obrima to please come up quickly for us to have the photo session? Why my lovely, gentle lady, pardon me, my lady and gentlemen actually, stand up front here for us to have this moment captured. And I want to say a big thank you to Ms. Mugambi, CEO Kobo 360, as well as Mr. Taiwo Ajibola, Managing Director for Nigeria Move. Thank you so much. I know he had to cut short a meeting, which he in order for him to join us at this final panel session on transport tech. And quickly, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is going to be for 10 minutes. And then make sure you are back here, and we have a special announcement for the raffle draw. And after the raffle draw, we will be going in for the other raffle draw, and then we have the final session on FinTech role in revolutionizing healthcare. I have all of my panelists here, and then we'll be wrapping up for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch is served.
ProShare, a specialized financial information hub, has provided in-depth market analysis and economic insights over the decades that have empowered investors and the public to make the right decisions regarding intelligent investing. Through impact research and market intelligence, ProShare has continued to provide significant interventions in the Nigerian economy and the financial markets, providing a pathway to sustainability and transformation. For all your market updates, latest business, economic, financial news, and incisive reports, log on to www.proshare.co. As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries. As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries. As a business and finance online platform, WebTV has been dedicated to capturing significant financial markets and economic events that have far-reaching impact in the country. With programs that spotlight developments in the economy and finance, WebTV is focused on value creation to its teeming viewers and subscribers. From exclusive interviews, product reviews, programs, event coverage, live streaming, and digital media experience, WebTV has you covered. Follow our social media platforms for further inquiries.
A pleasure and honor to have been part of this event. And I'm hoping that at the end of today, we would have gained so much more in terms of insight, and definitely some of the things we've actually inferred in most of those panel sessions can form part of the ingredients that we can use in driving a lot of our operations. And so I want to just quickly confirm if all of my panelists are here. And I know that Mr. Adedamola Oloko of AXA Mansard is going to be moderating this session. Is obviously here. Thank you very much. And Ayodele Adeyemi Faboya, I hope I got that right. Those are some powerful names that, as a matter of fact, I will need to take extra energy to be able to get them right. So, but do please pardon me. Mark Ogbona is going to be joining us online, as well as Dr. Ola Brown, CEO of HealthCap, will be joining us online. Dr. Ikpeme Neto is here as well, founder CEO of Wella Health. Dr. Janine Nwokoye is certainly here as well, CEO of Clafia. Dr. Linda Obi, CEO Afri Health. I should know that this is a medical session, so there are going to be a lot of doctors, but these were the doctors who are going to help us understand the other aspects of the healthcare industry, and we're looking at fintech's role in revolutionizing healthcare. And on that note, I want to quickly announce that the raffle draw is going to be taking place after this session. However, I want to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors and exhibitors. If you've actually been a part of this, make sure you still visit the stand. I'm sure that we will still have that open till the point when we can call it a total closure. Then we will have the closing address, after which we will have the raffle draw. So if you are not here when we announce the winners, I will kindly say that you will be Oyo, which means on your own. All right, so I'm very sure right now your tickets have been given to you, because I can see the raffle roller in there with the papers all smiling at me, looking forward to somebody who is going to clutch both the tickets and certainly the mobile phone. And also by the end of the year, Now is going to be giving out a Lamborghini. We encourage every one of us to make sure you be a part of that draw. All you need to do is to visit their stand, fill in those details, the data, download the app, use it as much as possible, and you stand a chance of winning Lamborghini. You never can be so sure. That matters a lot. Why saying all of this? I want to say a big thank you to our speakers for doing such an excellent job these 3 days that we've been here. And we're also looking too much more to the members of the association. This event, ladies and gentlemen, obviously has been put together by the Fintech Association of Nigeria and the Fintech Associates Limited, made possible by different sponsors and exhibitors, and most importantly, every single one of you who is seated here, who are the delegates that have actually been given this wonderful opportunity. Please, can you put your hands together for yourself? Let me be sure that I'm talking to people who are alive, not AI and AI alone. Okay, good. Some people's mouths are still moving. It's all right. I can see this gentleman, the way he's just flowing with the spoon and the plate. You'll know that he's here to make sure that this matter is fully concluded. Thank you so much, man. And I'm so excited that we've actually had a wonderful, memorable time. But I don't want to take this any further. However, there is somebody I would like to say a big thank you to. Inelbong, I think there was an Inelbong lady. She was somewhere here. Eno. Okay, not Inelbong. Eno. All right. I hope she comes in. She has been most fantastic for me. And we want to say a big thank you to her. Of course, every one of you who have asked questions have been so amazing as well. And nevertheless, we know that this is a first experience. Who knows what 2024 may bring? And we pray that God keeps us all alive and well and successful. Right now, I would like to quickly invite my my moderator for this session, and that's the person of Mr. Adedamola Oloko, the Innovative Partnership and Investment with AXA Mansard. Please put your hands together for him. I saw him earlier on outside, and I said, wow, this is impressive. We're looking at the fintech roles in revolutionizing healthcare, all right? And then that itself is going to help us through. Please, let's quickly invite also to join him, Mrs. Ayodele Adeyemi Faboya. I hope I got that right. Partner Banwo and Godalo. Banwo and Godalo. Those ones are powerful people. Even the way she's walking, you know that she's a powerful woman. All right, thank you so very much, Mrs. Ayodele. It's good to have you here. That is great. Okay, so I was close to it. Faboyam, that is great. And then we have joining them Dr. Ikpeme Neto, founder and CEO of Willa Health. Willa or Wella? Wella. Okay, the way he said it, you know that this man is very healthy and well. Wella. All right. Dr. Neto, good to see you. We also have Dr. Janine Nwokoye, CEO of Clafia. I understand she's here as well. All right, these are doctors. The way they even smile, you know that if you're a patient, you are safe in their hands. You know, you're welcome, madam. We're glad to see you here. And then Dr. Linda Obi, CEO of Afri Health, is also here. The way they are smiling, this is interesting. Please, may we not fall sick, you know, but even when we do, it's part of life. We can see 2 wonderful or 3 wonderful doctors who have promised me that they are going to, she said she will give you free treatment. Just make sure you get a card and all that. Dr. Linda, did you say that? Okay, you see that she has confirmed that. Anyway, but you are on your own. It ends after this particular event. Dr. Ola Brown will be joining us online, CEO of HealthCap. And we will also have Mr. Mark Ugbonma, CEO of Octosoft, will be joining us online. The time is about 3:15, so to speak. And we will be running this session for the next 30 minutes or 45 minutes at most. As soon as I come up here, you know that it's high time for us to open the floor to questions, and then we have the final wrapping session. So over to you, Mr. Ade Damola.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And I think we saved the best for last, you know, if you agree with me, right? Because if you're not healthy, you'll not be here, right? You know, COVID happened. I'm sure that during COVID, you couldn't gather like this. Yeah, so thank you very much for being a part of this conversation. And it's going to be an interesting conversation. But before we go into all of it, I would like to go around the room. So just introduce yourself and tell us what your company does.
Okay, should I
Yeah.
start?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. My name is Linda. I lead the team at Afri Health, and we have built out an incredible product we're calling Rigor Plus. Just think of it as a hospital in your pocket. So what we have done is digitize the entire events that would typically happen in a hospital, from virtually maneuvering a consultation to uploading your prescription and getting, medication. And God forbid it becomes situation critical, you need an ambulance. From the app, and just with the tap of a button, you can order, an ambulance. And I think that's essentially what we're building out in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can anyone hear? Okay, you guys can hear me. Awesome. So hi, everyone. My name is Jenny Nwokoye. I'm the CEO and founder of Clafia. Clafia is a digital primary healthcare platform that provides on-demand primary healthcare services for individuals and businesses in Nigeria. Thank you, and so I'm so happy to be here.
Thanks, Jenny. My name is Neto, Dr. Neto, founder and CEO of Wella Health. We provide affordable health plans for common conditions like malaria, typhoid, starting from just 450 Naira a month. So we're your most affordable healthcare plan out there. And we deliver that care using a raft of telemedicine, community pharmacies, labs, and clinics. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayodele Adeyemi Faboya. I'm a partner at the law firm of Banwan Ighodalo. Banwan Ighodalo is a full-service law firm, and our fintech practice is one of our many practices. As I want to believe a number of people in this room will be able to attest, Banwan Ighodalo has been supporting the fintech ecosystem well before fintech became a buzzword. So happy to be here, as always, and look forward to an engaging conversation.
Thank you. Mark, can you go next? Mark.
Introduction?
No, Mark is online.
Okay.
Mark.
Nice to see you all. My name is Mark Guma. I'm co-founder, CEO of Octosoft.
Octosoft, we're building technologies that will help the health tech sector to be able to transform the lives of 100 million people at the end of the decade, thereby helping to secure their economic future. As we all know, health is wealth. So yeah, we are building that technology to make the ecosystem function properly. Thank you.
Great. Dr. LaBrown. Okay. So maybe we'll come back to Dr. LaBrown. And maybe I'll start off with you, Mark. You mentioned a very audacious number there, 100 million. And I wanted to ask, one of the NHIA strategic plans for this decade, right, is to have 90% of universal health care coverage. Is this as audacious as your 100 million achievable, or we are dreaming?
So I think that it's...
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let Mark go first. Okay, yeah, yes.
So in response to your question, I think definitely it's achievable, but it will require more equitable wealth creation. As you know, healthcare requires funding, as in everything in life. You know, you need some investment to go in. People pay for care, either you are paying out of pocket or the government, you know, is paying. So there has to be that wealth creation, which will enable Nigeria as a country and Africa as a whole to be able to afford and elevate the lives of the people, you know, in the continent. You know, so I mean, health doesn't sit in a vacuum. It also includes what we take in as well. So in terms of what we consume, we can only do well if we are elevating everyone. You know, elevating those at the lower end of the market as well. Thank you.
Yes. So, Dr. Linda, you want to add to that? I'm going to come to Dr. Neto next because you mentioned bottom of the pyramid. Yeah.
So, for me, I think that there are a lot of moving parts to properly answer that question. And I think that the numbers are bold, but they are attainable, right? And speaking to the moving parts, I would want to see a lot of stakeholder collaboration, you know, to just addressing critical pain points, right? No single startup can cover it all, right? We need to start collaborating for scale. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, we need progressive regulations that does not stifle innovation, right? And this would mean, you know, maybe public-private stakeholder conversations to see how we can begin to innovate around compliance and policies. Funding is also something that is very critical. I mean, there are solutions, and we need funding to scale, whether we like it or not. We need funding to build out, funding to implement. I think, yeah, if we can, you know, sort out all of this, we can start to build out progressive conversations on the back of that.
Okay. Dr. Neto, most of the people in the room, I would take a guess, they have some form of HMO coverage from their organization.
I don't think so.
Okay.
We can do a show of hands. How many people here have HMO plans? That's not up to 50%, is it? I don't think so. Yeah, so I don't think that even within, you know, this type of a pool of people that people have health insurance. So I think we really struggle as a culture, first of all, to adopt insurance and also health insurance. They say the biggest HMO in Nigeria is God forbid HMO or blood of Jesus HMO. So that is what we're battling against. So, you know, even with the best will in the world, the government saying we want 100 million people covered, we want universal health coverage, I think we really struggle with actually translating that culturally. And if you look at where people currently access healthcare, Linda talks of scale, for instance. A lot of healthcare is being accessed in community pharmacies and in patent medicine vendors. But when we develop plans or policies for healthcare, we often think about doctors and clinics and labs. So I think that the way we get there is rethinking how we think about policy, how we think about delivering healthcare, and talk of working in communities, working on primary care like Jenny is doing, and working with the existing channels that people trust and are accessing healthcare through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so maybe thank you for queuing in Jenny here. Looking at what you are doing, playing within the healthcare space, and looking at the topic of this conversation, right? How fintech is playing in that space. Are you still a health tech? Are you still a health tech?
I mean, yes. So Clafia is definitely, I mean, we started off as a healthcare company. But I think one of the things I started to learn, or the team started to learn as we were building Clafia, is that we can't build it in a vacuum. And we have to include like different things outside of healthcare. One in particular being fintech or just finance, right? You know, we have to create creative ways to get people to pay and afford healthcare services. Or how can we even like distribute that through like finance or through fintech? Could we distribute it through banks, fintechs, just other like fintech-like entities like insurance, right? I think that's the role that fintech or just finance in general like plays for Clafia. And when specifically thinking or talking about like distribution, right? One thing I'm finding is that traditionally, no offense to health insurance companies, you know, something that we're doing, like Clafia is doing, I feel like should be distributed through health insurance. That's just my opinion. But as health insurance penetration is growing, could we find other creative ways to like distribute our services or distribute our product? And you know, one way I feel like we can tackle that is through banks, through other fintech-like entities. So I mean, traditionally, yes, Clafia is still health tech. And we're not going to be moving away from that ever. But there's definitely a role that fintech or just finance plays in our ability to grow, expand our pie, and just ensuring that people can afford and pay for healthcare services.
Okay, thank you. Ayodele, my question maybe is going back to the NHI Act, which really central to it is universal healthcare coverage, right? And how do we ensure that everybody has access to quality healthcare, you know, even at the primary level, all right, and then going up. Where does the opportunity lie for the ecosystem, for players like, you know, Wella Health and the likes? Where does the opportunity lie in that new act that's, you know, that is going to be pushing next 2 to 4 years?
Okay, so before I go into opportunities, one point I want to make is that the NHIA Act and the guidelines and all of the stuff around it, there's an inordinate focus on affordable health care. So when we are talking about universal health coverage, it goes beyond financing healthcare. But because it has been a challenge, we have now done a complete turnaround and just focused completely on health insurance, affordable health care, forgetting that, I mean, so for instance, if a man somewhere in the hinterlands of Ayetoro has health insurance and good health insurance, but there's no delivery, so there's no doctor, there's no access to medication, what good is that health insurance to him? So the digital health strategy is one thing that has been forgotten, and that needs to come back and be placed side by side with this strategy, with this act, for us to then be able to get a chance at actually getting any results. So that's the first point. And then in terms of the opportunities, I mean, when you look at it, particularly if you then look at it from a holistic angle, like I've spoken about, the opportunities are numerous. First of all, there's collections. When you talk about fintechs, right? These premiums, somebody has to figure out a cost-effective way to collect those premiums. And so that's an opportunity right there. Somebody has to figure out a cost-effective way to collect data, to manage data, to distribute health records. I mean, those are opportunities. Even in relation to data integration, one of the objectives of the authority is to ensure that there's data integration across all state health health insurance authorities and the federal. There are opportunities in relation to data integration as well. So, and then delivery. There are opportunities in relation to delivery because, yeah, all well and good. Now you've given all these people health insurance. You have to make sure that they have access to the health, right, to the health care. And so there are such numerous opportunities for then ensuring that we're developing the technology that gets this healthcare down to these people. And I guess that's where people like NATO, Dr. NATO come in to ensure that the grassroots guys have an efficient way of actually accessing this healthcare.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know if Dr. Ola is back now. Okay.
Just one more thing,
Okay.
and this relates to you as well, by the way. And I've spoken about opportunities, but it's important to note that there are challenges as well, because the National Health Insurance Act mandates national basic health insurance. So meaning that HMOs are not supposed to be providing basic health insurance again. They're supposed to be providing supplementary. You then find that companies are going to have to re-strategize and adjust their products such that all those basic grassroots offerings that were the norm before will have to change and become complementary or supplementary. Investment income from pooling of funds will no longer be available, and so that shrinks a little bit the funds available to certain HMOs. So those are things that the industry, the health industry, particularly digital HMOs, will have to look at and re-strategize in order to come out stronger. So just thought to mention that.
Oh, absolutely. So what we've done is we've started working with state governments, as a matter of fact. So working with 2 state governments around helping them digitize their state health insurance processes around onboarding, distributing their plans, and also managing patients within a very affordable channel. So again, community pharmacies, patent medicine vendors. In fact, we want to put choose our community health extension workers. We want to put them on bikes, give them bags to actually go into the hinterlands to provide care. Because really, if we want to get to people that are at that level, that's where we need to be going.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And in doing all of this, I know that technology is definitely going to play a huge role. And I'm going to ask Dr. Linda, there's a buzz around AI and the likes, but there's still some question marks around how we can definitely leverage that. But from your own point of view and looking at how we want to offer Nigerians access to quality and affordable healthcare, what opportunity exists for technologies like this?
So thank you for that question. I think that technology as we understand it now is still very early. Like we are still in its nascent form. Let me narrow down to blockchain and AI. I've played extensively in blockchain, and I can tell you for a fact that the technology is still iterating, it's still evolving, and will mature. We've not gotten to maturation yet. I'm going to cite a typical example. We're going to roll out our plan. We're going to roll out Rigor Plus, launch Rigor Plus as a service, and we had a 2-month roadmap, but we could not go to market because of the lack of structured data. There was no data to back any business model, right? You go to the internet and you are surfing for data. The least you can find would be fragmented data. Even the data you find is not even, correct, if I can say that very confidently. What was supposed to take 2 months took 10 months because we had to deploy boots on ground to start knocking down those hospitals, pharmacies, doctors, understanding the pain points. What can we do and how can we build around better? Now, we've done all of this work, right? What blockchain supports, because of its immutable form, is we centralize this data and lock it somewhere on the blockchain, right? Whatever startup decides to iterate around or build better around what we've done has access to that information. And, having a data center where data is structured and, kept is something that blockchain is supporting. But if I'm to narrow it down to healthcare, let's take medical records, for instance. If I ask members of the audience, ask everybody, on the panel, do you have your medical record intact from when you were born? 0 years till now, in one place? Like, you can access it. You know how many times you had headache. You know how many times you had to take a test. You know how many times what drugs were prescribed. The answer is not anywhere, right? Even those that are fortunate to have family doctors, right? I think it ends with your case file. If you want to now start to look into your family history, there is nothing of such, right? And blockchain is also supporting the build out of medical records. And I think that solutions that, will come out of all of this new age technology is yet to be seen. If we still say that technology is still very early and blockchain AI is really not, it's going to iterate and it's going to evolve. I think the best is yet to come, really.
Okay, thank you. Mark, I know that you also play within all of this. What are your thoughts on the question? What opportunities are you seeing? Perhaps maybe you're even leveraging currently, in AI, blockchain, and the likes.
Thank you very much. In terms of AI, specifically, there are so many use cases in the generative AI space. You can use generative AI, for example, to automate patient care navigation, so how the patient navigates through the healthcare system. AI can help in terms of that. You can also use AI for things like clinical documentation, so you can automate the taking of notes by the doctors and document the case. You can also use AI for diagnosis. It's currently being used in many places. Radiologists are using AI to fasten or speed up the amount of diagnosis they can do from scans, for example. So AI is already in use in the medical space and is going to develop even more. In terms of blockchain, as we know, as it's termed Web 3.0, is Internet of Value, unlike Web 2.0, which is Internet of Information, where you pass information from one point to the other. For blockchain, it's Internet of Value, where you are transmitting value between the parties on the node. And blockchain is very good in terms of establishing things like trust, because with the blockchain immutability feature, you can have health records that you can trust. So things like determining the state of certain information, especially when it gets to medical legal situations, the blockchain can be useful in that sense. Blockchain supports decentralized protocols, and with decentralized protocols, we have protocols like DeFi, decentralized finance, for example. And if you think about what's been spoken of already, in terms of healthcare and the need to finance healthcare, you can see that innovative financing solution can be introduced with the help of blockchain, leveraging DeFi. For example, DeFi in the area of peer-to-peer lending, in the area of invoice finance. The use cases are many, and these things will definitely benefit us, as in even Nigeria, because then you can have situations where people can fund their healthcare through very innovative means, low-cost financing, eliminating the middlemen, which the blockchain is, fosters, disintermediation, whereby you don't have the cost of the banks added to your loan. So it becomes a peer-to-peer thing that makes it cheaper for you to access care using, those technologies. So we are getting there. It's a case of making it mainstream, making it easy to use, for the common man, and more secured as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jenny, I wanted to ask, so a lot of things that we've said so far, some way touched on infrastructure, right? And the presence of that infrastructure. I know that for the work that you are doing, that is also affected. That can be human, that can be other things as well. How are you working around some of these things? And perhaps, do you have thoughts on what we can do to make things a little bit more fairer for you and your colleagues?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that question. I'm happy that we're all talking about technology and AI and blockchain and healthcare. But I truly believe that infrastructure just makes technology better. And without the infrastructure, like all the hard work that we're doing, infusing technology in health, will not realize its full potential. One thing I would talk about is workforce development. And so for CLAFIA, we started to build a community of nurses and community health officers, about 400 plus across the country, right? Because we realized that there was a gap that they can fill in delivering primary health care services. There was a huge reliance on doctors to be able to provide that level of health care. But we've heard stories about them leaving the country, and we're not training them fast enough to meet the demands of Nigeria's healthcare system, right? And so for us, we started to just bring nurses and community health officers together and let them be the pillars of primary healthcare delivery in their own communities. So that's one way we are working around that to ensure that whenever people need access to primary healthcare, they can leverage nurses, they can leverage community health officers embedded in their communities to provide primary level health care. As far as other things that can be done, I believe the government can play a role in infrastructure in our country when it comes to healthcare. We need more sustainable hospitals, more sustainable healthcare facilities, right? We're talking about health insurance. And let's say everyone got on health insurance and started using health insurance in Nigeria. The moment they start trying to access, our current healthcare system today, it will collapse.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that infrastructure, right? Workforce, we don't have the human capital or enough of it. We don't have enough healthcare facilities, and even the healthcare facilities that we have need to be maintained well. I mean, there's this stat this goes around that says I think there are about maybe 20,000, 30,000 PHCs, primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, and only 20% of them are functional. That's supposed to be the bedrock of primary healthcare in Nigeria, or just in any country around the world. But if that is not even, fixed or maintained or sustainable, we have a very long way when it comes to infrastructure. So I feel like the government has a huge role to play. Maybe perhaps the diaspora. I know that I just from my friends or people that I know in the diaspora, they come home, they build hospitals, they build healthcare clinics, and that's the role that they're playing. But it's also becoming very fragmented, right? So again, I'm just going to point it back to the government or even private sector. What can these two entities do to ensure that we have better workforce that are properly trained? I remember the very first panel I got on in the early days of CLAFIA, and someone
Recording
had said,
in progress.
Someone had said that when they started building out their company, they realized they had to start solving for other things. And I didn't understand what that meant until I got deep in the weeds building CLAFIA. And I'm just like, okay, I'm aggregating all these nurses and community health officers, but we have to train them on a lot of things. They're very much sound in the work that they can do, but there are other things that we need to train them on to make them exceptional and delivering the healthcare that every Nigerian deserves, right? The quality and exceptional service. And that, I feel like, goes back to just having proper infrastructure, all the way down to education, right? Our education system. There's just so much. I could just talk all day. I know we don't have enough time, but I hope that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, I guess your point there, echoes some of the points in the prosperity paradox. That when you're doing market creating innovation, you have to create some of the infrastructure that doesn't exist. And in talking about the government, one of the things
Recording in progress.
One of the things that can work definitely is some kind of public-private partnerships. I know that Wella Health, you engaging with the government in some way, Akwa Ibom State. what can you share with us from what perhaps maybe Akwa Ibom government is doing and what you are doing with them that we can maybe replicate?
Yeah, so I guess to answer that question, I'd like to talk a bit about infrastructure and where fintech, I think, has really gotten it right, and where perhaps some of that learning can come to health tech to help us get to the kind of scale that fintech has. I think a lot of the bedrock of fintech infrastructure is based off of NIBS and InterSwitch, right? So where is the NIBS and InterSwitch of healthcare? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Then on top of that, you now have a rich network of agents. That has now created an infrastructure for things to be built on top of that, right? Where you don't need ATMs in the most remote in very remote places. You have humans that are ATMs, right? And you have essentially technology companies that manage all of that. So I think those two features, so InterSwitch and NIBS, and then these rich network of hundreds of thousands of agents that fintech is now able to build on top of. And I think that's what healthcare is really lacking, among many other things. But from a technology perspective, I think that we certainly need a switch, if you like, and we also need a network of agents. And those are some of the ideas that we're trying to do then with state governments, is that the provider network is your agents, if you like. So not only will they provide the care, augmented by AI, so we're speaking about AI earlier on, we're doing work around clinical decision support using AI so that you have augmented healthcare providers, so that rather than a doctor being necessary, you can have a lower cadre, so might be a nurse, might be a health extension worker, who can provide similar enough care to what a doctor would provide because you're augmenting them with AI. So using that, so network of providers, and then having this switch, if you like, where data can be transferred between all the players, and also money can go around. Because when money follows people, good things happen. So rather than, say, allowing care to be delivered the way it is, healthcare providers are only paid when the care has been delivered to a certain quality and is reported on some technology platform. So those are some of the things we're doing with state governments to enable care to actually scale.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Ola, can you hear us?
I can, loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you and welcome. So from the conversation so far, right, one of the things that Dr. Neto mentioned was around where fintech has gotten it right up until now is some form of infrastructure that is facilitating a lot of things that is happening within this space. We are in budgeting season, right, going into 2024 and putting all of those things together. What should we be expecting, or what do you think the government, they are listening, what should they be putting in place in terms of investing in healthcare?
Thank you, that's a great question. And I'm not sure if you can hear and see me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So if you look sort of globally around the way that healthcare has developed across the world, there's no country in the world that has achieved universal healthcare without input from government. And even if you look at the banking sector, let's be honest with ourselves. It's a business that's backstopped by the federal government in every sense of the word. When banks historically have given loans that have gone terribly bad and have threatened the stability of the banking system, then the federal government has bailed them out. And so when you look at sorts of healthcare and fintech, which are the healthcare and financial services, which are the two sectors that I invest in at HealthCap. So HealthCap is a venture capital firm that focuses on fintech and health tech investments across the continent. You see that both of them are interrelated with government. So your question was, what should the government be thinking about when investing in healthcare? And that's really interesting, because in order to have universal healthcare or healthcare available to most of the population, somebody has to pay for it. And there are three main groups of people that can pay for healthcare. The government can pay for it directly through taxes, like they do in the UK. There can be an insurance system where citizens pay through sort of regular annual payments. And there can be sort of out-of-pocket payments, which are probably the most inefficient form of payments and don't really work in the long term. And there are advantages and disadvantages to all of these approaches. Obviously, I've said out-of-pocket doesn't work because most of the population can't afford it. Insurance, well, works to some extent, but America is a very insurance-dominated market. And you can see that, you know, in the insurance market, insurance-dominated market in the UK, in the US, still 30% of people in the US, where the poverty line is $20,000 per person. So if you earn less than $20,000, they classify you as living in poverty. So the most prosperous continent in the entire world, still government has to pay for 30% of healthcare through Medicaid, Medicare, and sorts of military schemes as well. So 1 in 3 people are still covered by government. And actually, when you look at the government spend in America, they spend $10,000 or more per person on healthcare. And it makes up one of the hugest components, apart from defense, of the US budget. So the last option is really the government fully paying for everything, and that's really what the UK does out of taxes. And, you know, that wouldn't be sustainable either for Nigeria, because when you look at the UK budget for healthcare, they budget about $200 billion for 60 million people. When you put $200 billion into context in Nigeria, it would probably pay our healthcare budget for, you know, 200 years, what they spend in a single year. So I think that what we're going to end up with is a mix of insurance and direct payments for the poorest people. And the package that we put together for the poorest people might be less robust. But to say that, you know, allocations to healthcare need to improve from the government is, you know, to go without saying. And I think that it needs to be a more tech-enhanced approach than you would see elsewhere. So the same kind of leapfrogging that made our banking system more efficient. So 70% of mobile money transactions in the whole world are conducted in sub-Saharan Africa. You don't see that level of sort of sophistication in financial services in the rest of the world. And in the same way, Nigeria has embraced that level of sophistication, and the government has to think very carefully around how to make their $1 go a lot further in Nigeria by embracing technologies. And I think the key technologies that we should be investing in is digitization of medical records, any types of technology that bring doctors closer to patients, so sort of telemedicine applications, and really thinking about what the country can afford, the package of care that the country can afford for the average citizen. It may not cover advanced diseases like the UK, but it will be a package that's humane, covers emergency care, covers maternal care, and perhaps covers a few chronic diseases as well. But definitely we can't afford to do what the UK affords. In fact, $1 billion, which is roughly the budget of Nigeria, the federal budget for healthcare, lasts 3 days in the NHS. And it's the budget for a single hospital, a major teaching hospital. So we really need to think carefully about embracing technology. We don't have any choice but to increase the budget as well, and think very creatively about the packages that we can afford for the average citizen to provide a safety net in the event of emergency and basic diseases like that kill people needlessly. Like the major causes of under 5 mortality. Nigeria has more children under the age of 5 years old die in Nigeria than almost anywhere on earth. So we need to think about the major causes of preventable death there, like diarrhea, for instance, diarrheal illnesses that can be covered by a relatively cheap insurance package. And think about things like malaria, think about things like typhoid, think about things like road traffic accidents. I mentioned road traffic accidents because obviously they kill sort of the most productive young people. So trauma is sort of an epidemic that we need to think about, as well as the major sort of chronic diseases, and cover those. But definitely we won't be able to have a system as robust as some of the more developed countries. I mean, Norway probably spends about $7,000 per person on healthcare. The UK probably $4,000 for healthcare. And right now, according to the federal government budget, we probably spend about $4 or $5 dollars per person on healthcare. The federal budget, not the state budget included. With the state budget and military spending, it kind of goes up from that number. So considering like our constraints in terms of the budget, we need to come up with something humane that is sort of a combination of direct payments to the poorest people and insurance for people that can afford it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to ask Mark, right? She mentioned technology and the role that can play in getting this healthcare to the people that need it. You know, one of the technologies that she mentioned and which, well, divides attention is telemedicine, right? I know that myself and Dr. Neto have had a conversation around how can we make that work. But from your own perspective, how can we actually make that work? Because there's the data conversation, then there is, I just want to see someone physically, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
So, thank you very much. I mean, picking up from where Dr. Olab stopped the conversation, really, you know, at the end of the day, Nigeria would need to come up with its own homegrown solution. At least that's what COVID has taught us, you know, that we can't just depend on what's elsewhere. Just plug and play. We have to create homegrown solutions and to deal with our challenges. And if we think about the numbers, right? I mean, there are countries that are similar to Nigeria in terms of indices in population, economy, etc., that have done better in terms of their health system. You know, and I'm not talking about the countries in the West now, but there are other countries in you know, other emerging markets that Nigeria can look up to in terms of how we deploy our scarce resource to be able to get healthcare better. At Octosoft, what we have done, you know, in terms of the work we do is we are providing an end-to-end solution, okay, that addresses these challenges, you know, from the three sides of the market. So I'm super excited that people are talking about infrastructure and all that stuff. And most of the work that we are doing, you know, is around this. So we are tackling it from the payer side, okay, with our ERP, which helps health insurance providers and third-party administrators to be able to run, you know, underwriting, claims processing, etc. You know, be able to administer these schemes like the NHI, for example, you know, to be able to administer it using such technologies, you know, that we have. For the providers, again, we are trying to tackle this challenge of having an electronic health record, you know, a system that helps the providers to be able to function effectively in a joined up way, you know, in a unified way whereby the providers and the payers are still able to synchronize in the areas of pre-authorization, for example, which has been one of the major headaches in terms of adoption of health insurance, because people do complain that when they go to the hospital, once they are identified as HMO customers, you know, they are having to wait. So we're trying to address that. So in terms of the experience as well. And from the patient side, you know, we've built a telemedicine app, which is a digital front door application that users can download, be able to have video consultation or have a voice consultation or a chat, or even in-person, you know, appointment can be scheduled using our app. So for adoption of telemedicine, for example, you know, that would improve if as the experience, you know, improves, and then by offering the customers multiple options in terms of the channels. So as long as you don't restrict people to how they reach their hospital, you know, you give them the option to use video if they prefer, to use audio if they prefer. If they want to see someone in person, be able to schedule an appointment and be able to go in at the set time, get care, and go back home without having to wait for so long. You know, those things help to improve patient experience, which also helps to improve the operations of the hospital, which in turn helps to improve the healthcare system as a whole. So we are trying to tie this thing together. It's a complex dance. I mean, I've been, Nato talked about having an interswitch for healthcare. You know, my career started in banking, and I've done a bit of payments as well. And I will tell you that health is 10 times more complex than the challenge of payments. But it's doable as usual. It's possible. We can create the health information exchange that is needed to tie all these ends together and create the APIs and protocols that the different players in the space can plug into and create that ecosystem that we all long to see in this space. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Linda, just still talking about telemedicine and adoption of telemedicine, right? Do you have any additional thoughts on some of the things that have been said? And perhaps how are you, driving that adoption, even through what you are doing, even on your end as well?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Dr. Ogbuna, who just spoke, navigating and maneuvering, health business models built around health can be a dynamic one. I don't want to say a challenging one. So I've come to realize that there is a digital divide, right? We, as Nigerians or Africans, we tend to approach healthcare from a reactive standpoint as opposed to being proactive. So there's a lot of re-education that comes with, pushing for adoption or scaling adoption within the space. And how payment is, helping, or financial services is helping to bridge this gap is around access. And I'm going to narrow it down to one value proposition that will progressively lean forward towards at AfriHealth, which is intentionally including rural communities, areas that you typically classify as underserved regions. Whether we like it or not, they need telehealth services more than even people living in urban cities. But the truth remains that access to quality health, not even premium, access to quality health care can be a challenge. Some might be barriers due to travel time from, where they are, their rural communities, to the hospital. It's also one thing to build out a product, right? A beautiful product that is solving critical pain areas and getting people to access it and pay for it, right? What financial services has done here and the infrastructure that has been built is we have multiple ways by which we receive payments. If I'm to take it down back to rural communities, there's one technology that has helped us also scale adoption, which is the USSD codes, right? There are communities where internet access or internet penetration is almost non-existent, and then the smartphone uptake is also almost non-existent. They have the Symbian phones, but they need to access medical services by way of telehealth. You find that they can access some of the services by simply just dialing the USSD code and making payments. So adoption is here, whether we like it or not, but there are a lot of narratives that needs to be spinned around education, educating the masses. We need to approach healthcare from a point of being reactive it has to be proactive, right? We need to critically think about it, think it through, and start to adopt technologies that supports adoption.
Yeah. So ideally, maybe the last question for you. So a lot of things that healthcare engages with is data, right?
Dr. Demona, pardon me if I have to interject. I've given you like 3 hours. And then
just 2.5.
They've one last question, but let's do this. Have we had a Q&A?
No.
Not yet. So let's just throw in the Q&A if we have 1 or 2 comments or the Q&A. Then with that, we can use the last question as a way of summarizing the session, because we have a wonderful partnership we need to make an announcement for. And I'm eagerly waiting for the phone and the KLM tickets. I have to travel to UK, so if they give me 50% discount, is important. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a question or a comment for this healthcare? We have 1. I'll just take only 2. 1, and then the other person behind. Okay, quickly, his name and the question, and organization, if you don't mind.
My name is Clement from Enterprise.
Your name is what?
Clement.
Okay, I thought I heard cement.
Okay.
So I wasn't too sure.
Okay, Clement Jan Mensah from Enterprise Singapore. I would like to hear from the panelists how they have leveraged international partnerships as they grow in developing the health tech industry in Nigeria. Thank you.
Did you hear him?
Yeah.
Okay, so the second gentleman behind. So after these two questions, now we can leverage on partnership and that. We can use the final question to wrap up in 2-3 minutes.
Okay, my name is John Paul from Abetos Travel Com. Okay, my question goes directly to Dr. Neto. His question is about cheap health care. And there was something Dr. Neto talked about. He said malaria and typhoid, cheap health care, where you get to pay 400 and something. So I don't know if you can explain better and talk better on this cheap health care for Nigeria. At least we all know malaria and typhoid are one of the popular sickness in Nigeria. So if they can just...
All right, so over to you. Then we wrap that session up in 5 minutes, please. Remember, you have your online guys as well. So 5 minutes.
Yes, so you want to start with the first question? Yes, Jenny, you can go ahead.
Okay, so for us, partnerships is, I would say, is very core to what we do. We really don't want to do everything. We absolutely cannot do everything. So Clafia, how we started off is as a service provider, providing home-based primary care services, so sending nurses, sometimes doctors, community health officers to your home for primary care, and then for telemedicine. But we realized that our customers, our patients wanted more. So they came to us for their medicine delivery, for diagnostics, mental health, even referral to hospitals, right? And now asking us how can they access health insurance. And so we found that it's best that we focused on our sweet spot, which is home-based care, telemedicine, but leverage partners to deliver medicine. Leverage partnerships for diagnostics, either sending someone to your home to pick up a sample or sending you to a lab to do further diagnostics, for mental health and referral to hospitals. And I would say that has made our experience very rich, more robust, so that we focus on what we do best, but we also bring other partners along to ensure that our customers or patients on their healthcare journey can get the best of the best. They also leverage us as well. So there's a health tech company called PharmaRun. We just integrated with them. If you go on their platform, you can access telemedicine services powered by Clafia. That's one example where I would say partnerships are very, very strong. Early this year, we participated in the AXA Mindset Innovation Exchange Program, and we're currently working on a partnership together as well, helping our customers access health insurance and et cetera. So I think partnerships play a very huge role in ensuring that customers and patients at the end of the day can get a very, very robust experience as they're accessing and navigating healthcare in Nigeria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Neto.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And to respond directly to you, our website, wellahealth.com, has a lot of answers there. But essentially, our goal is to provide mass markets healthcare. And we use alternative care pathways. So we're able to drop the price of actually managing malaria, typhoid, and more. And with Fintech, we found that partnerships have worked really well for us to access pools of customers. So we have partnerships, like Jenny said, with payment channels, with credit providers, partnerships with agent networks. So all sorts of partnerships. So happy to talk about that. But as an individual, you can go sign up online. And I promise we will look after you. If you don't, you can come after me. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mark, as we're running off, any last words from you?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think there is a massive amount of work left to be done. There is a massive opportunity for the nation as a whole and for us as citizens. Healthcare is essential. It's not a luxury. It's something that we must get right. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. So there is a lot that we can do to make sure healthcare gets to everyone, within every citizen in the country, as much as is possible. There is a lot of work to be done. We need all the support as people creating innovation in the space. We need collaboration, as been stated by a few of the panelists. So we basically need patience as well, the support of our customers, the support of partners. There is a massive opportunity to transform healthcare in Nigeria and make Nigeria, the shining light for Africa and the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll close out with Dr. Ola, but before Dr. Ola, Ayodele, last words.
Okay, so for me, like Mark had said, I mean, there are a lot of opportunities. There's a lot to be done. Speaking from the legal angle, what I would say is that in moving forward with this initiative, I mean, now health is high up on the radar. Every stakeholder needs to be aware of the legal and the regulatory aspects. So for instance, I had spoken about the digital health strategy. There are policies and regulations that need to come from that to create the framework that is needed to drive this, because really there's structure, there's framework that is necessary to push this forward. For instance, telemedicine doesn't have a proper framework yet. I mean, we have the NCC, VAS and all of that, but there's no proper framework. We're using AI in health tech and healthcare, but there's no framework for that. So regulation needs to come out. Separate from that, even for the providers themselves, we need to be looking at legal. So yes, you're running ahead with this product, you're creating products and taking healthcare to the masses, but you also need to be sure that you're in compliance. I mean, you had spoken about NDPR, for instance. We're using and we're collecting and we're storing such sensitive data. What is your compliance like? And not just with NDPR, because a lot of health tech companies actually have global presence or some form of global interaction. Are we thinking globally? Or are you looking at the areas in which you have interaction, where you're taking data from, or you have customers, and are you making sure that you're actually compliant? Going to governance. Corporate governance is also a big issue, and that's where we see a lot of tech companies fail. Is there governance in place? What are you doing about your governance? Are you doing risk assessment? That's another issue. So those kinds of things, the foundation, what I call the bedrock, from a legal and policy perspective, it's good to ensure that we have those in front while we are running with the products to get healthcare to the masses. So that's my own final words.
Thank you. Dr. Laban, last words.
So I think my last words will be on the impact of improving healthcare in Nigeria and across Africa, because I think that it's important for us to be able to communicate and center healthcare in the conversation, where the bankers, of course, are very influential on policy. Our cement producers are also very influential in government policy, and healthcare hasn't really had as partly due to us, and it's partly our fault. We haven't sort of had the kind of influence that we see in other sectors on policy. And we haven't really centered ourselves in the conversation around economic growth. I'm in America right now, and it's so cold in San Francisco that I think that it's only this jumper that is keeping me alive. But here in America, 1 in 13 citizens work in a hospital. If you look at almost every single American state, the biggest employers are either healthcare or education. Healthcare is the foundation on which you build a productive economy. And that's why, governments across the world pump money into healthcare. The UK NHS is the largest employer in the whole of Europe, the 6th largest employer in the world. And if we want to solve Nigeria's problems, then number one, we need a workforce that is employable and productive and not sick, because people can't work when they're sick. We need people that we need our young people, our children, to be able to grow up and live productive lives. And I don't think we want to live or continue to live in a Nigeria where more children die under the age of 5 years old than even places like Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq. We also have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, so it's one of the most dangerous places to become a mother in the world. And these things, not only affect lives, but also affect livelihoods in terms of what I said about not healthcare just relating to productivity and health and wellness, but also being a major economic employer. And when we even think about the Forex crisis and about exports, in India, pharmaceutical exports contribute $30 billion to the economy. We're about to borrow $10 billion now to try and stabilize our currency. And I'm not even sure that anybody will give it to us, but we have to sell like the oil that we're going to sell in the next 4 or 5 years in forwards to even be able to borrow that money. But if we had developed our healthcare system and become sort of a pharmaceutical powerhouse, then we'd be exporting by now, we'd have a more diversified economy, and we'd be able to stabilize our currency. So I always like to say that investing in healthcare holds a solution to all Nigeria's problems. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I think in terms of employment, in terms of economic diversification, in terms of productivity, and in terms of currency stabilization, there's a big sort of influence in healthcare, and no wonder almost every country in the world that has developed has invested heavily in healthcare. Thank you.
Dr. Ola, Mark, Ayodele, Dr. Neto, Jenny, Dr. Linda, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
The COO, please come up to have us have the snapshot. Please, ladies and gentlemen, you want to be here so that we can capture this moment. It will be evident that we came for consultation. No, not to worry, you can let that be. Cyprian, pardon me. I want to quickly announce that there's a QR code that is going to be projected on the screen right now. We have a survey. Please kindly, scan that and make your comments, your feedback, recommendations, and some other thoughts as the case may be. Please kindly scan the QR code. We're in the technological age, so that we can have that. Immediately after now, we have a special announcement to make, and then we will have a session where we will go for our raffle draw, and we have a final picture moment before we call it a day. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Chief Operating Officer for the Fintech Association of Nigeria, Dr. Babatunde Obrima, as he comes in to help us know what the new unveiling is with the partnership with MTech, and let's see what exactly it is that they have on offering, so that we can either leverage upon it and see how we can build a greater future. So it gives me great thrill to announce that there is a pivotal partnership between Fintech Association of Nigeria and MTech Solutions. I invite the COO to come and give us details about that. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. How many people have heard about the CBN Sandbox? Hello? How many of us know what it does? Sheung, can we get Isusu here? Is he around? Oh, great. Please, Isusu, join us. So the CBN technical partner on the sandbox is MTech. Today, we are signing an MOU or making an announcement, it's a press announcement, that there's a collaboration between MTech and Fintech Association of Nigeria. So if you're a startup and you want to go on the sandbox, MTech is going to provide you with an advanced onboarding for you to start to see and feel in preparation for the CBN to approve you to be on the sandbox. So that gives you an advantage, and it's free of charge. Hello? Let's appreciate MTech. So let Tunji Odubomi of MTech to tell us what exactly it involves.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Tunji Odumuboni, I'm Executive Director for Africa at MTech. So just a very quick one about MTech, then I'll talk about the partnership and what that brings. So at MTech, we are very passionate about the role that central banks play in the ecosystem. As you all know, financial services is very much regulated for the right reasons. And we believe that central banks play a very pivotal role in creating a very safe and sound financial ecosystem. And to that end, when we look at the role that the central banks play, a big part of that is regulation. Regulation and supervising regulated entities. And when you look at central bank age-long institutions with very much cast-in-stone way of doing things, then you have this ecosystem that is sort of emerging with a lot of new ways of doing things, new solutions across different aspects of financial services, payment, lending, savings, investment, and so on and so forth. And we're seeing fintechs do things in ways that questions the status quo. So when it comes to enabling fintech go to market and doing that in a safe and regulated way, I think we all would have come across how important regulatory sandboxes are in enabling that, a space for regulator and the innovators to sort of coexist, regulators learn what the solutions are, and how to sort of help the innovators to de-risk that. So we are very proud at MTech to be providing this modern central banking infrastructure, specifically in this context, the regulatory sandbox for central banks. Currently, we are working with Bank of Ghana. We're also the technology provider for the central bank regulatory sandbox. And we are also onboarding 4 other central banks in West Africa over the next few months. So we're really delighted with what this partnership can bring. Doctor was asking me earlier that, so what does this mean? Are we talking CBN sandbox or MTech sandbox? But in the end, it's really CBN sandbox. We are not the regulator. CBN is the regulator. We are only providing the tech. So ultimately, the central bank would need to accept fintechs into this space. But one of the things we have also done to make it very useful for fintechs is to have a pre-regulatory space. So if you go to app.mtech.com, and when we talk about innovation, I think people always misconstrue that to think it's always startups. It's not just startups. I've met a number of established fintechs, even commercial banks that are doing very great and mighty things when it comes to innovation. And some of these great and mighty things are super new and therefore maybe not always covered in the existing regulatory framework. So when you are doing something new, not covered, you are a likely candidate for the regulatory sandbox. So the first point of call should be for you to even go and interact with this platform that you will essentially operate within when you are in the market and accepted by the central bank. So in that environment, we have a pre-regulatory sort of space that gives you access to the same tools that you would use when you are in the sandbox. For example, because the platform is digitized end-to-end, one of the things that we do to enable reporting is we provide regulatory APIs. So as opposed to sending reports manually to the central banks, there are regulatory reporting APIs that are tailored for different services: payment, lending, virtual assets, crowdfunding. There are a host of regulatory reporting APIs that come also natively with them, dashboard that enables not only the regulator but also the financial service providers to see what sort of different kind of metrics, market-related, risk-related metrics, operational metrics, that ultimately the central bank will be looking at when you're in the sandbox. So the opportunity you get being in that pre-regulatory space is you are able to, first of all, get ready for your system to be able to integrate with the sandbox when the central bank eventually onboards you. So the test APIs are there, and not only the test API, the dashboards that you would eventually have access to in the live sandbox environment will also be available for you to see what, what that environment looks like and some of the management tools. So it's a very important partnership that we are putting in place with the Fintech Association of Nigeria. We've been doing some works in the background for a couple of months, if I don't say years now, both on the central bank side and also with the Fintech Association. So we call on you to take advantage of the opportunity. app.mtech.com will be more than happy to onboard you. If you need assistance beyond just getting on board on the platform, you want to engage with us, you can reach out to us through the association. Beyond that, we also have some tools around the digital cash infrastructure. We know that there's been a lot of talk around digital cash in the last few years. Central banks all across the world looking to create their own digital tokens that represent the digital form of the fiat currencies. So we have Inera in Nigeria, and as a CBDC infrastructure provider, which is also an important part of the services we render in the central banking infrastructure space, we'll be more than happy to support any fintech that is looking to build CBDC-linked solution in that space as well. So we also have solutions that can enable you embed CBDC in your product stack. We have our booth. I know we're almost wrapping up with the event, but we'll be more than happy to, stay behind to engage with you if you need more clarification or if you have questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tunji. And so, if you are not a member of Fintech NGL, join to enjoy this benefit. Esusu is the first startup of the Fintech NGL to be on the CBN sandbox. Let's appreciate that. And he's going to tell us in 1 minute his experience.
Thank you very much. I think it's an honor to be here and to share some of the experience. Number one, we would like to appreciate the association for the wonderful and tremendous support from day one. There are several underestimated innovators like us, and we believe this is a validation to what the Fintech Association has been doing to support young innovators. Basically, entering the regulatory sandbox is actually a very great experience for us. We discovered the opportunity at the International Financial Inclusion Conference last year, and we were also opportune to learn more about the potential of how it could refine our business model, how we are well positioned to align with regulatory compliance. Basically, what we do at Esusu Africa is to provide digital platform to support thrift and credit banking. The traditional way of, the Esusu, where you have a collector going around to collect money. It's been done across individual and institutional levels, cooperative societies, microfinance institutions. So we built a platform to automate the entire process towards advancing financial inclusion. And, getting into the regulatory sandbox, we actually informed, the regulators, CBN and other review panels, that there are a lot of potential transactions happening within the informal financial ecosystem. And how are they able to, formalize them, leveraging what we are doing by providing this technology solution. So it goes beyond, trying to onboard these people to just have bank account, to have card. How do you bring them on board by ensuring the financial health, how they are able to, access several other financial products to benefit them. And this is what we did, in trying to work with the CBN. We joined the cohort recently, and we received our approval. They are trying to see how they can work with us to better bring on board these customers. Majorly, we have thought of these cooperatives, non-bank microfinance institutions that are really doing a lot, even more than some licensed microfinance banks, based on the portfolio of the transactions in terms of the thrift and credit banking. And working with us will enable them to better, develop affordable and appropriate financial products partnering with different financial institutions. Even banks, sometimes they also try to play within this sector by sending their staff, in the market. But most times they don't, there are a lot of challenges they also face. So working with us is actually a great opportunity for the regulators to understand the potential within the, bottom of the pyramid. And it's really, really interesting that we're also trying to align, with the regulatory compliance. They told us when we got our approval at the CBN headquarters that, they are willing to really work with us. The way they welcomed us was really, really, really very interesting. Trying to see how we can, give them a lot of insight. For them to also make a lot of adjustment within the regulatory, purview. This is the potential innovators like you. When you are building, you need to have that mindset that the regulators are not also to chase you away. Fine, innovation will always go ahead of regulation. But it's interesting for you to also understand the fact that the regulators are there to protect you. So any product you are building, you need to have that kind of security on how people's concerns, the customers, the partners will also be safe. And that's what we are doing to work with the CBN to see how we can, further scale our innovation. Thanks to the entire financial ecosystem, particularly the Fintech Association of Nigeria, for giving us this leverage, to even endorse us, to give us that support, because the application went through 9 months. Over 1,000 applications, we drew down to 7. And we went through a lot of rigorous processes in terms of even compliance documents. So as a startup or innovator, you need to also have that in mind that when you are building particularly a fintech solution, you need to actually have that regulatory compliance in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. So we just take a photo shoot with MTech to show our partnership. Okay, so Steve, we are going to the raffle. Let's bring the drum up. Okay, so it's time to go into the raffle. But before we do that, we always try to appreciate people who in a way distinguish themselves when we have the Nigerian Fintech Week. And for this edition is the most active participant at the conference. And that is Enobong Samuel. So please come. We'll be giving you a Fintech NGL t-shirt, and we will courier to you a Huawei phone.
Whoa! For being active, I told you we have special surprises. So please bring your raffle ticket. So no, go ahead. Don't mind me. I was just pulling your legs.
So this is a Fintech NGL t-shirt, and we'll have your Huawei phone courier to you. So just drop your address to that young man.
Hold the t-shirt well. Let them know it's Fintech. I'm very sure you didn't expect this. Yes, look at her voice. Okay, we can borrow the phone. Just for photo op, so I'm taking it back. We will get you your own, as a matter of fact. I mean, the CEO has promised that for giving us so much more engagement. So realize that at, realize that at Nigerian Fintech Week, If you are very active, you never can be so sure how surprising the CEO and the rest of them can bring up to you. Sir, you don't have to leave. We are starting up the raffle draw first. Okay, please check the pocket in front of you. Look at them, look at them, look at them. They were expecting yesterday's whole idea. I hope you guys passed exams without doing a konji. Without those exposure kicking motion. All right. Now we are going to go ahead and roll this, from which we are going to start up with two aspects of raffle draws, which are for the KLM tickets. We have the 15% discount, and also we have one for the 50% discount anywhere in Europe. The 15% discount is for anywhere in all around the world. So please check your numbers. I'm very sure you have that. So sir, you want to roll that? Let's just do it once or twice. 1. Go again. 2. One more. 3. Great. So let's have the head and then have it opened. So 15% discount. I'm made to understand that there's some other further arrangement that is going to be made for those who have won the KLM tickets. Are you giving anyone to COO? Oh yeah, hurry up please, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. So after this, we have one closing address and one more surprising announcement. Please make sure you get the QR code scanned and then have your feedback coming in. We need that. So we need 5 tickets, sir. 1, 2, 3. So is it hot in there? Okay. 4. The last, be careful, sir. The last but not the least. 5. So, ladies and gentlemen, you want to come over, sir, to announce the number. Why I re-announce it, as a matter of fact. We have the 15% local discount for the KLM tickets to anywhere in the world. Oh, sorry about that. Great. So let's have that ticket number.
064.
064. Madam, this is nice. 064. Congratulations. 15%.
191.
191. Even the madam is helping us call the number. 191. Where is 191?
Gone.
Going. Okay, is it you? So why did you stand up when we said 191? All right, 191 is not taken.
702.
702. Fantastic. Congratulations. Please come forward. Come forward. 702.
941.
941. 941. 941. Please hand over the bag to someone. Give your bag to somebody, please. Give your bag to somebody. You didn't hear me. Is the ticket is coming for? 941. Did anybody have who has 941? 941 didn't come up. So
997.
997. 997. Sammy Dove, why are you smiling? Is it your number? 997. Oh, right on right. This is a hip hop man. 997. Let's have 2 more to complete this. 1. Oh, this is my number. No, it's not. I'll wait for my own. And number ticket 2. So, sir, you want to call this out?
060.
060. Fantastic. Congratulations. You know, none of us actually came in to win. This is a surprise package, and I'm glad that a lot of us are looking forward to
949.
949. 949. Is that you, madam? You're laughing. Check your ticket. Check a number. I hope it's not 949. Eh? Pastor Efo, you want to be part of this? You are exempted from this raffle draw. One more, sir. And this is
838.
838. This man that asked the question. Fantastic. Please don't run. We want your feet well and proper when you're flying. All right, so we have the 15% discount 5. Let's pick for the 50%. 50% to anywhere in Europe. Anywhere in Europe. The way Dr. Obama is smiling, it's like he knows this ticket is somebody he knows. Who is this?
824.
82. Did she win yesterday? It's not you. Is she the one?
I don't know.
She's the one? Was she not? Were you not the one who won the phone yesterday? Okay, they were both light in complexion. I remember very well. All right, so she has a 50% discount, as the case is. All right. So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to all of the KLM ticket winners. I'm very sure that we're going to get further details from you, and then we go around as the case might be. We have 1 week to have this redeemed. And yeah, so it's a great congratulations. Okay, Matthew, this is for the winners for the 15%, and then this is for the 50%. So let's have their details. No, that's for you. That's the evidence that shows that that ticket belongs to you. So move. Okay, don't worry. The boss has directed them over there so that we can. You are winners, no matter what it is. I can tell you the first time I won a raffle draw, I still have that item till today. It must have been 10 years ago. It's not easy for you to have picked up the lucky ticket that has been announced as being a winner. Sometimes the ticket might just be an indication that in the future there's something amazing that's going to happen. So let your spirit and faith, keep rolling on. Be careful. All right. Thank you very much. So meet Mr. Matthew. Is going to get details from you, and also Cyprian, pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to the grand finale. My apologies, sir. I wasn't expecting that. All right. We're going for the grand finale. This is virtually about $250,000 plus or minus. And then this is going to be going to one person's hand. I think perhaps what we might do, sir, let us pick 3 tickets. And then from those 3 tickets, we can pick up the winner. I want somebody's heart to beat. They don't know where they are supposed to protest. Is it in Nigerian Fintech Week? So, sir, according to the instructions, should we take 3 people, then pick one from that person? Should we just pick one person from the hands of COO? How many times should he roll it? Sorry? Once? Once? This is a big man, oh. Oga, I bet just roll it once. They don't realize that, Oga, you've decided to roll it more than once. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put that in. Hey, hold on. Hey, you see, we must start all over again. We've overrode it, as a matter of fact. Okay, sir, let's just roll it once. Otito. According to Yoruba, they say it's enough. All right, please open the padlock. Please make sure you hit all this one in before you open the padlock, and then make sure that put everything in. Where's the phone? Okay, it's still here. I thought maybe somebody else. All right. You have to be sure, sir. All kinds of things happen. This is a digital platform. Somebody can just decide to send AI now. We might not know, before we know what is happening, it has all gone. Are we ready? So, sir, please, do you want to close your eyes? Okay, our guy is closing his eyes so that we know that there's no mago-mago in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this ticket, sir, let me announce this one before I give it to you. The winner of this ticket is 678792. Who have the ticket 678792? Okay, is it that my glasses I need to see an ophthalmologist. Please, can you read the number that is here, sir?
439.
439! This boy has been practicing the race since. Oh, but check your ticket well, oh. Are you sure? Because this kind of thing no go good, oh. When you don't run from here, reach Jericho. Matthew, you see the one? You didn't even tuck in your shirt well. You don't mind. This is a serious matter. 439. Let me see the ticket number. We have to confirm. Okay. Was he here in the morning? Was he here in the afternoon? Hey, the man say he has a witness. The lady that won the 50% is sat behind her. Okay. So that is the winner's row. That is the case, Mabi. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, this way. Wish you. No, we can move this way.
Congratulations to every one of you.
Congratulations.
How do you feel being a winner of the Huawei phone? Were you planning it?
No, really.
So I better bring the phone.
You said, was I planning it?
Okay. Were you planning it? How many did you fast for at least one day?
No, but it feels good to win something.
This man likes a woof. Congratulations. What's the name again?
Emmanuel Chukwuemeka.
Okay, God is with us. Emmanuel Chukwu something. All right. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the closing address by the COO, and then we'll come with the final announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Before you go, NFW 2024, October 29 to October 31. So you can block it in your calendar, but if we change it, we'll let you know. This year, it's clashing with Digital Nigeria in Abuja. I want to make sure that next year it doesn't clash. So if there's a clash, one of us will move. But tentatively, October 29 to October 31, 2024. So you can put that in your calendar. We'd like to thank every one of you for attending this conference and for staying up till now. We truly appreciate you. Please appreciate yourselves. We would like to thank our sponsors who have made this to happen. For us to have this all, be able to provide lunch, breakfast, and all the equipment and everything. We appreciate all our sponsors. We also appreciate all the members of our Board of Trustees and the Governing Council for making this to happen. And we also thank God for making this to happen. But this could not have happened without some group of people, members of the management team in Fintech NGL, members of the event committee, the planning committee. So if you belong to any of those and you are here, just join me here on the stage. Sheung, Damilola, Simi, Chuka, Madam Felicity.
Please come up and let's join the session quickly.
Femi,
where's Mr. Sheung? Femi
Ajakaye, Femi Kalejaye, all the members of the panel committee. If you are here, just join me on the stage.
Please, let's hurry it up quickly. Thank you very much. You guys are the reasons why this has been a successful outing.
They are pretending to be shy. That's all.
Please, where's Mr. Sheung, Madam Felicity?
Let's appreciate them. They made it happen.
Please, let's appreciate them. Where's the professional photographer, the director of photography, Mr. Emmanuel? Where are the rest of you? Come up quickly.
You know, they say leadership is about engaging people who are smarter than you, coordinating them to deliver stellar service or stellar results, and you take the glory. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So let's just appreciate them. And we thank you too. So until NFW 2024, have a great time, innovate, be resilient, and diversify. 2024.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, I want to say be careful in your driving. Make sure that you are safe. God bless you. And then make sure you enjoy the rest of the year. God bless you. Congratulations to all. And all of the people who won the tickets as well as winning the phone. Congratulations. Go tell the story, share the hashtags, and let's have it all expressive. Thank you.